welcome to the Severance Waffle Party. We are late as usual due to my technical difficulties, more of them. Eventually I'll get a device that's actually reliable, I promise, over time, but those things are expensive. So we're going to be talking about Severance Season 2, Episode 8, Sweet Vitriol tonight, and it was quite a departure from the rest of the series. There's a lot to discuss about it. A big revelation. Not a lot of plot movement, mostly just the Cobel show. And I mean, I welcome that. I love Cobel. I've been screaming, "Where the hell's Cobel?" for weeks now. So I'm fine with an entire episode devoted to her. I would have preferred a bit more plot movement. And I like backstory episodes too, but I'm not crazy about the way that it played out. However, there are plenty of things I can appreciate about it as well, and so we're gonna break the whole thing down. And so anyway, so we've got Scarlet as usual, of course. Scarlet, you've got your what is it? That screaming goat.
That's my voice. The screaming goat.
What?
That's what I thought about this episode.
Oh, gotcha.
You got to have that cowbell too.
I don't have one. I just have the handbell. Oh no, I can do the handbell.
No, it's a bell. And we have Laurie of Real Therapy here. She is we also know her on YouTube as Grow and Thrive. Awesome member of our community. She just launched her channel and is making Severance content of her own. So welcome. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, thanks for having me, Julie. I'm doing great. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing okay. You know, the usual frustrations and issues, but this is a nice escape for me. So, Laurie, she's been putting out some awesome Severance content. You've been doing a great job with your
Thank
first
you.
videos. Yeah. Yeah, it's terrific. For somebody just starting out, you're picking it up. You're picking up the, you know, editing and putting it together in a professional way, and it's insightful. I like how you do this from a psychological standpoint, which is it's such a key part of this show too. I mean, this show it's inherently psychological. So, this is the kind of insight that's needed, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. Especially with this episode. In fact, I'm going to be putting out a video. I was hoping to have it out today, but I wasn't able to finish it today. So tomorrow, I think I'll have it out. And I'm taking a psychological view of this particular episode, focusing on the grief that Cobel has been experiencing her whole life because she never finished grieving her mother. She never had any closure. And I think
Mhm.
this is why she's been so angry and filled with rage. That and what we find out that she invented the severance chip and that Jame
Mhm.
Eagan took credit for that. So yeah, she was feeling pretty bad all those years. So but I do agree that this episode is different from the rest of the episodes pretty much this season. It kind of is a bottle episode. It's about Cobel by herself. And so it was a bit of a departure, but there were aspects of it I did like. And like I said, I do like the psychological aspect of it.
Oh, absolutely. There are, you know, I mean, and you can't beat Patricia Arquette's acting is always incredible. I was so glad to see her again. And you know, obviously the cinematography is always gorgeous. The
Yeah.
directing, Ben Stiller directed this episode. The direction was fantastic. Um, I took some issues with the way it was written, but hey, you know, no show can be perfect, and this show has been about as close to perfection as you can get. So I can forgive some flaws here and there. Like you're not going to get perfection,
Yeah,
and
I
there's plenty
agree
to
with you.
appreciate.
Yeah.
Like even in an off week, like for me, an off week for Severance is still head and shoulders above pretty much any other show as that's out there right now for me. So
Yeah,
yeah.
agreed.
That's what I say about Yellow Jackets. Even when it's bad, it's still good.
Yeah, but I take issue with that last episode. I don't like what they did to Ben. I really don't.
Yeah, poor Ben.
But anyway,
I'm gonna drop your link in the chat. Dieter
It's like,
Dieter isn't here yet because of the time change, the time
oh,
difference here. We turned our clocks ahead, so Dieter will be here a little later. So it's still too early for him over there. But I'm gonna drop your link in the chat. Everybody, please take a look at Laurie's channel. It's awesome, and I would ask everybody to subscribe to this awesome member of our community. She has great insights. So I'm dropping the link right now. And let's see. So it's Real Therapy, right? That's the name. I want to type it in right.
yes, it's Real Therapy, but the
Okay.
handle is Real Cinema Therapy.
Gotcha. Okay.
And
I've
it's
got the link
ironic.
there.
There are so many
Yep.
channels about
yeah,
fishing.
there are. I tried to find you just straight out doing a search. And I was like, okay, this is gonna take a while.
I said, wait a
Yeah.
minute, fishing channels? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that.
It'll get easier, like, over time, it gets easier for people to find your channel by searching with the algorithm. As you put out more content and people watch it, it will get easier.
Right.
But when you type in, I noticed when I searched for Real Cinema Therapy in the search bar, your channel does come up if it's searched
good.
for that way.
Oh, that's good.
Yes.
So maybe I should change the name. I don't know. I don't know. It seems a little long. So I think it's okay like this right now. See how it goes.
It's fine the way it is. Yeah. I think it's fine the way it is for now. So let's say hi to the awesome chat here who's been patiently waiting. John Answers posted this hours ago. There were 24 babies. No way. Oh, the attention to detail in this show is crazy. I knew that everything in the opening credits, it's symbolic of something and a clue to something, but wow, there were 24 babies in the season 2 intro surrounding Mark, and later we learn there's 24 completed files by MDR, 24 severed selves for Gemma. Oh my God.
Wow.
That's wild. That's awesome. See, this is why the show is amazing. The amazing attention to detail. It's just one of the many reasons I love it. Hey, Samuel. Nice to see you. Hey, Mark. Nice to see you guys. John says the baby crib Mark was putting up on a previous episode on the box. It says Cole Darver. Wait, what? Cole Darver, like as if it's in French or something, and it converts into 3 beds. No way.
Yeah.
I gotta take another look at that. Seriously? Like the 3 beds from season 1 with Rickon and the baby. That the infamous 3 beds. That's funny. Yeah. And it's easy to miss these little Easter eggs that they plant in there unless you're really looking closely. That's so cool.
I'm nostalgic for
yeah.
that now. I'm nostalgic for those 3 buds.
Me too. And you know something I realized while I was listening to, we're also going to discuss the UUR. I didn't get to finish it, but I did at least get through the first 3 chapters. So I got through a good chunk of it. There's an audiobook that Apple put out, the UUR, which is it's not the entire book by Rickon, but it's a good chunk. And it's about an hour long. There's also a book, an ebook that you can read, and I was looking at both. I was looking at that and listening to it, and it made me realize how much I miss Rickon. He hasn't had enough of a presence this season like he did in season 1, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of characters haven't.
No. Yeah, I thought Rickon would have more of a role, especially with him writing a new book for Lumen. I thought he would have more significance in it, but we're not seeing much Birkin this season at all.
I totally
No.
thought that him and Devin, or maybe Devin by herself, because she told Outie Mark in the last season of season 1 that they had famous journalist friends and stuff, and I thought there would be at least one journalist that'd be interested in trying to expose Lumen, and that would be a whole subplot. No.
Right. You would think, yeah, that would be
You'd
a
think.
great subplot.
And
Yeah.
what about Petey's daughter? We never saw
Yeah,
her
dude.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think she's gone for good.
You don't see a lot of the outside world where people are protesting and there's punk bands in alleyways singing "fuck Lumen" and
Right.
all that extra spice, you know, the outside of Kier that was against, you know, sticking it to the man. And you don't get that.
That's right.
It's
Yeah, we
almost like
haven't-
they've just like evaporated all that, like Lumen just sucked it up and it's not there anymore.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, we don't see anybody protesting now.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see
Nope.
Petey's daughter come back because I think
Yeah.
that she would be a big part of the plot if they would bring
Mhm.
her back.
Yeah, I really liked her character a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I did too. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why you know, they're not I mean, they're so I've loved a lot of this season. I really have. I think that it's been amazing. But looking back, I'm thinking, yeah, like there are certain things I really miss. For one thing, they underused Patricia Arquette so much. I mean, how do you underuse Harmony Cobel? For me, if I had to
Mhm.
pick a favorite character on the show, it would be difficult to pick because I love so many of them. But if I had to pick one, I would say her because she's the most formidable enigmatic character on the show, at least enigmatic until now. Now we
Mm-hmm.
understand her a lot more, but she's incredible. And her acting, of course, Patricia's is incredible. And she's hardly been in the season. You know, she's been
I
in
know.
a handful of episodes.
But
So,
you know what's interesting, and maybe we can get into this once we start going through the episode. I'd like to understand more how she was Mrs. Selvig. Like she was the total opposite as Cobel, who she is in real life, right? Cobel.
mm,
Was Selvig, was that like her mom? Like what was her inspiration for Selvig, right?
mm, I know. I would like to know that myself. And I also miss that, you know, we're not going to get her anymore. We got a little reference to her I noticed in episode 8 when she finally answered the phone. Devin addressed her as Mrs. Selvig, which
Yes.
is so that was weird.
Yeah,
Like,
that was weird.
you know her real name now, but
I
Maybe
don't know. I tend to think maybe because, you know, she's been so angry that Mrs. Selvig is like her alter ego, like her another part of her. And I'm thinking maybe that was her mom. Maybe her mom was just like a really nice, warm person,
Mhm.
you know?
Yeah,
Um,
I was
could
thinking
be.
either that or like some kind of almost making your own kind of innie that's more innocent and, you know, warm.
yeah, yeah. It's I don't know. It is kind of a mystery, right? How she was able to invent this character, Mrs. Selvig.
Right.
Where she got that kindness from is what I mean, because she's been
Mhm.
so angry for so long. But anyway,
Absolutely.
it's something interesting to think about, you know.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Um, hey Cassie, nice to see you. Hey Doc, our friend Doc, who does our From Academy Friday lives with us. Nice to see you, my friend. Really enjoyed the episode. It was different. Yes, it was different. It was quite different from everything else we've seen. Hey Ryo, evening, just passing by to leave a like. Have a great stream and sleep well. Well, belated thank you for that. I appreciate it. Um, yeah, sometimes a change of pace is nice, Samuel. That's true, you know. Good setup. It's a setup episode for what's to come. It's clearly the start of Cobel's redemption arc and rampage against Lumen. I mean, that's obvious. That's where this is going, I think. Um, welcome, Kelly. Nice to see you. Hey, Ryan. Finally made it to a live show. Nice. Oh, nice to see you, Ryan. Thank you so much for coming. Appreciate it. Mark appreciated the episode. And hey there, Matt Gilbert, the poor bunny rabbit. Wait, what?
Oh, that
Oh,
was
that's
in
a
Bunny
Yellow
Yellow
rabbit.
Jacket.
Jackets thing.
Oh, okay. I was like, what? Okay, that. Okay,
There was
there.
a bunny rabbit in Severance? Where?
Yeah, like what did I
Hey
miss?
kids, what's for dinner? That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh
Let's have that
no.
bunny rabbit with some ether.
Oh no. Yeah. Hey, Grant.
Ether
Welcome.
Hello.
that rabbit.
Hey, did you guys just go through daylight savings or something?
Yes,
Oh,
we
yep.
did. We just turned the
Uh,
clock forward an hour.
Yeah,
We
I
get
was wondering
more
why, because
daylight, thank God.
I had my alarm set, and I was like, all right, so she's gonna go live in half an hour, and then the wife said she's already on. I went, oh, maybe daylight savings has already happened for them.
Yep, it did.
I
That
almost got
antiquated custom that we don't need. Sorry, what?
Yeah, well, I
What,
was doing that
Scarlet?
I was doing that Yellow Jackets thing last night. I was upstairs doing stuff, and the upstairs clock said 9:30, and then my boyfriend said, "Aren't you supposed to be on at 10:30? It's 10:30 right now." And I had an hour's worth of stuff to do, and I'm like, "Oh well, I guess I'm going on." You know?
Yeah. It screws with you. It's just it's an antiquated thing that I really wish they would get rid of, but I wish if they got rid of it, leave it like this. Leave it like this with the extra hour of daylight so that it never again gets dark at like 4:15 p.m. in the afternoon. That would be great.
Yeah,
Leave it this way.
yeah, yeah. There's problems in Michigan when you change it because the deer tend to come out right before the sun sets, and there's tons of them, and
Oh
then
yeah.
that's like when it's 5 o'clock and the deer are out and it's rush hour. It's a recipe for disaster. You know,
Yep. Yep. Yeah, that can be a
if you change
problem. I
it so
can
it's
see
more
that.
light, less action.
Right. Yeah. So Grant, you really didn't miss much though, because I had more technical difficulties. So we haven't started breaking down the episode yet. We're just greeting the chat. So yeah,
No, I
they
guess
worked
it's just
out.
like the episode. You don't really miss much.
Yes.
Well, I'm gonna be
It
brushing
sounds
my
like
teeth later, so there's that.
it sounds like we're all simpatico then. The four of us, the issues that we may have with this episode. That is not the strongest one that we've seen from Severance, let's just say. Um,
Yeah, like
anyway,
it was a weird one. Like you
yes,
get the big reveal sort of thing with Cobel and everything, and I
yes.
didn't like that one bit because it came out of nowhere and there was nothing that preempt any of it from other characters. Like, so it still really bothers me that she's this big neuroscientist and not some middle management person. Just yeah.
Yeah, yeah, this for me, this came out of nowhere too. It almost felt like something they decided to shoehorn in and that they haven't planned it from the beginning. Like it seems pretty random. And if that's the case, I don't like that. I would hope that they just kind of handled it in an awkward way and that this has been the plan from the beginning, because if you change course that sharp of a manner this season, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense. But
Yeah, because like
yeah.
the whole way that they treated her in the first season when they fired her or anything, why would you let someone go who has all the proprietary knowledge to the one technology that's made you a global like billionaires? Like it
Yeah,
doesn't make
Good
any
point.
sense.
yeah. You
Like
can go. You
there's
can
no
go
there's
to what's the name of the Lexington letter? The enemy of Lumen.
yeah. I was literally just trying to think.
It starts with a D.
Yeah,
I can't remember.
yeah. So they go straight. She goes straight to
Yeah.
that company. Now they
Uh-huh.
have severance.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like why would they
Good
treat her
point.
like absolute garbage when she has that knowledge? The only thing that would make sense is to either butter her up, and if that doesn't work, you get rid of her.
I think they were trying to get rid of her by sending that like one guy when she walked up when Helena and they were by that car, and that one guy that we thought was Bard Egan.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I think he was
why
supposed
not
to
do
be a
that
hit
season
guy.
one? When
Well,
they fired her, they let her go. She was free to do whatever she wanted then. Why
True.
not do that then? Why not have that guy waiting at her house, and then when she goes there, she sees him and drives away. So, plant some sort of seed. Have one little thing there, even just a simple
Yeah.
line that they said get rid of her, and he's like, why we can't get rid of her. Just one line would have sufficed earlier on, but just shoehorning it in makes it feel like all of a sudden she has been so important to the entire series, yet she wasn't important enough to be in the last 5 episodes or 6 episodes.
It's a ham-fisted way of handling it.
Yeah.
And here's my theory on this. I think that this could possibly explain it, but it wasn't something overt in the episode. I mentioned this in my video on the episode that I put out earlier today. I appreciate everybody who watched it. Amazingly, it took me to this point of the season to catch up with my Severance content to the point where I was actually able to put out a deep dive on this episode. This is the earliest I've ever been able to do it, thank God, because I was so far behind. I was putting them out after the new episode had already come out. I was putting out deep dives into the old episode after the new one came out, and now I'm caught up. I put out a deep dive into episode 8. So if you haven't seen it, I'm gonna throw a link to it in the description of this live after it's over. I forgot to do it earlier, but it's also just the latest video on my channel. I have a little theory in there as to what happened there. Now I could be wrong, but it seemed to me as if Cobel herself had been so beaten down and brainwashed that she repressed the memory that she drew up all those plans. She seemed shocked by it herself when she found those. She knew that she had to go looking for that. Like that there was something there that she needed to look at when she looked at what was really in those notes. All of the detail, all of the things that she invented it, and she went and she screamed at Sissy and listed all of these things that are hers. It almost sounded to me like the reality of it was hitting her for the first time in many, many years, that she's
So
been
she had a
so
victim moment?
brainwashed.
Yeah,
I think she did.
I agree with you, Julie, because when you go through trauma and you repress it, you forget things. So when she saw the blueprints again, it brought it all back. It kind of flooded into her memory, and that's why she acted that way. She really had repressed it and pushed it down to forget about it, right? Because
Right.
if she would have claimed that as her own, they would have banished her. They said they'll
Yes.
banish her from Kier, and who knows, maybe they would have killed her even. I mean, I don't know. But she
Right.
had to do that.
Right. So that's how the brain works when it's dealing with trauma. It represses things and it buries memories. And when you're brainwashed, that's another thing too. She was brainwashed into this cult, and and she lost her mother at a young age. And whenever she was at home in season 1, you would see her in pigtails, just like when she was a little girl, and she was very childlike. The stuff she had on her walls, it was very childlike in her living room, and it just seems like her inside, she's very much still that traumatized little girl
Yes.
who lost her mother and was brainwashed into this cult. Even though she's a genius who drew up all of these plans, she's also a genius, and I think she repressed all of it. And that's why Lumen felt safe to just get rid of her like that, because I don't think she was even aware of her own abilities and her own genius anymore.
She
That's
knew
why.
what she was
That's
looking
why.
for, though. That's what she said. There's no way she would have thrown it out. So she knew what it was that she was looking for. And then when she went into the cellar, she went straight for it as soon as she saw it. So she knew what she was looking for. I don't think that
also
she
think
suppressed that.
I just wanted to add what you were saying, Julie, before I forget. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
I think that she was, what's the word I'm looking for? She was kind of powerless. Like Lumen took away her power. She felt that she had no choice but to just like stuff it down and forget about it. And she hated herself. She was filled with self-hatred. And I think it goes back
Right.
to her mother, her choosing Kier. Her mother didn't like Lumen. I don't think her mother liked Kier either. So that was another thing between them. she chose Kier over her mother. I think she had a lot of guilt and she was just punishing herself. She had a lot of self-hatred. And that's why she did not claim what was rightfully hers. That's my opinion.
Right. I agree, and I think that while she knew, I think that she repressed all of this, and when they rejected her like that, I think that the seed of that memory of her plans, that's when it started to come back, and she was driven right to get there and to search for those. I don't think she remembered everything that was in there though. All those details she mentioned when she was screaming them at Sissy, all of that stuff that she mentioned, like the Glasgow block, all of this stuff. I think all of that, the details are what she repressed. And
Mhm.
but I think the memory began to come back after they rejected her from this cult. She was cast out of the company and the cult, basically. And I think they banked on her still being so screwed up by them and so traumatized and brainwashed that she would be harmless, that they wouldn't. I mean, they didn't consider her harmless because they obviously saw that she could pose a threat. That's why they tried to pacify her with that Severance Advisory Council bullshit, made up job that they tried to give
Mhm.
her. And when she
Right.
didn't take that, then I think that's when they got more threatening. So they knew that so it's not like they just threw her away, they fired her and just let it go. They knew that she was a threat. When she didn't accept that advisory council thing the second time in the parking lot with Helena, she's demanding her old job back. That's when, okay, they were going to come gunning for her, and she knew it. And I think that's when her memory started to come back. I think the problem is the show didn't make that clear enough. Like they should have shown her have a moment of realization when she finds these, that she should have maybe had like a little aside to herself, like this was mine all along. I was the one who had all of these ideas, this and this and this. Make it clearer to us if that's what they
Yeah.
were going for. I
I,
think
I
Right.
they
don't think
should have
that's
made
I
it
don't think
clearer
that's
to
what they
us.
were going for though. I felt like they were pretty clear of what it was. She was going back to get evidence that she could use or she could leverage. Um, because she went back to that town to get a specific thing and she got that specific thing. She knew where it was. She asked to get there. I don't think she repressed any memories. Like I think if they was
Yeah,
going to
but
have the thing with repressing memories, they would have at least shown something. But they didn't really show anything.
I think it was just poor. I think it was not the best quality writing in the way that it was handled. I think she knew she was going to look for something, but I don't think she knew exactly the specifics of what was going to be in it. That's my opinion. But anyway,
It's an
let's
interesting theory.
switch back to
I'm not sure how. Maybe I'm not hearing you wrong. Why do you think that she had her memories repressed? I'm still not getting it.
well, I
Um,
mean, she just allowed, Kier to, not Kier, Jame Eagan to take credit for it. And then, I think that because she was so traumatized and brainwashed by the cult, traumatized by her mother's death, brainwashed by the cult, I think that she just repressed the fact that she was the one. I mean, why else would she just take a job as a lowly manager on the severed floor
Because
and allow
she's that indoctrinated into the cult of Kira. As she said, to do that would be putting herself above the cult. She grew up in that cult. That was just the way that things were. I don't think that was a memory repress. I think she was that indoctrinated to the point where she believed it, and then her losing a job and everything was the same as like Irving. When he had that, screw this moment. That was her this screw this moment, and she's going back to her roots, going back to where it all started to get the proof to make sure that once she has that, she can use that as a bargaining tool or a leverage if anything happens. That way, if they ever do come after her, she's like, well, I've got all the proof of this and it's hidden somewhere, and if anything happens to me, that this will go out to the public. They would
well,
be
that
more
very well.
afraid of that.
Yeah, I mean that very well could be the case. Yeah. Um anyway, let's finish greeting the chat so we can get into the episode breakdown. Um Welcome Bill Chill. Nice to see you. Good morning, Dieter. Thank you for joining us, as always. Let's see. Mark Mark said my father grew up in a coal mining company town that was sucked dry and destroyed by the coal company. Oh yeah, this kind of stuff is all too common,
Mhm.
and I love that they're using this as a commentary on real life. That's one of the things I liked about this episode, actually, because this is very common for companies to destroy towns like the town in this episode. Hey, Peter Griffin, what's up? Peter Griffin thinks Rickon is an op. Okay. Then again, I don't even trust Mark. Well, all right then. Yeah, you never know. You never know. Matt Gilbert, the we are will discuss the I is and how this pertains to the you can be. Okay, nice. Um, Mark, oh, that's awful, Mark. I'm so sorry. My coal miner grandfather, whom I never knew,
Mhm.
was disabled from the effects of black lung and died in his 40s. That's awful.
Oh,
That's really tragic. Yeah, I'm
yeah,
sorry to
it's
hear that,
Yeah,
awful.
Mark.
yeah. My family all worked in copper mines, and there's like health problems with that as well.
Yeah, that kind of thing is all too common. It's
Yeah.
awful. Um, Matt said, I think it's to reinforce this sense of isolation in the Outie world. Okay. Um, let's see. This is wild, Mark. My father, via GI Bill, became an electrical engineer and worked for AT&T in the very building
Mm.
Lumen used for the Lumen office in the show. That's what is it called? Bell
Bell
Works in
Labs.
New Jersey. Something,
Oh, I thought
yeah,
it was
something
Bell
like
Labs.
that. Well, it's Bell something or other, but it's in
Bell
New
Labs.
Jersey. Yeah. Yep. It's a beautiful
Oh,
building.
maybe
That's
it's
so
Bell
cool.
Atlantic.
Mm. Yep. Um, like Dieter says, we're gonna be doing a giveaway soon. And this is so cool. There's this awesome Etsy shop called Magic with a K, and the link you can find the link to that shop in the description of this video. Dieter also put it there, and so anybody can get a discount on any item there with the coupon code JulieBDeepDives 15. You can get 15% off. She's got t-shirts, mugs, all kinds of cool stuff. And she's actually designed a Severance Scary Numbers t-shirt with Julie B. Deep Dives as the file name, which is super cool. I thought that was
Oh,
awesome.
wow. That is cool.
Yeah, yeah. So we're going to be giving one away soon. We'll keep you posted on when. Hopefully, we're aiming to do it for the finale live stream. If right now, she's having some technical issues with the shop, so we'll keep you posted. But hopefully, the finale live stream is when we're going to do that. Matt Gilbert says the plot demanded Cobel's absence from those episodes, but I can imagine them weaving those scenes in Salt's Neck throughout the season instead of one episode. Me too, Matt. I
Yeah,
think they could have
that would
done
have
that.
been so much better because then it would have given Pace. You could have had a little bit of mystery, like who's this guy that she's there with, instead of just dropping everything all at once.
Right. I agree. Oh, Peter thinks Mark's an Egan. Yeah, I've heard that theory. That's an interesting one. Oh, okay. Never mind what I just said about Magic with the K, the technical issues. The shop is back up. The shop is back up and running, so you can order stuff from it using that coupon code. It is good to go. So great. So we should be able to do that giveaway for the finale live stream. And by the way, we've decided that um, Scarlett and I talked about this, and so I think this is what we're going to be doing. So for the week of the finale, we actually got the guy who plays Kier, whose
Mhm.
name is Mark Geller. He's going
Yeah.
to be doing a live interview with us, and it's going to be on our usual live night, which is Monday at 10 p.m. Eastern.
At, ten,
So I
at
got
this
to
time.
thinking about it. Sorry, what?
I said exactly when you're doing this right now is when it will be, but a week from now.
Yes.
Sorry.
So it'll be wait a minute. The 24th. Yeah, Monday, March 24th, at 10 p.m. Eastern. And I got to thinking about it and I decided that I would rather separate the interview from the finale breakdown because I know we are going to have a hell of a lot to say on that. and we'll be here till the sun comes up if we do both in one night. So I was thinking we do the interview Monday the 24th, and then Tuesday night we do the finale breakdown. So we have a 2-night finale live event. And it would be a fun way to send off season 2 as well, to do 2 lives. And that week we'll just skip our usual From Rewatch live on Wednesday night so that we're not going too crazy with 3 lives in a row. So
So you're
that's
severing the
working
live
plan.
streams. Got it.
We're severing
Severing
the
live
live
streams, yes. And we're praising
Yeah.
Kier on Monday.
Yes.
Yeah,
We're
that's
And
praising
literally
we're
that's all
not,
Kier.
you
we're
need
not
to
praising
call it.
Kier on Tuesday. But
Just call it Praise Kier.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Thank you, Grit, for that idea. I love it. Yes. Yep. Monday we'll be praising Kier. Monday the 24th, not next week, the week after. We'll be doing that. It'll be a live interview. You can ask him questions and he'll hang out with us. And then Tuesday, the 25th, we'll break down the finale scene by scene as we do. So that's the plan. John Answers says, I think the best part of this episode is after the ether plant shut down, we see that fallout with the town. I have seen towns like that where I live. Once business shut down, yep, unemployment rises, drug usage
in
goes up.
Alabama.
I live in a town like that, actually. Um, I live in a town that used to be a factory town. There are factory buildings all over the place. And since once that shut down, all the factories closed, this became a really poor town. This town is loaded with low income people like my mom, unfortunately, me and my mom. We live in a tiny apartment and the vast majority of people in this town live in small apartments. And yeah, and there's a lot of drug usage in this town. That's not an issue in my house, but it's a big problem here. So believe me, I know about that, and it's really unfortunate how that happens. Um, Ryan's oh yeah, Ryan, thank you so much. Yeah, that would be awesome if we get people in here from your group on Facebook. Ryan runs a Facebook group, so I really appreciate your support. Thank you so very much. Thank you. And uh in fact, I should maybe, I don't know if Dieter, if you have, I don't know if you have access to the link to Ryan's group. If not, I can maybe make Ryan a mod so he could drop the link to his group, and we can help each other. We can put the link to your group in there. Um, let's see. Yeah. Mrs. Selvig was the complete opposite of her real self. Definitely Cassie. Let's see. I'm going to try to breeze through these a bit quicker so we can get into the episode breakdown. Welcome, B Sky, Waffle Fam. Cheers. Hello. Mr. Grant Gregor's better half. Welcome, Miss J's Reviews. Um, Peter Griffin, you live near Julie and me in Rhode Island. I doubt he does really, but yeah.
And
Family Guy
Quahog.
takes place in Rhode Island. Yeah. Um, Family Guy takes place in a fictional town in Rhode Island. There is no town called Pasco, Rhode Island, but
I thought it was
um
Quahog.
not Pasco, Quahog. There is a Pasco. I had it
What
mixed
is
up.
it? Pasco?
There is a Pasco, but
Oh,
you're right. It's Quahog, and there is no Quahog, Rhode Island.
bummer.
Yeah. Anyway, let's see. Matt said the world of Severance may well be under the thumb of oligarchy. It's a reflection of our world. Oh, yes. A reflection of our world, indeed, in many, many ways. Mark said he developed over 200 patents, which he wasn't given credit for, which is standard when you work for a corporation. They own your talent and work. Yeah, that's true. Um, let's see. Okay. Yeah, good. Dieter dropped the link to Mr. Grant Gregory AI's channel. So make sure you subscribe to that. I appreciate it. Let's see. Matt says this is why I tell people owning and controlling physical production is insufficient. We need to control intangible capital as well, e.g., knowledge and know-how. Absolutely. Ed Hernandez, welcome. I enjoyed the episode more on the second watch.
Me too. I
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
liked it a little bit more on the second watch.
yeah.
You can believe that.
Hey, Christine Jellybean. Yes, we're going to talk about Rickon's book. Absolutely. Yeah, that I didn't get a chance to get through all of it, but I did get through the first 4 chapters. So, yeah, we can absolutely. We're going to get into that after the breakdown. Um, if they spread Cobel's redemption arc a little here, a little there in each episode, a very fair percentage of the viewers wouldn't have been on board, like me, because she is dreadful. Okay, V-Sky, I hear you. Let's see. And thank you, Dieter, for dropping the link to Miss J's Reviews YouTube channel as well. Make sure you guys check that out and consider subscribing. We would appreciate it. Let's see.
Thank you.
Yes. Hey, welcome with Alice. Nice to see you. Matt says it seems obvious to me it was planned from the beginning. It explains so many of her lines. Okay. That she's the actual brainchild, the brain, not brainchild, but mastermind of the whole chip thing. Okay. Welcome, Quan Solar. Thank you for liking the stream as always. Appreciate it. If you guys could please hit the like, that would help a lot. It helps people find me. Please and thank you. Let's see. They fear no one. Egan's are hubris. I agree, John. And that Helena was telling the truth when she told Harmony, because Harmony said to her, you don't respect me, you fear me, or something like that. Um, and Helena said, we fear no one. However, I do think they recognized that she's a threat, which is why they were going to be gunning for her. But they don't actually fear her. Yeah, definitely. Matt said it explains the conflict between her and Lumen management, the tension between her and Helena. Cobel had limited leverage. Yeah, that's true, and it explains why she's going rogue all the time, doing her own thing in season 1, too. That's a good point. Yeah, maybe the Eagans thought they erased her memory of creating Severance, perhaps. It's possible, John. It's kind of the theory I'm leaning into at the moment, but who knows? Yes, Cobel will start flexing on Lumen now, Quan. Absolutely. With Alice said the company seems to use people at will, but Cobel thought they wouldn't treat her that way. Right. Exactly. Prototypical lower level management being put back in their place. Yes, V-Sky. Definitely. Hey there, Scott. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Appreciate you. And hey there, welcome, Shed My Ways. Nice to see you. Um, I haven't seen you yet. Thank you so much for stopping in. I just stopped by to let everyone know that Mark is a bad guy. He is not a victim. Oh, interesting. Well, I'd be curious to hear your reasoning for that. That's not a take that I have heard before, so I'd be curious to know more. Cassie says I felt that she just needed the evidence to out them. Yes. Matt says, remember in season 1 when she ripped down her Kier shrine, that was the moment she lost faith. Right. That's the thing. She definitely did. Um, but at the same time, I think she's still having trouble letting go of it. That's why she wanted back in. She still feels that pull. She was trying to get her job back after that still, and she was still loyal to them in that she ran to the gala and tried, oh, and she called Milchick and let them know about the OTC happening. So, she still feels that pull. It's not so easy to extricate yourself and deprogram from a cult. Anyway, um, the town my parents grew up in is a wasteland destroyed by strip mining. The people left look like the people in Salt's Neck, and addiction and other illness runs rampant. Yes, Mark, it's all too common. These are real life issues that they're addressing, which I liked. I liked that about it. A lot of people in town are ether addicts, in this episode. V Sky said if Cobel built the machine in its current form, she can make it better still. I think so too, and I think she's going to do a much better job than Ragabi at helping Mark now. That's where I think this goes next. I mentioned that in my video as well, because she said about Ragabi, and she hasn't killed him yet. I think Ragabi is, kind of like a mad scientist, and she is not nearly as suited to this task as Cobel. Cobel is going to be able to make sure Mark doesn't wind up dead from
Yeah.
all of this.
Plus,
Yeah.
plus she killed a guy. Mark's doctor.
Yes.
Is there
Yes, she
anything
did.
is anything gonna happen
Well,
from that? She killed that guard.
technically, she killed two because she technically also killed Petey.
Yeah, that's true.
Technically, she did. Miss J has said maybe she remembered the book was important for some reason. Yep. And she says, I thought she might have been forced to work for Lumen. That could be, you know. Did she remember something when she was walking with Helena? Could be. Let's see. Matt says she needed a push. She needed to be put in a position where she couldn't prevaricate and stay with Lumen, but always resenting them. She's a devotee. It's a religious thing. She has lost her faith. I agree. I agree with you, Matt. V Sky thinks that not everyone has a chip. If they did, Lumen would have OTC'd her already. And if she had a Glasgow block, they would have removed it. Oh yeah, I don't think everybody has a chip. Definitely not. Um, Shed My Ways says Cobel was going through the same process as Mark, remembering. Yeah, I personally think so myself. Let's see. With Alice said, Lumen told her that she needed to be a team player with all her intellectual knowledge. She played along thinking they would always appreciate her for her unspoken contributions, but no. Great point. I like that. Um, let's see. Shed My Ways says she was traumatized and severed herself metaphorically. Yeah. Yeah, see, there's literal severed selves. There are literal severed selves in this show, and then there's figurative severance. Personally, I think that in this show, severance is actually a metaphor for the way that the human mind deals with trauma, the way that we compartmentalize unpleasant feelings and block them out. And in extreme cases, extreme victims of trauma have developed dissociative identity disorder, where they actually have multiple personalities with different sets of memories. And that's an extreme way that the mind uses to protect itself. So I think the show is trying to get at that too. I think severance is a metaphor for the way that we cope with trauma, and Mark copes with it by blocking it out. So he
And
severs himself.
yeah, and Cobel coped with it by blocking out her past with her mother and with the severance process.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. So let's see. Let's see. Cassie said she needed to go get the proof of her designs that she made them because let's see, he would know. Wait, how she would know? How would she know how they were made? Okay, gotcha. Um, okay. Matt said she knew exactly what she was looking for. She just couldn't remember where the plans were. She knew they were at home somewhere. All right. Welcome, Indigo. She has always known she was the one. She would wave it in Helena's face. Um, yeah, I mean, that's true. That's true. That's why she would say things like you fear me. So yeah, that makes sense. Let's see. John Answers thinks she took the job because she wanted to resurrect her mom using her project Cold Harbor, perhaps. Very well could be. Yep. Let's see. And also maybe future episodes will clear it up and it will make more sense. I think so too. Yeah. I think so too. Okay, I'm gonna try to skip through here quickly so we can get started breaking down the episode. Um, Glad Dieter is feeling better. I see that in the chat. And okay, hey, welcome, Ruby Sultra. Nice to see you. Nice to see new names in the chat along with our awesome regulars. Very cool.
That was for Dieter, the goat noise.
Okay, I
Oh,
thought I
okay.
was having a stroke or something. I'm like, wait, there's goats.
Yeah, you're having a stroke though. Check
Yeah,
it out.
wondering why I smell on toast.
Yeah, exactly. You smell toast.
That's great. Unfortunately, I can't hear the noises because I'm using the laptop that has a defective speakers, so I can't hear certain tones. So sadly, I have to miss out on that. But so if I start talking over your goat noises, then you'll know why, because I can't hear it.
I don't think it's that
Anyway,
loud. If it's that loud, somebody tell me.
yeah. Okay. Um, let's see. Yeah, Doc also lives in a city like that. Fall River. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Once textile capital of the US, then the unions formed and the textile companies all moved to Florida where labor laws sucked. Yeah. That's textbook.
Mhm.
Anyway, let's see. Scrolling down. Um, yes, please hit the like if you haven't already, as Scott has been saying. I appreciate it. Um, let's see. Miss J said if they got a hold of the book, they would destroy it like Sissy tried to do. I hope Cobel has copies. Yeah, she needs to make some copies. That's a great point.
Yeah.
Um, Quan says Helena will now wish she killed Cobel when she and her goon had the chance. Now that Cobel has come back with the receipts. Yeah, she's gonna come back with a vengeance. Absolutely. Matt, yeah, Cobel can hijack and control the Severance system. Mark is her way in. Yes, they're gonna join forces. I definitely think so. Great point.
I still think I
Uh,
still think even if they do, she's going to betray him in the end. I don't see her and Mark being fully aligned all the way through.
well, yeah, I mean, we can't be sure. That's for sure. I think that she's going to be an ally. This is the start of her redemption arc, but we can't be 100% sure. She's veered back and forth before. One moment telling Mark, get away from them when he said he was thinking about quitting in the season one finale, and then the next thing you know, she's running to Lumen trying to, help them.
Mhm.
So who knows? She's hard to predict.
But she
John
does
answers says,
tell him that
yep.
there'll be no honeymoon ending for him.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That's true. But that soundbite could be misleading. Her voice always sounds sinister no matter what she says. So,
It's true.
we got that from a preview from a future episode. It could be taken out of context and be misleading. Like, so who knows? But yeah, you make a great point there. That sounds sinister. Um, John
No,
said maybe Lumen didn't know she made the book, and if she came out that they stole her idea, they would paint her as a crazy person. Yeah, absolutely, I could see that. Just like how corporations steal employees' ideas in real life and take credit for it. Yes, 100%. Um, and none of them would defend Cobel, right? Um, Drummond is a killer. Yeah, I totally could see that, Matt. Yep, I agree. Hey, Muncher Luncher. I just need that Drummond's daddy wants me to do it low growl. Oh man. He's got that creepy little
I have
voice.
no idea what that
Yeah.
even means.
Choke me with your
I don't,
frolic hand.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, well, what is who was it that Cobell said yes, daddy to before? Was
Oh,
it
the guard that was killed. I can't remember his name.
yeah. That was so weird. Grainer in
Grainer.
season one. Yeah. She said yes, daddy at one point. It was so weird.
well, I
We'll
think
Um,
they had a thing going on.
Yeah, we'll never know about that now. It's disappointing.
we'll never know.
Yeah.
Yep, it sucks. I liked Grainer too. He was a scary dude. Um, Dieter, I'm not wearing red. I'm just in random comfy clothes tonight with my camera off. So, but red is my color of choice when I do go on camera. And thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. Matt says Cobell will offer Mark a quid pro quo. I will help deactivate Gemma's chip. You will get me access to the system, maybe. Yeah, Yeah, I can completely see that happening for sure. Um, Miss J said, "Do we trust Cobel? I want to, but we'll see." I'm gonna do a poll, see what we think about that. As a matter of fact, see what the chat thinks about that. Uh, Muncher says, "I don't know, man. Cobel can help me and then betray me anytime." Okay,
Yeah.
all right, yeah, yeah. Cobel is awesome. Yeah, Patricia Arquette. Yeah, she's she's awesome. Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful woman, and it's nice to see a Hollywood actress just aging naturally, not
Yeah.
having a bunch of surgeries, just natural. It's
She's
nice.
Yeah,
aged.
I am upset they edited out that 20-minute sex scene though to make a 37-minute episode instead of a 57 one.
Right.
What sex scene?
The sex scene between her and her old chum. It's a Ben
Oh,
Stiller
really?
edit.
They had a
We
sex
were
scene?
expecting, not really, but we were
Really?
expecting maybe it could have happened, but then it didn't. Yeah. But
In my head, it
Oh,
exists.
oh, so there wasn't an
No,
editing
there
job.
isn't. I was joking. I was just joking.
Oh, okay. Well, it wouldn't
What
yeah.
sort of
surprise me.
fanfic are you into?
Oh, I'm writing some. Hey, Patricia Arquette's still in my book, so
Sure. They were sitting on a bed and then they kissed, so it looked like it was going that way, but then
Yeah.
well, they
never
did a little
mind.
huffing first, a little huffing,
Yeah.
a little
You
frolic,
know,
little
A
everywhere
little
frolic.
frolicking and huffing.
Yeah.
yeah. Unfortunately, with Hollywood, you don't see like older people actually getting love scenes very much.
Mm-hmm.
It's that ageism, unfortunately. I don't like that,
Yeah,
but
I know.
how it is, you know. And it's not like they're ancient or anything, but it's just Hollywood for you.
Hmm.
V Sky
Unfortunately.
says, I think,
She won't get a Hollywood ending. She won't get a Hollywood ending. It's funny.
yeah,
Now I just think of like Patricia Arquette in another episode just watching TV and saying, "You won't get a Hollywood ending" to the television,
oh yeah,
instead of talking to Mark.
yeah. Um, yeah. Anyway, V Sky says I think Innie is always essentially side with Lumen because if Lumen goes down, they essentially
Mm-hmm.
unexist. Yeah, I mean that's a good point. That's a good point. Um, Matt says I think she's gonna burn it down, but
Mm.
what if after getting him to her, getting him to get her access to the system, she just takes control? The temptation would be enormous. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Cobel's army
Uh,
now.
huh?
I said, she's like, it's Cobel's army now instead of the Lumen army.
It could happen. Yeah, it could happen. Um, John said, I heard the full line is, Mark, there will be no honeymoon ending for you and Helly are. Well,
Mm.
that would make sense. Um, I don't see how that can ever work out well for them because even if Helly reintegrates with Helena, I mean, would Outie Mark ever want to be with Helena Eagan?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so, especially after she basically violated him. I don't see that ever working out. So no, they're a cute couple, but I don't think that's going to work out in the long term, in the long run. Um, Muncher said my comment about Drummond saying daddy is a critique on him referring to Egan as father. Oh, okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, he said, yeah, he referred to Jame Eagan as father. Anyway, um, Ruby says trauma can be a strong motivator for vengeance. 100%. Yes. Yes, yes. All the computers in Lumen switched to hello, Miss Cobel. Oh yeah, Cobelian. I like that theater. Yeah. Time for Cobelian. Quan said Cobel and Ragabi will become the dynamic duo. They're both geniuses. I like how Cobel could always turn on the rebels still. I don't know. She doesn't seem to have a very high, like a very positive view of Ragabi. She said, Ragabi, has she killed him yet? So I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about
And
that.
vice versa.
Because she's aware of what happened to Petey. So
Yeah.
I mean, vice versa. Regavi took off her box of tricks as soon as Devin had the phone to call Cobel Selvig.
still don't understand why she made that call. Still have no idea why she called her.
Yeah. I don't
I'm gonna
know.
call a
see,
woman that
that's
tried to kidnap my baby. That makes perfect sense.
yeah. See, that's like a
Yeah, it
pivot.
doesn't
Like
make any sense at all.
that's like when Cobel is like, "You gotta quit Lumen, Mark," and then she runs to the gala. It's like Devin's like, she, pretend to be my like what was it, lactation, forgery.
Mm-hmm.
And then she's like, "Oh, well, I'll call her." I mean, it's these weird character pivots that make you question the writing sometimes of the show.
Not only that, I don't get why Mark would be cool with it as well, because he's awake when it happens.
Yeah,
So why would he be like, yeah, let's call her, the
that's
woman
what
who's
I was
clearly been in my
thinking.
house a number of times? Yeah, like
I would think Mark would want to call Regabi.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
he's
Yeah,
got
but she
somewhere
doesn't
with
walk out the
Regabi.
house.
Yeah, it doesn't make
Mm.
sense. I mean, Cobel betrayed him, you know?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't really make sense to me. Like how they call her up. I mean, Devin calls her up and she doesn't even try to feel her out at least first as to like what's going on with her, where her head is at, where she's been. She just blurts out, "Mark's reintegrating." Like it was just I don't understand that. I mean, the last we heard of Devin regarding Cobel, she was saying that she sounded violated, like she felt violated by that deception, saying she called it fucking lactation fraud. uh, this woman pretended to be a lactation specialist, lying about who she is with Devin, and Devin was horrified by it. So it's weird to me that she would just assume Cobel is going to be on their side. I know she's in a desperate situation, and Mark's life could be at risk. She can't just take him to a hospital because Lumen has people on the payroll all over town. But I just think that she should have been a little more cautious before she just all of a sudden decides to trust Cobel,
I
personally.
agree. And if I was
And
Mark when I got
it
on
happened
the
at the right
phone,
time too.
yeah, and if I was Mark when I got on the phone with her, I would have said, "Where the hell is Gemma?" That's the first thing I would have said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It just doesn't
Mhm.
make sense because she knew all about Gemma and she pretended to be Mrs. Selvig. And why would he trust her? That really doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm making a poll right now. Let's see on what will Cobel do next. Team up with Mark to take down Lumen, pretend to help Mark but turn on him, or let's see another option, maybe immediately like turn Mark in to use him to get back into Lumen's good graces. That could be, I don't think so, but that could be another option.
Well,
Let's
I
see.
just want to say that I was thinking that that could be a very valid option because in the first season, when Cobel was talking about reintegration, Natalie said, "No, there's no such thing as reintegration. The board does not recognize that." So then Cobel backed off, but I think they don't believe it's possible. So if Cobel could prove, hey, Mark reintegrated, this is a problem. We have to fix the chip. I know how to fix it. Maybe that's her way of trying to get back into their good graces.
I
Right.
can see that. Anyway, Julie, I've got to head off. I've got to go pick up little one. I'll be back a little bit later.
Okay. We'll see you later then, Grant.
Okay,
Alrighty.
see you later, Grant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should there be another in this one?
Yes, I'm gonna have to add another option. I'm finding it hard to type like these options in with the short character limit that it's
Yeah.
giving me here. Um, let's see. Uh, pretend to help Mark. Let's see. Uh, okay. pretend to help, but use Mark later, or no, wait. It's so hard to type this with the character limit. So, I don't know how to word this. Pretend to help Mark.
Help Mark truthfully. Help Mark falsely.
Yeah, I don't know.
Help Mark
Okay.
find Gemma.
Oh, that's a yeah, that's a possibility too. Okay, I'm gonna put down team up with Mark to take down Lumen, pretend to help, betray him later, and turn Mark into Lumen right away, or other. Those will be the options.
And if you
Um,
choose the other, be free to put your other in the chat so we know what your other is, so we can read it.
yes. Okay. Now I'm gonna pull up my my photos here so we can discuss the episode. And let me see, where's my phone? Got all my notes on my phone. So we open with, I mean, it's one of the things I loved about the episode was how aesthetically gorgeous it is. I mean, it's just beautiful. We start with this gorgeous shot of the waves, this aerial view of the waves crashing. And then it's this gorgeous scenery that they shot this in Newfoundland, and it's absolutely beautiful. Just this gorgeous coastal town right on the ocean. And I just love the visuals on the show. Like it's just absolutely a feast for the eyes. We see the town is called Salt's Neck. That's where she grew up. And we immediately can see that it is dilapidated. Everything is just falling apart. The buildings, everything is very old and dated, chipped paint, crumbling, crumbling buildings, and what looks like dirt roads too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No,
See, I was
Boarded
gorgeous
up,
landscape, but
boarded up
yeah.
buildings.
I
Mm-hmm.
was wondering if Salt's Neck wasn't an anagram of something else.
Like
Oh,
what?
maybe.
Oh, I don't know. I'm really bad at them. If anybody in the chat can do that, it's cool. I mean, I know there's programs for it now, but remember when I was younger and they didn't have computer programs for it, I'd be like, I don't know how to do this well.
Uh-huh.
It
Salt's
wasn't
Neck.
fun for me like other people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure. I can't think of anything.
Yeah.
Salt's Neck.
So anyway, now I'm finally sharing my screen, which I thought I was doing before, but I wasn't.
You
Not
were
that we
doing a
missed
good job
much.
describing everything, Julie.
Yeah.
I could see it in my head.
Yeah. Anyway, this is the scenery that I was
Appreciate it.
talking about, and it's gorgeous.
Mhm.
Yeah, it is
The first
gorgeous.
shot, the crashing waves. We saw this aerial view of the crashing waves. That was the first scene, and just gorgeous, beautiful scenery. Had to be freezing cold there in Newfoundland, right on the ocean there in winter too, but stunning. They picked a great location to do this. And the landscape is gorgeous, but of course the town itself is completely falling apart thanks to Lumen. You can see the buildings are all just dilapidated, beat up, and that becomes evident pretty quickly. I loved this aerial view of the harbor, and when we saw this in the teaser for the episode, everyone was thinking like, I know I was. Wait, is this cold harbor? Is this like a literal cold harbor now?
Yeah.
Because there's a harbor, and yeah, it just seems to fit. But yeah, It's not. It's just thematically, I think it does evoke Cold Harbor when you think about it. So yeah, it's just
Yeah,
absolutely
I
gorgeous.
see this. I think of Harmony driving her car into. I was actually really surprised she didn't drive her car into this sometime in the episode,
I know.
like in the beginning, like in the opening credits. Like especially at the end when the car was coming, I thought because I was surprised it ended so soon, but it was short. But I thought, okay, that car's gonna come. They're gonna have a little bit of chase, and she's gonna end up right in the water, sinking.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, in the opening credits, it looks just like her car. So
Mm-hmm.
her car crashing into icy water. So we've been worried about this all season. Like, are they going to kill off Cobel? So, yeah, like, I don't know why I didn't think of that when we were watching it, but yeah, you could easily see her car careening off the edge of that road right into the ocean. You could imagine that could have happened. I would have been so pissed.
Yeah.
Don't you kill off my Cobel?
You wait
Yeah.
forever for her to come, and like she's just like 30 minutes, and then in the water.
Yeah, I'm gonna show that image from the opening credits.
Mm-hmm.
I swear, I would have been so pissed. They deprive us of Cobel for most of the season, and then they finally bring her back just to crash her car into the ocean.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that would
I
be
would have been
pretty bad.
furious. But this is the still right here. You can
Mm-hmm.
see, oops, you can see it looks like her car. She has a distinctive looking car, and it's crashing into icy water. So yeah, this is something we were worried about all season long. And they plant clues in the intro to the opening credits to the show. So I think that what's going to happen now is her friend Hampton will just drive her, not himself. He won't like, unalive himself, but he'll, you know, power up the car and send it careening into the ocean and
Mm-hmm.
maybe buy her some time, make Lumen think that she crashed her car into the ocean and died or something.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I think that's going. So, because she took off in his truck rather than her
Yeah,
car.
smart.
Yeah. Yeah,
She's
I love how
genius.
they plant clues like that.
You
Huh?
know she's a genius, right? She's a genius.
She is a
It's a genius move.
What happened?
I don't know.
Did we lose Julie?
Julie, are you here? Julie, I can't use the bell. Julie. You here
The
with us?
goats are screaming for Julie.
Yeah, listen. Yeah.
Oh,
I
gee,
don't
well,
know.
she must have. Yeah, she must have lost the connection. Wow.
Yeah.
So, do you have any announcements?
I have any announcements. I could do announcements for the week and see if she'll come back in the interim because on let's see, we're on Wednesday of this week we're going to do from Rewatch for episode 2 of season 2. And that will be at 10 p.m. EST on this channel. And then on Thursday, we are going to have a Severance watch party that will happen in Julie's Discord at 9 p.m. and 10 p.m. EST, followed by some talking about and sharing thoughts on the episode. Friday, we're going to have FROMACADEMY with Doc at about 10 o'clock EST. Or wait a second, is Doug Hughes going to be on? Because I think I saw the thumbnail on Doug Hughes. I think it's going to be Doug Hughes.
Yeah, I think
Stories
Doug's
with
going to be on.
Doug at 11 p.m. EST. And then on Sunday, which is going to be very thrilling for me, we are going to have the actress who plays Aquila in Yellow Jackets at 7 o'clock.
That's right.
Live. Put your questions in the chat. And we'll be chatting with her. And then after that, we'll be doing our live. And we're going to have the watch party. Well, Jamie's going to have the watch party at 6 p.m. in Sci-Fi Visions Discord. So that's going to be a pretty long Yellow Jackets night. But I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Hey, Jamie, Julie, you back?
Yeah, I thought my laptop was charging, but it wasn't plugged in, so it died. Uh, so
Oh,
I'm back.
that's happened to me.
Lumen didn't get to me, Matt. I'm back. Yeah,
Are you,
sorry
So
about
go,
that.
so go
are you
forward,
having
Julie.
are
So
you
go.
showing Young Frankenstein tomorrow in Discord?
Oh yeah, that's
Yes.
right. I forgot to promo that, Julie.
Right.
I
Yeah.
promoted
Yeah, I
everything
love
else.
that movie. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, I've never actually seen it. And um, Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow on From, for anybody in the chat who might not know, um, Doug has joined our Discord and he's a member of our community now, and he suggested that we do a watch party for it. So tomorrow night, well, technically it's tonight now, but Tuesday night at 10:15 p.m. Eastern time, we're gonna watch Young Frankenstein in my Discord. If anybody is interested, there's a link to my Discord in the description of the video, and Doug is going to watch it with us, and then we'll have a little discussion about it after. So that'll
Oh,
be fun.
great. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, um, Mr. Drummond is at your door. Yeah, Quan. That's terrifying. Yeah, Mr. Drummond scares the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's a
you can
scary
tell
dude.
he is a scary dude. Seriously. They're torturing people on that channel. Oh, that's great. Um, anyway, no, the cats didn't knock out my Wi-Fi, Dieter. That actually hasn't happened in a while, although I shouldn't jinx it. Anyway, getting back to the episode, I'll pull back my images and we can continue. So yeah, we've got the literal cold harbor of Salt's Neck where where Harmony grew up, and for some reason they felt the need to show her brushing her teeth
Very
on the side
important to
of
the
the
plot,
road.
Julie. Very important.
Yes.
Yeah,
This
they
is
could
the
have left that
Emmy
out.
winning front toothbrushing performance.
They definitely could have left that out.
Never.
Yeah. She's just brushing her teeth while she's watching this poor homeless guy sitting there. We're seeing like how the town has really fallen apart, and so you see the images like this poor homeless guy here. It looks like he is he's probably huffing ether, I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's called bagging when they
Yeah.
use a bag.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's huffing when you put it on a cloth, and it's bagging when you pour the ether in a bag and then you inhale it.
Okay.
Seems like
I
you've
looked
been to a
that up
lot of
on the
ether
internet.
frolics. You've been
I'm
to a
not an
lot of.
expert on it.
No, you've been to ether
Yeah.
frolics. You can tell. That's how you
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah. Ether frolic style, right? Yeah.
Yeah, beginning to think that that's how it all began, right? They like people would take ether and numb themselves and become like their own innie before the chip.
Maybe. Yeah. Could be. Yeah, I could see that. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, so um yeah, I mean the ether also, maybe doing it from such a young age probably screwed up people's brains, like when your brain is still developing, you start doing drugs, like that's
Mhm.
really harmful. Harmony was doing it from the time she was a child. She said, I
Yeah.
haven't done this since I was 8,
That's
later
what
in
I
the episode.
say.
8
Work at the
years old.
factory when you're 8, then bag some ether when you get home or during work.
Yeah, that's horrifying, isn't it? Jeez. Uh,
Yeah, and then her
um,
boyfriend, I mean, he's an addict and he pushes it.
yeah, he sells it. She said I
Mhm.
think she said it's disgusting that you sell it. Yeah, it's terrible. Um, Devin is calling her throughout the episode. So she doesn't pick it up until the end of the call, but Devin is calling her nonstop. You can see the mother's breathing tube laying there as well on the seat. Her mother. And and then we go into this diner and we see, more poor souls like this poor woman with the breathing
Rose.
tube. And
That's Rose
I
from
can
the Titanic.
Yeah. I nicknamed her Rose, I think, on Jamie's live when I came in.
No, her name
Oh,
actually
really?
is Rose, though.
Yeah, her
in
name
the
is
show.
Rose because
Yeah.
some people were saying her name was Dot, and I'm like, no, we called her
No,
Rose.
there was another waitress there who was Dot. We didn't see her face, but I saw
Yeah.
her walk by. Yeah.
Oh,
No,
But
this is
it,
Rose.
it reminds me of the Titanic too, because the Titanic was this great, beautiful ship that sank. It kind of has the same theme when I thought about that.
Yeah.
yeah.
Things falling apart.
Now, this woman, I'm guessing that that she's using a breathing tube possibly from the effects of doing ether for a long time.
Mhm.
And he is giving her something. He says, "Can I top you off?" And she says, "Yes." Is that what this is? Is he
No,
selling it this way?
I think he was giving her coffee. Because I
Yeah, I was
saw a
gonna say,
coffee no, he was
It's
holding
like
the
what
coffee.
was like, what is this?
Oh,
What is
that's
this thing?
ether. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
giving that to the guy that was there.
okay, so he wasn't
He
topping off
gave
her
it to him
coffee
on the
with
house, he said, free of charge.
I don't know, because I have these in order, and it looks like he's giving it.
So
Or maybe I don't know. Maybe it's confusing the way it's presented, but it looks like he's handing it to her, but maybe not. Maybe not.
No, he's giving it to the guy. He's giving her
Yeah,
coffee.
top of the
yeah,
ether with a little ether on top.
yeah,
Yeah.
Maybe
yeah,
like a ether cafe.
yeah. Ether Cafe.
For a rose.
Yeah. Nah, that poor woman. She looks like she's in rough shape. Harmony shows up and they basically do I was talking to Doug about this episode. Doug Hughes had some strong opinions about it, and one thing he didn't like was all of these long drawn out stares between these two that were kind of unnecessary. That happened a lot in this episode. Staring contests. So they
Yeah.
just stare at each other, you know.
Yeah, there's a
And
lot of there's a lot of staring throughout the whole season. I mean, I'm not really sure
yeah.
why.
Yeah, there's a lot of it in this one between these two, and
That's
so
because they got
they
hots.
stare at each other.
They
Huh?
got the hots. They got the hots for each other.
Yeah, they
He's
do.
making googly eyes at her.
Mm-hmm.
Just like Mark, right?
Yeah, yeah. At first it's like a cold stare, but later on it turns into more like googly eyes, I think.
Mhm.
Um, for sure. And so, she she says that the town is older and frailer than she remembers. And he says something about like market readjustments and infrastructure, not being funded or something to that effect. A bunch of jargon related to like economic reasons why the town is falling apart. But chalk it up to Lumon destroyed the town. Essentially, sure, Lumon is the reason for all of it, of course. Um,
Yeah, but it's kind
and
of
she
funny
just says,
in the contrast when he's just like, "Hey Rose, would you like some more coffee? Hey, how you doing?" And then he goes on this whole monologue about like how the town's gone down because of economics.
I know it's
It's just kind of
strangely
funny.
detailed,
Yeah, strangely
the technical
detailed.
details,
Yes,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
Like I couldn't follow what he was talking about. I don't know enough about economics to understand it, um, but the gist of it is that Lumen caused all of it essentially, and she tells him that she needs a favor, but not here, and to meet her at the factory. So that's the end of that scene. Basically, that's all we can really glean from that, and more staring in between, of course. She's staring at various other people, and including that old dude and that lady. Like everyone is kind of just staring at each other in this episode. Um, More staring. She leaves.
Hmm.
There's a
Yes.
lot of that. The Drippy Pot Cafe is the name of it. This is
Well, there's probably not that many people living there anymore. So when somebody new comes in, everybody notices.
yeah. I get the sense that yeah, that's definitely the case. she's a new person in town. It's probably a very small, tight-knit community, Um,
And I wonder, is this the first time she's come back since her mother died?
I bet. I wouldn't be surprised. Her mother died while she was still in school, the Eagan School for Girls. So she may have come back since then, but she probably hasn't been back in many, many years, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so.
Here's a building. There's a building here that says Lumen on it and with faded letters. So there's more than one place in town that was associated with Lumen. It's not just the ether factory or the ether mill. It's also this building here. And this is the mill. This is the ether mill, and you can see there's the Lumen globe logo right there on the side of it. He pulls up there. There you can see it a little bit better. Lumen Industries and the globe right there. Is the ether mill. So they meet up there. They do some more staring at each other before they start talking. And
It's time.
Cobel says she needs him to drive her to Sissy's, saying if they're watching the house, they'll recognize my car. So she's acutely aware that her life is in jeopardy and that Lumen knows how to disappear people. She knows this. She damn well knows what happened to Gemma and Petey and others. That, Petey was running for his life. Lumen didn't do anything to him, but he was running for his life. Gemma, obviously, she knows what happened to Gemma, so she knows that Lumen is capable of murder, kidnapping, whatever. So she thinks that they may be watching the house, watching Sissy's house, because that's a place where she would likely run. And he says, "How much trouble are you in?" And she says, "Enough." Now this part I found fascinating. He says, the way that they refer to the nine in this episode, which the nine, when they reference that, that's a reference to the nine core principles of the cult of Kier that they live by, that the cult live by. And he says that Sissy still lives by the nine, so she's a fucking pariah here. Um, so that's telling us that most of this town has rejected the cult of Kier and the nine principles after the way that it just, Lumen destroyed the town. So Sissy is basically a pariah, one of the few that's still living by the cult of Kier in this town. Basically an outcast. And she says she needs to get something from there. He says, "Why would I help you?" And she says, "We were once chums."
Mhm.
Chums.
Chums. Yeah.
That's a
And
nice
I
way
love
of
the way that,
putting it, right?
Well, before I figured out what his name was at the end, I was calling him my chum in my notes.
oh, really? Yeah. Hampton. Yeah, I didn't,
Hampton.
yeah, they didn't make his name very clear to us. So, yeah. And with Patricia Arquette's, iconic delivery, I just love the way she speaks, the way she enunciates. I just loved how she said, "Because we were once chums." And she says, "Old colleagues lift each other up." To which he responds, "Colleagues? Child fucking labor."
Mhm.
Seriously. Uh, Cobel says that Kier and Imogene met at the ether mill there, and it points out that she can smell ether on his breath, which she calls pathetic. And, you know, like basically, "Can you help me or not? But I'll not be the punching bag for your resentments." Um, gets right up in his face like that. Um, and that's pretty much the end of that exchange. And he agrees for whatever reason. I think he still feels some kind of fondness for her, even though she's associated with Lumen and the entire town hates Lumen, most of it anyway. I guess he just decides to help her because they have that childhood connection. So he has that soft spot for
That
her,
little,
even after all this time. Yeah, yeah. They both have these piercing blue eyes too, both of them. Like,
Yeah. I guess it kind of adds to the season. Everybody's kind of found a love match, love connection. Why not
everybody pretty much
Cobel?
did. Yep. So now Cobel gets her turn.
So I used to. This is the way I used to hitchhike in Scotland when I lived there. Get in the back of someone's truck.
Seriously?
Well, not lie
Oh my
underneath
God.
something. Just get in the back of it, but not under stuff.
You wouldn't have to actually hide underneath a big
No,
cloth or something like this, but
not usually.
yeah.
No.
I can't say I've ever ridden in the bed of a pickup truck. That doesn't seem very pleasant,
Oh,
but
really? You haven't grown up the country like I have.
it seems terrifying and dangerous too.
Hmm.
Yeah. So this is how afraid she is of Lumen. You know, she's so afraid of being seen. She knows that her life is in jeopardy, so she's hiding in the bed of his truck. And again, Devin is trying to reach her. Still doesn't answer the phone. We get a lot of scenes of like when they're driving around, you know, just beautiful landscape scenery. I mean, I've never done cinematography, but photography is a hobby of mine, and I just love this imagery. Like this is the kind of landscape that I would photograph myself. I'd be taking a million pictures right here. It's beautiful.
Yeah, me too. I love photography.
Oh yeah.
And this episode was really beautiful.
Oh yeah. Just absolutely gorgeous. Um, so I enjoyed it just on that level alone.
Hmm.
And then so they get to Sissy's house, and Sissy dresses just like, you know, someone right out of the 1800s, and everything in her house is that way too. She's even still lighting her home with oil lamps.
I was
That's how
gonna.
backward she is.
I would have said
And
she was dressed straight out of the cult.
Yeah.
straight out of the cult, yeah, which is basically frozen in time.
Hmm.
So, yeah. She she says that you're not welcome here. This is trespass. I have a mind to call the authorities, and Harmony just blows right by her anyway. Runs up the stairs to her old bedroom and finds it pretty much empty. Um, she sees her little height chart on the wall there, and it's really sad. There's almost nothing left in it. Uh,
So do
Sissy
you
just
think she just went to school, or is that when her mom died when she was 12, or both?
No, I think that's when she left for school.
Okay.
yeah, yeah. So I think she I think yeah, I think she left for school and, you know, eventually, I mean, we don't know the rest of her story, where she went from there, but I mean, I'm sure after, you know, you like she got that Wintertide apprenticeship as a child and went right to work for them and probably continued working for them throughout her, you know, into her adult life and eventually moved out of town. Now when that happened, we don't know, but she hasn't been back here clearly in many years and is shocked to find that most of her stuff is gone. There was just one kind of, I don't know what it was. It was some sort of
Little fuzzy
plaything.
monster thing.
Yeah.
It was cute. I thought she was gonna take
I,
it with her.
I had a picture of it, but it disappeared. It's not here now. But yeah, that's all that was left. And
Looks
a
like a little
bed.
Muppet or something.
It did kind of look like like a stuffed Muppet type thing, but yeah, she finds next to nothing, and then when she leaves the room, you can see a glimpse of a plaque on the wall that says something about quarterly something, um, youth apprentice. It's very hard to read, but it's Celestine
Vision.
Sissy Cobel,
You're
um,
a vision.
year of vision, and then there's youth
Or
apprentice, and I can't read this last word.
matron? Matron? I don't know.
Youth This
Matron?
is the best picture. This is the best picture I was able to get of it. So
Yeah.
I don't know, but it's some
Celestine.
kind of.
That's an interesting name, Celestine.
So yeah, I've never heard that name before.
Like
Celestine.
stars.
Mm,
I think it says youth
yeah,
apprentice matron.
yeah. I think so.
Aliens.
So, and this looks very old. This is Lumen's old logo with the globe, and obviously Sissy is quite old. So this tells us that they've been doing this sort of thing for a very long time. The child labor, the Wintertide apprenticeship. The child labor seems to have been going on since the beginning. Kier himself, as the story goes, Kier was doing child labor with, if you believe Dieter even existed, his brother Dieter. The two of them were working in the ether mill as children. That's according to the story. So I think they've been doing child labor from the start in this company, which is really messed up. And Sissy was honored for something doing that. So um so so um so Harmony confronts Sissy, like, where's my stuff? And is told that Sissy sold it to the poor. Um which was Scarlet, didn't you mention, like, why would you sell the stuff to the poor? Just give it to the poor if you're gonna do that.
Well,
That
it's like she's a follower of Kier, I guess. Is that how Kier
yeah,
does it?
yeah. Generally you give things out of charity to the poor. Why would you sell
Right.
it to the poor?
Right.
I'll give it
Yeah.
to you for a reduced cost.
Yeah, it's kind of messed up. So that's messed up, and getting rid of her stuff like that too.
Yeah.
Cobel is upset about that and
I wonder
says
if
it
that's
wasn't
more of the
yours to
corruption of
sell.
Kier. Like the Kier, like altruistic stuff that was corrupted. Like when we talk about the Waffle Party and stuff, maybe there was Kier that said give to the poor, but that got corrupted by something that said sell it to the poor.
Yeah, that could be, like eventually, like the way this has become corporatized, the philosophy of Kier, I think it's become perverted, his original message. And so, what may have originally been, like a value of charity, maybe eventually, like, this is what happens, when the company kind of hijacks the message, you would sell it. It's all about profit when you're a corporation. So it's all about the Benjamins. So So Cobell asks if anyone has come here or phoned, and Sissy says that a Mr. Drummond called. Uh, Cobell asks what he wanted, but she won't say, and she just says, "What have you done, little mouse?" Um, Cobell demands the key to her mother's room, and Sissy says that room stays shut until all who remember her sit with Kier. You know this. So this must be one of those weird cult practices that they do, that lock up the room of someone who died, and no one can go in there until I see that doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah.
At that point, then everyone who remembers her, if they're all sitting with Kier, aka they died, well, then the room's always going to stay shut because there's no one there to open it. Yeah.
Or so like the house is gonna get sold and nobody can open up that door because they can't find the key.
Yeah. It's
Then again,
it's
you
a
can probably pick up
weird
property that they're
practice.
pretty cheap.
Yeah, I probably could. Yeah. It it's a weird practice. So she keeps the room locked up like that. And 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 then Sissy says, "Why do you bring nothing but woe into my life?" Woe, of course, is one of the four tempers. And Cobell says, it is you who curse this house with woe." And then she demands to know what her mother's last words were and accuses Sissy of pulling the tube from her gullet. Um, so she's accusing Sissy of killing her mother by pulling the breathing tube out. And Sissy slaps her in the face. So personally, I really didn't think the slap was necessary, to be honest with you.
No.
I feel like that was a cheap tactic to try to drum up more sympathy for Cobell. Like, let's
Yep.
really slap her
Mhm.
around, literally. That was my feeling on it.
Yeah.
But
It looked really fake too, the slap. It wasn't it did.
You're
But
saying
it
Jane
wasn't
Ann
necessary.
Alexander can't give a good slap?
Nah, she can't. She's a famous actress, Jane
Yeah.
Alexander.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
I didn't recognize her at first. I didn't know it was her. She's been in a lot of stuff.
Yeah. I wish all these
yeah.
cameos weren't one and done though. I wish some of them would have developed into new characters.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, because she's a really interesting character,
Yeah, she
but we'll
is.
probably
is.
never see her again.
We'll never
That's
see her
it.
again. You're exactly right.
She's not going back there. We're not going to see
No.
Hampton again. We're not going to
Nope.
see Salt's Neck again.
Nope.
That's
I
it.
think that's it. Yeah. The Quan said the slap was hard AF and showed Sissy's authority. Yeah, it was hard, all right. Hey, welcome, Petty Gibbs. Nice to see you. Drummond knew about the ether frolic. Um, John, I agree. I don't think Dieter existed. Kier was getting high off the ether and doing evil things. Diethyl ether equals Dieter. If you take out the last 3 letters of diethyl and the first 3 letters of ether, you get
Yep.
Dieter. So
Yep.
I don't think Dieter existed.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was
I don't
talking about the ether.
Yep. He was talking about the ether and like this. So, and then when Dieter dies, it's like a metaphor for like a part of Kier that he thought needed to be eradicated from himself. I think he was casting out his childish folly, as they would put it in the cult.
No more
Leaving that
frolicking.
behind. No
Don't
more
frolic with that ether.
No.
No
Right.
more.
Exactly. Exactly. Yep. So, but I do think that one part of that story was true. That I do think that Kier probably did labor as a child. That part I think was true, and that he made a trip out to the forest. I think that probably happened, but there was no Dieter, in my opinion.
No.
Yeah.
No, the Dieter he was huffing probably. He was
Yep.
huffing the ether.
100%.
The side of his personality that was huffing the ether.
Yeah, that was his alter ego, right? Dieter was his
His
alter
alter ego.
ego. Yeah.
Huff
Yeah,
is
it's
the
like
ether,
when he's
spilling-
high on the ether, then he's Dieter.
Yeah.
Yes. I
And then
agree.
he's spilling his lineage all over the woods.
Yeah.
And he
That's
does
like
that
that.
when he's high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Best time.
I think. Huh?
So it's the
What,
best time.
Scarlett?
It's the best time.
It's the best kind.
No, the best time. Sorry.
Oh, it's the best time. Yeah.
Right.
Spill the
I
lineage.
think it's like his like that's his sinful side, his vice filled side that needed to be eradicated, and that's what that death, that it was a symbolic thing, that it wasn't
Yeah.
a death of an actual person.
Right. It
Or
was the death of his sinning, frolicking self.
yes, 100%. With
So
Alice said
I have a question. Does Lumen still make ether? Or do they just make the chips now? Or Peneltons?
probably they probably don't make ether anymore, I would guess. Probably
Well, you know,
not.
they were originally a soap manufacturer.
And salves. I remember her saying
and
salves.
And ether is used in making soap and salves, I believe. So then they started with soap, and then they went into ether, making ether. But how did they go from ether to a severance chip? I mean, that's a huge leap, right? There had to be
Oh
something
yeah.
in between. You know, that's crazy.
Well, I know, right? Well, and also we've seen how a million different things in the show have a Lumen brand on it, so it seems like they manufacture a little of every now. Everything at Lumen has a Lumen brand name on it. All the food in the vending machine, all the cleaning products, everything.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
yeah, but yeah, you're right though. It's like it's a crazy evolution to start with ether and then wind up with these chips. It's crazy.
To start with soap, and end up with the chip.
Right. You know? Hey, welcome, Amy. Yes, Sissy is messed up. I hated her. And yet, like Miss J's said, I was so waiting for Cobel to hit Sissy back. Right? Oh, that was brutal to watch. I did not care
Yeah.
for it. David Agile, nice to see you. It's what that age group does. They can't handle being answered back. Yeah, that age group, yeah, they were more physical with, you know, violence toward I mean I'm thinking that she was really raising Harmony while her mother was too sick to do it.
Yeah,
So
I think so.
yeah.
And I
That
think
I think
she
this
was instrumental in Harmony pledging allegiance to Kier. It was
right
her
that I was
influence.
yep. I was just about to say, I think that's how Harmony wound up being sent to the Myrtle Egan School for Girls, where she was brainwashed into the cult because of Sissy, because her mother, we find out in this episode, her mother was not a follower of Kier.
Right.
So, yeah. Let's see, what else? Hey there, Julius Proctor. Welcome. Harmony did not hit Sissy back out of respect, but I can see it in her eyes she wanted to do so. I agree. So I'm buying the auntie to niece relationship, at least from my generation. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Respect
Absolutely.
your elders.
Yep. Um the drop is ether drop. Oh yeah, maybe like the droplet, the lumen droplet. Could be.
Now there's an
Lumen
older
tampon. Yeah.
there's an older
Yep.
shot of the logo, and it's a ladle with a drop coming out of it. It's on
Oh.
one of the sides of the factories in there.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So the ladle with the
Yeah.
drop, this became the drop, like stylized as a drop. So it's kind of cool.
Yeah. Okay, see you later, Dieter. See you later. Hopefully, if you can make it back, we appreciate you. Thank you for everything. Let's see.
Oh, Dieter came
David
back.
said, huh?
He came back.
He's back. Oh, he's back already? Wow, that
Yeah.
was quick.
Okay.
Um, David said it started with eliminating pain. They wanted a way to save humanity by repressing all the negative emotions and pain. Right, with the ether. But as Jung says, repression leads to the unconscious taking control. That makes total sense. So the chip is just a much more technologically advanced way of trying to eliminate pain, flatten the emotions, balance the tempers. Like I've been saying in my videos, that's what the chip is aiming to do, desensitize people to everything that is unpleasant or uncomfortable, but not for altruistic reasons. I do think they're trying to use that as a way to make people into kind of mindless drones who will just blindly follow Kier, more easily brainwashed. Yeah.
If they're supposed to be balancing their tempers, then why did she haul out and slap her? That's not balancing their
Good point.
tempers. That's
Good
emotional.
point. Yeah. That's a good point. She kind of lost control of her temper, literally, for that moment.
Her tempers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Petty Gibbs said, I don't think Helena called anybody that night in the parking lot with Cobel. I think she wanted to show Cobel they did her project without her. Right. Right. So, okay. With Alice said Sissy may have had a hand in making her sister sick in order to control a young Harmony. Yeah, who knows? John says in the past, ether was used to prevent people from feeling painful things. Yep, that makes sense. So it's not a huge gap between ether and what they're trying to do with Severance. Outies. Makes sense. Anyway, so
About the bad effects of ether.
yeah. So Sissy says there was gratitude in her eyes, meaning Harmony's mother, to be freed from her suffering. If only she'd been a believer, perhaps she would have found solace in the nine. Again, that's a reference to the nine principles of Kier that they follow. So her mother was not a follower of the cult. And Sissy said she heard her mother wheezing day after day. Like, you didn't have to hear that, which Harmony responds to, saying, I would have cared for her myself had I not been in school. And we're seeing a vulnerable side of Harmony here that we've never really seen before, a really emotional side where she loses that cold veneer, and real emotion is actually coming out. And it's devastating, really. She says, I didn't even get to say goodbye. So Sissy didn't even like send for her to come be with her mother when she was dying. Sissy probably didn't even tell her mother died, like, until after the fact, I would guess. Sissy says, you belonged in school. Your studies were more important. That's horrible.
Yeah,
Um,
that is horrible.
that's it's horrible. You know, didn't get to even have the closure of saying goodbye to her mother.
And that's
Um,
where the trauma came in for her. That's why
yeah,
she carried her mother's oxygen tube with her everywhere she went, in the car, at home. It's like she was stuck in time. She couldn't get past it.
yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's what happens. Part of you becomes frozen at that point of trauma. You're emotionally stunted. That's what that's what trauma does, especially when your brain is still developing. It happens at a young age. Then you
Yeah.
have that. Yeah,
It's like what
what do
happened
you
with
call it?
Victor in a way, right? And From, he got
Yes,
stuck. I mean, he
arrested
went through
development.
incredible trauma, and he just his development stopped at that point in his life. And the same thing with
Yes.
Cobel. Emotionally, I think her development stopped when her mom died. She had no
Yep.
way of making amends or having any kind of closure with her, not to speak to
Hmm.
her, not even to talk about Kier and being at school and what that meant for her, and how her mother was so ill. She didn't have any of that.
Hmm. Absolutely. So she had arrested development emotionally,
Yeah.
and we see her in season one as such, like, she seems so cold and reserved, and it's like she doesn't feel anything. She's numb all the time. Um, she
Yes.
doesn't emote. She doesn't emote.
She has a
And
flat affect. She does not emote.
yes,
She doesn't show any emotion on her face.
no. And that's
That's a
a
sign
trauma
of
response.
trauma. Yeah, that's trauma.
Yep. You took the words right out of my mouth at the same
Yeah,
time. Yes.
see, like minds agree.
100%. Yeah. Yeah, I know a thing or two about that just from having lived it and seen it firsthand.
Yeah.
That's how it works. Yeah. She's
It's
been,
it's like being frozen in time. And even though she's
hmm,
grown, right? But her mentally and emotionally, she's still very much a child. And you
yes.
saw it at Lumen, like when she got angry with Mark that day. She threw her coffee mug at him, I think. She acted the way a child would act. She just threw something at him.
Yep. She does. Emotionally, yes, she is very childish. And you see that when she's alone in her house wearing pigtails and living like she's still a child at the Myrtle Egan School for Girls with this like old-fashioned looking bed as if she's still at boarding school in her bedroom. And on the walls um she's got these pictures that look a lot like like something you'd see in a school, like educating kids about the nine principles of Kier and the four
Uh-huh.
tempers, and it's all very childish looking. And
Yeah.
yeah, so inside she has that arrested development, emotionally stuck for sure. Um, let's see. Doc said Sissy has a bust of the Tempers. Yeah, yeah, she's got like these figurines, which we'll get to in a little bit when we get to the scene. But the Jester one looks like and is about the same size as Jester from Puppet Master. I think it's an Easter egg and nod to the idea of people as puppets. I like that, Doc, and that's what they're doing with brainwashing people in this cult too, using people as puppets. It's a great observation. Yeah. Hey there, Ada. Welcome. Welcome. Nice to see you. This show is something else. Um, let's see. David said, "Do you think they are purposefully not using painkillers while at the dentist to see if the pain transcends the severance program?" Oh, that's a good point. They could be. With Gemma and the tests they're doing, that could be. Um, yeah, you would think what they did to her sister with what they did to her sister, Sissy would have hated Lumen, but she's brainwashed. Right. Exactly. Hey there, AA. Nice to see you. I think the fact that Harmony goes around wearing those pigtails when she's at home, that's a clue to us that she has that arrested emotional development.
And when she was
Absolutely.
Mrs. Selvig, she would wear those pigtails, right?
Yes. Yeah. So that was a clue right there,
Uh-huh.
definitely. Anyway, see, please hit the like button, fam, if you haven't already. I'd appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching. And so continuing on, um, let's see. So where did I leave off here? Um, so so Sissy says your studies were more important. Mr. Egan saw Kier in you. And the Wintertide Fellowship, even at the factory. No apprentice was more industrious than you. Such a disappointment you've proven to be. So we got some exposition there. So Harmony got the Wintertide Fellowship, which is the same thing we heard about briefly earlier in the season. Little Ms. Wong got that Wintertide Fellowship also. So they're still doing the same thing with child labor. It's just instead of working in an ether mill, Ms. Wong is working at Lumen, and she has a fellowship over. Milchick mentioned it. He said that you
Mhm.
know I am, you can't complete your fellowship unless I approve it. He's in control. So
Right.
that's still going on. Yeah. And and yeah, so this is
Do
just,
you think
despicable.
Milchick also was on a fellowship there
I think
before he
it's
was hired?
likely.
Yeah.
I think it's likely it would explain how deeply brainwashed he seems to be.
Mm-hmm.
A true believer
Yeah.
in the cult.
I feel like they all might just be orphans or in situations where their parents are dying and Lumen just kind of adopts them and puts them
Yeah.
in the
Maybe.
system because nobody's going to be like really, seeking them, and
That's
they can
true.
mold them however they want. Kind of
That's
like
true.
Scientology. No way.
You're
Yeah.
right.
Kind of like that. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Um So yeah, and when kids' brains are the most malleable, so that's what, like, getting them young and molding them, that's the best way to brainwash people. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is extremely common and Milchick grew up in the same fashion. Yeah, I mean, and Ms. Wong is currently in Milchick's job. She's taken over his former job. So yeah, he very well could have been
Mm-hmm.
one of these people with fellowships, or maybe I'm sure there's probably an Egan school for boys too. We just haven't heard about it, but yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised. And telling her she's such a disappointment with, clearly this is an extremely emotionally abusive family member who was raising her while her mother was too ill.
Yeah.
Just that's traumatizing too.
Oh, yeah.
You know, um,
Well, then,
Cobel
that
is,
would
yep. Hmm.
explain Harmony's harshness,
Yep.
that she shows that bitterness, that coldness to people, right? And she's very harsh to the innies. So maybe she's
Yep.
modeling Aunt Sissy.
Yes, because we tend to repeat the behaviors of like people who raised us, even if it's unintentional. Like
Yes.
it often happens. Like this is how, like, generational trauma keeps happening. You keep repeating the mistakes of your parents. So
And there's something called identifying with the aggressor, where
yep,
let's say you had a parent that would physically abuse you. You'll grow up
yep,
to physically abuse your own child. You're identifying with the aggressor. So if she's being abusive to other people, she's identifying with Aunt Sissy. Aunt Sissy was, I guess, really the one who raised her, if you think about it.
Right.
Her mother was too
Mhm.
sick.
Right.
And that's why she throws a coffee cup at Mark's head.
Yes, that's right. Yep.
Right.
That's why she's violent. She was violent. Remember, she was tearing her apartment apart when they fired her. She went home. She wrecked her whole place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Um, yeah, so this, this is just a great illustration of the fact that no one is born a villain, no one is born a malicious person. We're molded by so many circumstances, our upbringing, societal factors, like that Mary Shelley quote that Doug Hughes, brings up a lot. Monsters are not born, they are made. That they're shaped by circumstances, and so now we're seeing how Harmony came to behave like a monster. She behaved like a monster toward the innies on the severed floor,
Yep.
but she's not a cartoonish two-dimensional villain. We're seeing now, how she came to be this way and how she started out as a victim herself. And that's the mark of, I have my issues with this particular episode and the way it was executed, but in general, though, the way that her character has been written and the fact that she has a backstory of trauma that shaped her into who she is, and that's the mark of a well-written nefarious character. No villain gets that way just because, like, they're innately evil or something. That
Right. Right.
there's always a
Yeah.
reason why they turn down that path.
And I do like this episode for this reason. I like that they gave us her backstory and showed how traumatized she was and still is.
Yes,
And I also
I do
like the
too.
locale, of course. But but yeah, those are the two like shining elements, I think, of this episode, really.
Absolutely. Yes. Um, so Cobel wants to know what Drummond told her when she called, when he called Sissy, and she won't respond, but she says to return and plead forgiveness, and the Eagans will grant it. Um, so basically, like, fall at their feet, like they're, like they're religious figures in their cult, essentially. And and Cobel says, well, so they'll show me mercy just like you did with Mother. And again, she keeps demanding the key to her mother's room. And Sissy just says, all you will find there is pain. These are people who seek to avoid pain. This is part of their philosophy of life. Avoid pain, which is never a healthy idea, a healthy way to cope with anything.
No.
See, look at what they're doing. Someone dies, they lock up their room. This is part of their doctrine. That's what she said. That room stays shut until all who remember her sit with Kier. That's blocking out something painful and traumatic instead of dealing with that room of that deceased loved one. It's a perfect example of how this cult handles things and always has.
Yeah, I thought it was also akin to like shunning, like the Amish do, because she wasn't into Lumen, so they shunned her away.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
They wanted almost like to pretend she never existed.
Yep. So,
yeah, if you
and
think
then
about it, she got rid of everything that was personal to Harmony and her mother. The only thing she kept was the picture of Harmony in that room. That was it.
right. There was next to nothing left in there.
Except the oxygen machine, which we'll
I was
get
gonna
to.
say the machine was there.
Which is very weird that was still there, but anyway.
Now Cobel looks down at Sissy's hands and she's stroking a stone here. And this is a face.
It's like a
Kier.
Kier rock.
It's a
It's
Kier rock.
basically it's a Kier rock. Yeah.
Kier worry stone.
Stroking.
A woe stone.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't catch that when I was watching it. It wasn't until I took the screenshots I was like, wait a minute. That's Kier's face on a rock. Okay.
Kier pet rock.
Yeah, right. The pet rock. That's what I was thinking. Oh, that's funny.
Yep. Yep. Uh, so there's her little Kier stone or Kier rock. And she runs upstairs and just kind of rifles through Sissy's stuff in her room. We've got a mirror. They love to show mirrors and reflections in this show, and this one is very murky and old. And she's looking at herself in it briefly too. She's kind of in this episode, she's really kind of confronting like the part of herself that she kept buried all this time.
Yes. Yes. I like
You
that
know,
analogy, Julie. The mirror
thanks.
symbolizes that. Yes, I like that.
Yeah, thank you. You know, she's reconnecting with that part of herself that she's kind of that's been stifled by this cult all this time. You know, that this, you know, she's the genius behind the chip, and she just repressed it and kept it inside for so long and didn't tell anyone about it and just let the cult take her over. And like this is her kind of reconnecting with her roots, where she came from, and this part of herself, yeah, that's been that she's been suppressing. And she's kind of about to take her power back. So I like that they had this moment, you know, her looking in the mirror and
Yes.
the symbolism of that. And then she turns back, and there's a whole lot of stuff here. There's like it's all part of a shrine to Kier, like Harmony has in her own house. There's a picture of Kier surrounded by I don't even know.
My favorite thing is this person riding this goat or this cow. This like little thing in the corner of the lace
Oh
thing.
yeah.
I really like that.
Yeah.
It's a goat, right?
Yeah, it's a goat.
Yeah.
It looks like a goat. Yeah. It does.
There it is.
I wish we had gotten a better view of all this. They didn't give us enough clear shots of all this stuff.
What a bummer.
Like
these
right?
newspaper clippings? I want to know what this newspaper clipping says.
Me too. It looks very old, so I would have liked to see it.
Hanging up here. Where are the?
There are two of them.
Yeah,
There's one right
like
there
badges?
that's more legible, and the other one you can't read it. But the one to the right is more legible. Yeah, that one.
yeah. It's so hard to see because when you zoom in, it gets too blurry.
I
Yeah,
think in the next scene it might be a little clearer.
yeah. And
So
then
are
there's
these
this.
Are those like Girl Scout patches or something? Like
Yeah, like what are these? 2, 4, 6. There are 6 of them, and 3 different colors. I don't know what these things
It
are,
says
but
lumen on it. Yeah. Is there a way to zoom in?
on what these things?
Yeah, those 6 things. It says lumen.
yeah, they look
Oh,
like
does it?
little hammers. They have little wooden handles.
Kind of. Yeah, it looks kind of like hammers.
Yeah,
don't
I don't
know.
remember exactly what it was, but Jamie and I were talking about it, and it does
Yeah.
say lumen on it. I just don't remember what they are.
Yeah. It's very hard to read. I wish I had like HD images,
Mhm.
but when you zoom in, it gets blurry.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting though. And of course the 4 tempers up here. There's the
Right.
goat, the jester, the bride, I forget what the other one is.
Dread
Dread.
Dread,
Yeah,
woe, frolic,
and malice.
and what's the other one?
Malice.
Malice. Yeah.
I forget which one is the goat. The goat is
I think it's malice.
Malice.
Malice. Okay. The
Woe would
bride
be
is
the
is
bride.
woe.
Frolic would be the
Mhm.
jester, and Dread would be the crone. I call her the crone. Other people call her the crone. She's the one who wears black
Crone.
lingerie in the waffle party.
Okay. Yeah.
That's how I tell them
Yeah.
apart. Jester's red
Yep.
lingerie, bride's white, goat is a dude with a Speedo or whatever on him.
Okay.
I do like that lace
Yeah.
thing with the goat, though. That's interesting that they have somebody riding a goat.
Yeah. I didn't catch
Like a
that until you
cupid or
pointed it
something?
out.
It's like a cupid.
What?
There's like a cupid to the left of that. I don't. It looks like a. Oh,
Yeah,
maybe
it
it's an
does.
imp. It looks like an imp.
Looks
It
like an imp
does.
or a cupid. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be an
Yep.
imp, but double with bat wings. Uh-oh. Maybe with a cat of nine tails. Is that a cat of nine tails?
Get ready for that waffle party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like
I
ye
don't
old
know.
waffle party.
Yes. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, when I saw this stuff in the room, I was like, I got excited thinking we were gonna get a good view of it, but we hardly got to see anything. Um, so she's rifling through stuff looking for the key, and I can't. It says thing that the earth something serve anew. So we can't read all of it. We can't read all the text, unfortunately, but there's something written there. And she's looking through. Um, these are all the 9 principles. There are so we can't see them all. They didn't give us a good view of them, sadly. But
Oh,
vision,
there's like
verve.
she made
Hmm?
something out of pop tops off of cans, like a belt out pop tops, which is interesting.
What is that in the
Oh,
middle that she's holding? We
A
couldn't make
vertebrae.
that out.
It's a human vertebrae.
A human vertebrae. Why would that be there?
I don't know.
is it really? What the
Yeah.
heck? Oh my
I
God.
don't know.
Weird. Okay.
Right?
I couldn't tell what it is. So, all right. But I did notice these cards, these I know these are some of the 9 principles. Vision with an I, the verve, what is this one? Benevolence and probity. I can see that one is probity. So yeah, there's a card for each of the 9 principles here.
You have to find my card. I took the one with the shadow dog, but I can't remember which principle that is.
Oh, okay.
There was a card
You
with
got
this
one.
dog on it.
Okay. Yeah. If I slowed it down, see, this was shot really fast. If it's done in slow
Yeah.
motion, I probably could have gotten more, but yeah, I took as many as I could, and the eye is fitting, Lumen is
Mhm.
always watching, so I thought that was fitting symbolism.
Yeah, I can't remember what the
And
dog symbolizes.
yeah, and she looks behind the picture of Kier, and there's a card that says, you must be cut to heal. It's one of the uh, quotes from Kier that Harmony had hanging on her own wall. And they've said it in the show too. We must be cut to heal. It looks like these are possibly paper mache or something. I can't tell what they're made of, but
Yeah, I think so.
they look
Or
like paper
ceramic.
mache. Yeah. Or
Might be a
maybe they're
paper
carved
mache.
or maybe they're carved out of wood in a rudimentary kind of way or something. But yeah, you can see the 4 tempers. And finally, she locates the key to her mother's room in a little box. And she takes off and gets in there, and then it just gets extremely depressing and devastating.
Why is that
You know,
oxygen machine still in that room after all those years? I don't get
she
that.
just, I think it's just part of this whole way that this cult operates. They avoid anything that would make them uncomfortable in any way. She just left her mother, this woman's room, untouched. There's still the night table with the oil lamp. There's the oxygen machine. There's a dresser. She still has like raggedy clothes hanging in the closet.
Yeah.
It looks like she left it
Those
pretty much the same.
those holy clothes with huge holes in them. Yes.
Yes.
How are they running the machine? The oxygen machine.
Well, it's plugged in. It's electric.
Oh.
Oh, but wait a minute. Does she have electric?
I didn't think she did, but maybe she does.
I
Yeah,
think
she has
she'd
the
have to.
maybe
It's like crank
maybe
powered. You have to sit there.
Gotta crank that machine.
yeah, it's weird. It's a good point.
Or maybe
She
it's
uses oil lamp.
pressurized. Maybe pressurization?
Yeah.
Maybe. It looks like everything in here has pretty much remained untouched. There's still a chair in the corner. There's a table with some stuff on it. So I think this is just an example of the way the cult, avoids anything uncomfortable. Like they started with the ether and now they're using severance chips and trying to balance the tempers. So
Right.
it's uncomfortable to deal with the stuff in this room after Charlotte died. That's her mother's name. So Sissy locks it up, and that's part of Kier's teaching. Just keep the room closed, lock it up, lock
Right. Don't
away
talk
your
about it.
unpleasant emotion.
It will just go away. Right.
Yep, it's just like the way they lock away their unpleasant feelings and repress them. This
Hmm.
kind of symbolizes that, I think.
The whole severance process.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
But isn't it,
Um,
it's interesting because if Cobel invented it, then that's exactly what she was doing. She didn't want to
mhm.
feel anything about her mother, about um, you know, her Aunt Sissy, the hatred she had for her, whatever. So she created the severance process to disengage from those feelings.
Makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, just to disengage. Absolutely, I agree. Um, and she sees her mother. Her mother had her picture. This is the same picture that we saw in season one. There was a picture of Harmony, and we didn't know for sure that if it was her or not, but we figured it was probably her at the Myrtle Egan School for Girls, and there she is in her school uniform. So her mother had her picture right there. Um, and Harmony comes up to the bed, and it's just this whole heartbreaking scene. I found this really difficult to watch. There's an old oxygen machine, um, and she plugs in the tube that she's been holding on to all these years and just lays down on the bed and starts breathing through it and crying.
Now, what
Uh,
is your take on this scene? How would you analyze this scene?
I would say, this oxygen tube is all that she's had left of her mother all of this time, and this is a way of trying to connect more deeply to her mother. Like,
Yes.
her mother once breathed through that tube, and she's literally connecting the tube to the machine and breathing through it, the same tube her mother used. So,
Yes,
um,
absolutely. Yes, I
yeah.
agree 100%. And in my video that I'm working on right now, I go into depth on this scene. But
Mhm.
basically, it is also about, sometimes when somebody dies and you're not there when they die, or they die tragically, you kind of want to understand what they were going through when they died. You want to, so this way you can make sense of it in your own mind. So I think that's part of it. She wanted to experience what her mother felt, what it felt like to lay there with the oxygen and being close to death. And in that moment, she was able to really get in touch with her mother, to
Mhm.
understand what her mother was going through. So it was very healing for her, actually. As hard as
Mhm.
this scene was to watch, it's what healed her, because afterwards she had the strength to find the blueprints and to go back and fight for what's hers.
Mhm.
Mhm. I
I think
get
that
it.
makes a lot of sense.
I think
Yeah,
I've
I
been
like that
there.
a lot.
I think I've
Thank
been there
you.
in my life.
You've been there?
I've been there. I've been there.
Yeah, because if we avoid
Actually,
things, i-
the
if we
card with the
avoid
dog on it.
things, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I just looked up my card. It was Wilds.
Oh, okay. What I was saying is when you avoid something and you push it away, it gets stronger. It doesn't go away. It never goes away. If we
Right.
want to repress things, we push them down, they come back even stronger. So
Oh, yeah.
if we can face these fears that we have, they'll lessen. They actually lessen, they actually get more manageable for us. So she faced it. she faced what happened to her mother. And by doing so, she was able to heal and have some closure for herself. And that's why she was
Right.
able to move on and find those blueprints and said, you know what, this is mine. This is mine. I did this. So I
Mm,
thought that I really liked that part of the episode. I really did.
that's
As
a
hard
great
as it was to
analysis.
watch it, as hard as it was to watch it, to me, it actually is my favorite part of the episode, believe it or not, because I feel she finally, you know, she claimed herself. She
Right.
faced the tragedy she went through. She confronted her Aunt Sissy, a woman she probably was terrified of when she was a child.
Yeah.
She confronted her. So, you know, you have to applaud Cobel here that she faced her fears.
Right. Yeah, I agree. That's a great analysis, and yeah, she never had closure for her mother's death. She just said she never even got a chance to say goodbye. She was away at school, and this was a way for her to get that closure and connect with her mother in a way, you know, like go back into her room, look at her things, literally connect that breathing tube she's been carrying around, a piece of her mother, to that oxygen tank, and you know, finally experience and let herself fully experience the grief and the pain and just let it out and cry, which is a healthy way to deal with pain instead of trying to bury it. And then she feels that closure and gets the strength to rise up against this cult and against her Aunt Sissy. So I completely agree. That makes so much sense.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. For me, it was a catharsis because, you know, when you see someone who's been beaten down and then you see them reclaim themselves, it's very uplifting. And we didn't need all the other stuff. Really, we only needed, like, if I was going to write this episode, I was thinking about it. I would just have a Cobel back in Kier land, you know, somewhere in Kier, and she's having a dream about her mother, and she goes into her mother's room, and she's a little girl, and somehow she gets closure that way. You know, I would have done something like that. Um, but anyway, you know, to me, this was the best part of the episode. I really
Yeah,
got a
but
lot out of it.
the only problem with that is that she couldn't get her notebook in that case.
Yeah, yeah, I realize that that's the only problem. Well, maybe she had the blueprint somewhere stashed away somewhere else. You know, maybe she has it in a safe deposit box somewhere. I don't know. Right?
Yeah. Yep. Um, yeah, so I was just looking at the comments here and let me see.
And
Nope, not
now
that
what
one.
I just want to say, this may sound very Freudian, what I'm going to say now, but actually,
Hmm.
I was thinking about it. eh, And again, this may sound a little strange, but in a way, it's almost like she's breastfeeding from her mom, in a way. You know, being that infant and the tube
Yeah.
is like her mother's breast, and
Mm-hmm.
she's breastfeeding. She's she's attaching to her mother. She lost her mother. She's attaching to her. I mean, it's just so amazing if you think about it. Very symbolic.
That makes sense. I like the analogy, and she is so you know, emotionally childlike inside, so that makes so much sense. It is a good analogy for what's going on here. And yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. It just occurred to me
Um,
actually. Yeah.
yeah, makes sense to me. Um, oh, good night, Faith. I was just about to say hello, Faith. Good night then. And I probably already missed you, but maybe you'll hear this on the replay. But thank you for coming by. We appreciate you, and see you next time, Faith. So I was just kind of
Actually,
looking.
With Alice has a great comment about this.
Yeah.
It's at
Do you,
123, Julie. You want me to
Um.
read it?
I got it.
There you go.
So I don't think it was Harmony's first time breathing through that tube, coping over the loss of her mother, even as a young child. Yeah, might
Yep.
not be the first time.
I agree. I think she's probably done it before. It's a way of soothing herself.
Because
Yep.
she has it detached, so she could just use the tube without it hooked up to the machine.
Right. It's like almost having a pacifier in your mouth, right? It's
Yeah.
you know, it's soothing for her.
Yeah, and the bed's
Which is
kind of
very
womb.
sad.
The bed's kind of womb-like too.
Yeah, and it's so sad that that's the only thing she had of her mother's. That was it.
Yeah.
The symbol of her mother's illness is the only thing that she had with her all those years. And she needed that to comfort herself. And you know, it's kind of sad in a way. I find it sad.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
I wonder.
devastatingly sad.
Yeah, I wonder how she got it.
Yeah, I was wondering that
She
too.
would have had to go home to get it, or go to the hospital to get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm assuming she came back at some point, since she was at school, and you know, I don't think this is the first time she's been back since she was sent away to school. She may have been back at some point since then. It's been many years since she was a child. But I think it's been quite a few years before she's been back, probably not since she was really young.
And don't
Um,
forget there was a hospital bracelet around it. So her mother was hospitalized. So she had gone into the hospital to see her.
Yeah.
and yet she didn't get to say goodbye. So I mean, so she must have
Yeah.
at least been there, but she wasn't there at the end.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
yeah,
And that's all Sissy's fault.
yes, it is.
Well,
Um,
are we pretty sure that she unplugged her, as they say?
Well,
well, Sissy claims that Charlotte did it herself.
Oh, she claims that though.
She claims that. I mean, I don't know if I disbelieve it though, because I don't know, something about it had the ring of truth to me, that she was just tired of suffering and she disconnected it herself. Because then Sissy condemned her for it. We're going to get to that later, but Sissy says, she was a coward. She
yeah.
disconnected it herself. She was a coward, and then she condemned her. So I tend to believe that part, actually.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. I believe that too. Yeah.
So, welcome, Carla Olson. Thank you for popping in. We do these lives on Severance every Monday. It's supposed to be at around 10:15 or 10:30 p.m. Eastern, but I've been having technical issues, so we've been starting later. So, hopefully next week we'll start on time, at least by 10:30 p.m. Eastern, FYI. And by the way, we also do watch parties, so we've been doing them every week. We'll continue to do it for the last 2 episodes of the season in my Discord server, which is linked in the description of this video. You can join the Discord if you'd like to join our watch parties. I stream it when the episodes drop at 9 p.m. Eastern, and then again at 10 p.m. Eastern, because we usually need 2 watches to let it all sink in. And then we have a voice chat. So I'm going to drop the link to that in the chat here, and you can also find the link in the description of the video if you're listening on the replay. The watch parties are a lot of fun, so just thought I would mention that. And if you haven't already, please check out my deep dive into this episode, which I put out yesterday. And so it's just deep diving into this whole backstory of Cobel and my interpretation of it. Not a recap, but a deep dive. And I will also be putting out a deep dive into some elements of episode 6 that I haven't covered yet, that I didn't have a chance to, in the next couple of days, regarding Milchick and where I think his character is going next, his devotion to this cult and the effect the performance review had on him, that conversation between Helena and Mark at the restaurant, whether or not Helena could suspect that Mark is reintegrating, why she approached him, and the whole situation with Dylan, his innie kissing Gretchen, his Audie's wife. All of that stuff I hadn't had a chance to deep dive into, so I made So I'm making a video to cover that, since, by the way, we haven't actually seen anything related to any of those storylines in the last couple weeks. So all of that stuff is still relevant to talk about, because we haven't seen anything regarding Dylan or Milchick since episode 6. They were not in episodes 7 or 8, and neither was Helena. So, and Mark was unconscious for all of episode 7. So I figured, hey,
No Irving.
while we're waiting for no Irving, so I figured, hey, while we're waiting for the next episode, I figured I would cover some stuff I didn't get a chance to yet from episode 6, and all of it is still relevant because they're all storylines that haven't gone anywhere else since then. So it's something else to think about. So keep an eye out for that. I'll have that out hopefully tomorrow, or maybe later today, if I can. Anyway, so I started a few comments I want to get to before we continue. John Answers said, I do find it weird that Sissy didn't follow her upstairs. She did say she went up and got her stuff, so I don't fully buy the Sissy is severed theory. Because AA had mentioned this theory that Sissy is severed, and that's why she didn't go upstairs after Cobel. Maybe she didn't want Cobel to know she's severed because her innie would tell her what Lumen said. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if Sissy would be severed. I did find it a little weird that she didn't, like, first of all, she didn't follow Harmony upstairs to try to stop her, and then later Hampton busts in, they argue, and she's yelling at him to leave, but she doesn't follow upstairs then either. Like, she stays down there. So, you know what I think it is? I think her motivation for staying down there and not following them is because she wants to avoid having to feel the traumatic emotions of going anywhere near that room. And so once
Yeah, I
again, it's that
agree with you.
it's avoidance of pain that this cult practices. So
yeah,
that's
she
why
could
I
be
think that's
she could be feeble too. I mean, they're all older. You know,
true.
you can't take stairs as
Yeah.
well when you're older. You might live on the first floor.
Maybe she's afraid Harmony will push her down the stairs.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing.
Maybe. Faith had said, I appreciated this episode with Cobel. It humanized her for me. I agree. I liked that part of it. She also said, I don't think Cobel wants to stop Lumen, only those in charge. And under her leadership, she just wants it to be under her leadership. So that's a possibility. It could happen. And she says, I think Cobel sees how Lumen treats those loyal to them. If she decides to help Mark, I think it'll be because she'll believe in what she's doing. The only way I can see betrayal in that circumstance. So yeah, I that's possible. You know, maybe that's why I included. I haven't actually checked on the poll to see how that's doing. I included that, like, an option where she could help Mark, but then turn on him later and kind of take control of Lumen herself. I wanted to write all of that, but there wasn't enough space. AA says, even though I'm sure it was her Outie when Lumen came, Sissy. Okay. Scott said isolation and abuse can cause the child inside to never grow up. 100%. And David here says repression is like prohibition, never works. Indeed. Absolutely. Julius said the pain definitely transcends. Previous episodes have explored that even in season 1. Also on the testing floor with Gemma. Yes. Like Petey said to Mark that, you know, you may not have consciously remembered Gemma when you came to work, but we could see like something was wrong. Like there was the sadness was still there when he would be particularly sad about Gemma. He would come in and he had been crying, and there was something about it that transcended. So that's true, even with Severance. And you can only bury emotions so much. They're going to come to the surface in some manner. And let's see. So, let's see. Scott said that indoctrination causes trauma. Indoctrination is replacing normal development. Yes, exactly. When they brainwash these people as young kids. Yes. that's replacing normal development and it's causing trauma as well. Absolutely. So,
Hey, Julie.
yeah,
Oh, that's exactly. You're reading my mind. Get out of my head. That's the one I wanted you to get on stage. I wanted
that's
to
hilarious.
point out the baby mobile.
That's
It's like I pointed it with my
hilarious.
finger and it happened.
That is so funny. Okay. So, you were going to reference this comment, huh?
Yeah. So next time I'll just think of a comment and see if you highlight it.
We're in each other's heads again. With Alice said, I'm pretty sure that was a baby mobile with a colorful Lumen logo a few frames back in Sissy's room. Indoctrination from a very young age. Ooh,
Yeah.
that's interesting.
The
That's
green
really
and blue
interesting.
are pretty, Daddy.
Yeah,
Pretty
Yeah.
mobile.
yeah. Where was it?
Someday there'll be a mobile like this in everybody's house.
Yeah, maybe that was a baby mobile. It could be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, indoctrination from birth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I like that. Interesting stuff. Scarlett, I will give you that. I got to get your email address in so that you can highlight comments too. I still haven't done it. Apologies on that. But I will. I swear I will get to it. Remind me later.
It'd be nice to have it in case you like drop off or I have to promo or something. I can read the chat as well.
Yes.
I mean, I can read the chat, but having it up is better.
Definitely. Now what? Now is this is part of an oil lamp? Yes, this right here.
I think so.
But
It looks
isn't
like a
that the
necklace.
necklace that's
Yeah, it looks like it.
hanging from there?
It looks like a
Yeah.
necklace hanging from it. I
Yeah.
thought that was interesting.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. This house is so antiquated with the with the oil lamps everywhere. And for one thing, oil lamps are extremely dangerous. Easily cause fires, flammable liquid there. So they did this really artistic thing where they blended Harmony's cries with the sound of whales in the water here. Which is interesting. Kind of faded into the waves, and then they did this fade back from the waves back to Harmony
And the sun. That's cool.
and the sun.
The way the
Yep,
sun
the sun
moves.
coming through.
Water
Beautiful.
symbolizes emotions. So by
Ooh,
looking at the water, it's about how she's feeling, her emotions.
yes. I like that. I like that. And then the sun coming through, and this, maybe this is kind of like, her getting her closure. The sun is busting through, and she's finally reconnecting with this part of herself that's remained buried. The sun, bursts through the window, and I think every shot in the show is intentional, so they did this for a reason. I think the ocean waves, that kind of represented her processing this grief and these feelings that she kept buried.
Yes, I like that. And the light coming through the window means it's the dawn of a new day and a new life, a new way of looking at things.
Yes,
Kind of like a
I love it.
rebirth.
Love it. Absolutely.
And plus, it denotes she was there a long time.
And she was there a long time.
She was there a long time.
It's amazing how Hampton kept Sissy at bay all this time.
Yeah,
I know,
he was
right?
freezing in the truck.
Yeah. Well, he's in love with her. We all know this.
Yeah.
It gets dark out. It's night falls, so we go from blinding light as the sun is getting lower in the sky, blinding light through the window, and then it's nightfall. She's still there. Also, that rebirth concept, that's actually really fitting with the themes of the show, because this whole theme of the bardos, that Buddhist concept of going through these processes,
Yeah.
such as Chikai Bardo is ego death, and eventually the goal is rebirth. I know this isn't a perfect analogy to the way the Buddhist concepts actually function, but within the context of the show, I think they're going for a metaphorical rebirth, like the way the bardos in Buddhism progress to a rebirth, and she's being reborn as a fully reintegrated harmony. She was never
Yes.
severed,
Oh, yes, I like that. Yes,
right? Because
absolutely.
she was never literally severed, but she had a part of
Mhm.
herself that was buried too, with all of this grief and these unprocessed feelings. And now she's taking back her power, and she's being reborn as a fully reintegrated whole person.
I love it. Yes.
She was
Makes perfect sense.
emotionally severed herself.
Yes, emotionally
Yes,
severed herself. Yes.
exactly. Because I've noticed something about this show. This show constantly uses reflections of people, even non-severed people. I've noticed this within the Lumen building. You constantly see, walls, cabinets, tables, floors, everything is reflective, and you see people's reflections. But when you see like the upper levels of Lumen this season, you start to see people like Drummond, Milchick, Natalie, people who are not severed, their reflections are also prominently featured. And you had Milchick looking in a mirror a
Yeah.
couple episodes ago. So I started thinking about it, and I think it's because it's representing the fact that even the non-severed people have this part of themselves that they're burying, like a shadow self, parts of themselves that they're repressing, and they're not
Yes.
whole people, you know. So, and I remember hearing one of the showrunners of this show talking about how really like the point of this show is watching the journey of these characters as they try to become whole individuals. And I don't think that just applies to the severed people. It applies to all of them. Mark was broken long before he got severed. He was broken over the grief of Gemma, and repressing his grief about that, and blocking it out. So he's not whole, and he's trying to become whole again in more ways than one, not just
Hmm.
reintegrating his severed selves, but becoming a whole individual, emotionally, psychologically.
I also think that Mark, even before Gemma's death, he was burying a lot of stuff. He had a lot of issues.
Mm-hmm.
That was my take on him, because when she had that miscarriage and she was depressed, I mean, of course he understood and he went with her to the clinic, but it seemed like he kind of left her to do that on her own, and he wasn't that invested in dealing with it with her. I think it was very hard for him. I don't think
Mm,
emotionally he can be there for people the way they need him to be. Outie Mark. But any Mark, yes, he can do it. It's interesting.
mm-hmm.
So by reintegrating himself, we may see, Outie Mark become a much nicer person.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Like he already, before he got severed, he was not dealing with their fertility crisis well, the
No.
inability to have a child. He was emotionally disconnected. She
Yes.
was suffering alone, and he was not emotionally available to her, and he was being kind of flip about giving her the shot, the fertility treatment, while she was saying, "Mark, I'm nervous. I said I'm nervous," and he's like
Yes.
making jokes about it. Oh, just turn
Right.
around and bend over, you know.
Yes, exactly. He was not empathizing with her fears and how she felt.
Right.
So I just don't think he was capable of it. It's not that he didn't care. Maybe real feelings scare him.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's a very maladaptive coping mechanism, and unfortunately I can relate to it because I do it, and I'm trying to learn how to stop doing it, blocking out painful feelings, because it's too much to deal with, just shutting them out.
Yeah,
So, yeah, and it's all too common that,
it is.
it's never going to work long term. Those feelings are going to come back to the surface eventually,
They always come
and it'll
back.
be
And
much more difficult.
what happens is,
Yeah.
even if they don't come back on a conscious level, they'll come back physically, right? That's where the aches and the pains, the stomach aches, the headaches, a lot of things that people experience, there is a psychological component to it. Some
Mm-hmm.
societies don't believe in depression. So people will say, I have a stomach ache, I have a headache. But really, a lot of that is depression and anxiety coming out. Not always, of course, but a lot
Right.
of times. Um, so we can never push away these feelings. They will always find a way to come out. They can come out in road rage. You're in your car, somebody cuts you off, you start screaming and cursing them. Is it really about that person that just cut you off? No, it's about something
No.
else. But it comes out of you in a rage at that moment because the
Right.
energy has to go somewhere, right? So we can never ever really get rid of anything. The only way to deal with it is to face it as hard as it is. That's why going for help, talking to somebody, being in a group, facing your fears. It's the only way to get over it.
I agree. Absolutely. Yeah. It is the only way. And so in the chat here, I'm just looking, Matt Gilbert was saying that Kier cult life was normal for Cobel and losing her faith in that life. This is the traumatic break. Puffs on Freudian cigar. Um, Scott says the pain caused isn't the goal. The pain becomes the motivator in the individual to take the indoctrination and incorporate it into a normal being. Matt says Cobell's response to this traumatic break with her old reality is very Freudian. Oral fixation on the breathing tube, returning to the womb of the mother's sick bed. Good point. Very good point. Dr. Freud will see you in a moment, Miss Cobell. He's just finishing up with a goat that is ashamed of being horny. Love it. Um, and he also said normal is always a relative thing. What we consider normal in our liberal societies was not considered normal in older societies.
That is
Absolutely.
very true.
Um, yeah. And like Scott says, normal is a perceived concept of the individual. Normal is the sum of the individual's history, memories recalled, like a math problem. Absolutely. Yep. I agree with all of that. And hey there, Susie Sechel, you changed your name up a bit. I like it. I like the play on words. So her name is actually I believe Chelsea. So that's awesome. Nice to see you there. Thanks for listening, Susie. Appreciate it. So anyway, so getting wait a minute. Oh wow, Ryan. My mother raised my sister and I in a cult. It took nearly 20 years for me to break free from their indoctrination, but when I did, it was incredibly liberating. I identified with this episode.
Wow.
Wow, that's heavy. That's heavy stuff. Well, that's amazing. That must have taken an incredible amount of strength to break free of that. I'm happy for you that you were able to do it. I'm sorry you had to go through that with your sister. That's I can't even imagine. It's horrifying. Wow. You know, I bet a lot of
Mm.
people can relate to it. It's more common than you'd think.
Yeah,
People who've
it
grown
is
up with this sort of
actually.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, good to hear your mother broke free from it too. Well, that's wonderful to hear. I mean, yeah, I can't even imagine. Wow, that is heavy stuff, but happy for your family that you were able to break out of it. Um, so getting back to this, so night falls and you hear an argument between Hampton and Sissy downstairs. She's yelling at him that she's going to call somebody and he doesn't care and he runs up the stairs. He's just been freezing out there in his truck the whole time, just sitting out there for hours, and um, you know, sits down with Harmony, and he says, they need to get going, and she says she just needs a little more time. She needs to find it, but she won't say what it is. And then Hampton he realizes the significance of this room, that it was her mother's room, and he sits down with her and says that he liked her, meaning her mother. Cobel responds, "You barely knew her," and he says, "She hated Lumen even more than I did. That's all I needed to know." Which makes sense. So Cobel's mother, not only was um, she was not a follower of the cult of Kier, she actually hated Lumen. She absolutely hated it. So that's an interesting insight there. And if only Harmony could have grown up under her mother's influence, then she wouldn't have turned out this way. It just goes to show like what a difference it can make, who raises you, like nature versus nurture. Clearly she was more raised by her Aunt Sissy and sent to this school that indoctrinated her into the cult, that shaped her into this person. And she was devout. In season 1, we saw her praying in front of the altar, not the altar, but the shrine to Kier in her living room, reciting the core principles, and truly brainwashed. So it's tragic that she couldn't have been raised by her mother instead.
Yeah, it really is.
you know
And that's where a
um
lot of the guilt is coming from, I think.
I wonder where her
Because
Mhm.
father is.
her
yeah, where is
father,
her father?
Yeah. Kier? Jame.
They never
Ambrose.
mention him. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what happened to her father. It's a good point, right?
I don't know.
So,
I feel sometimes Jane. Oh, sorry. I just feel sometimes at the girls' school that Jame or somebody might take advantage of, you know, young teenage orphan girls that are there.
well, that's what I was thinking. I was going to talk about it when we got to it, but yeah,
Oh, sorry.
I
I went ahead.
no. I agree with you. I have a feeling that Jame Eagan may have taken advantage of her. Absolutely. Yeah.
hmm, like wait, take advantage of who? Of
Of
whom?
Harmony.
Of Harmony's,
Oh,
yeah, or even her, yeah.
Yeah,
it's
I
possible.
think so. I think so.
It's possible.
I could see that happening.
I could
And
see it too.
maybe Helly, maybe she's Helly's mother.
Yeah, that's a theory I've seen.
Yep.
Oh, that
That
would
would
be
be
wild.
interesting, huh?
That Kier's her dad. It's all weirdly incestuous. And it's real gross.
I
Oh,
mean,
that'd be
wouldn't that
crazy.
be something if she's the mother of Helen? She got pregnant at a young age. Maybe that's why that baby mobile is in the room.
Yeah,
Who
It's
knows?
possible. It's possible.
Yeah.
so they're
Anyway,
like, give your baby to Kier, and she gives the baby to Kier, and she doesn't know where the baby ended up.
Right. She probably gave it
possible.
away. Yeah.
Yeah, could be.
Mm-hmm.
Could be. Um,
Mm-hmm.
anyway, so so he asks if she wants to get high, and then they huff ether together, uh which makes him start laughing, and that's what ether does. That's why they called them
Yeah.
ether frolics. It like, I read about it, I googled it, like it would make people giddy, they kind of
Yeah.
like laughing gas, like that kind of
Mm-hmm.
thing.
Ether giggles.
Yeah. She says, "I haven't done this since I was 8." It's
Yeah.
horrifying.
Can you
Yeah, it is
imagine 8
horrifying.
years old?
Probably when she was working at the factory, right? When she was 8.
Yeah. I wonder if her mother was an addict or did she just get sick from working there? I mean, she had lung damage either way,
Mm-hmm.
so it,
Yeah.
it could have gone either way.
Yeah, could be. Matt Gilbert said, I'd bet money that Imogene was a child bride, or at least very, very young. She was a vat worker like Harmony." Yeah, maybe she was a child bride to
A
Kier. That's
swabber.
possible.
She
Yeah.
was a brow swabber.
Yeah, yeah. Child labor isn't too far from child
Mm.
bride. We've seen these things happen in cults. I mean,
Yes.
look at the extreme sect of Mormonism that actually marries off girls that are underage.
Yes.
Um, that happens. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Matt said yes, Scarlet. Kier does child brides. I think that Imogene was a child bride. That's why Woe was half the size of an
Yeah.
adult woman.
Yes,
Yeah.
it
Makes
makes sense.
Yeah, I like it. Like it. And thank you, Dieter. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's so interesting. Woe was described as half the size of an adult woman,
Mhm.
and she was a
Yes,
bride. Oh my God. Yeah, Woe and
child
Woe is the
bride.
bride. Wow. Yeah, I'm convinced of it then. I think they probably did have child brides. That's crazy. Oh my God. This cult just gets more
Mhm.
horrifying the more we the more we get insight into it. It's just, oh
It
my
is.
God. It's crazy. So, hey there, underground audience secrets. Welcome. I'm willing to bet Jame Eagan groomed Cobel. Me too. Me too.
Oh, absolutely.
I
And he stole her idea. So think about it. If they are together romantically, and she's like, "Hey, look what I came up with," and he's like, "Oh, that's great. You know what? I'm gonna take credit for it, okay?" And he just took it away from her.
I think you would say something
mm-hmm.
like you have to donate it to the glory of Kier.
Of course, yeah.
Not to me
But that was
directly,
the
but to
gist
Kier.
of
But
it.
I'll take credit for it.
Yeah, because it would make sense they were together, right? I mean, unless they weren't together and she just went to him with her idea, but it kind of ties in nicely, I think.
I think so too. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. I I'm fully on board with this idea. I think it makes total sense. Um, hey Doc, according to this episode, the waffle party should be the after dark since the children were having ether frolics. Yeah, yeah, so messed up the children were doing that. Um, anyway, so so um so then after this point, she says it's shameful that you sell it. So he sells ether, this guy. And then they just kind of stare at each other. And it's kind of weird timing. After she says that, they just stare at each other and then kiss.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
so after she says it's shameful that he sells ether. Okay, that's a romantic moment. All right. And, you know, you think that it's probably going to go further because they're sitting on a bed, but then that's the end of that.
Well, the Ben Stiller version has that 20-minute sex scene, as I said before.
Yeah.
And it'll come out
Yeah.
on the Blu-ray. You'll have to watch it then. It's very tastefully shot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. God
Can you
forbid
imagine
they
how
have
he
a
must
love
reek?
scene.
He must reek
Oh,
of that stuff, right?
oh,
Oh
oh
yeah.
yeah. In fact, I
I
think
don't know
she might even have mentioned it in this episode, that something about how he smells like it.
what does it
Um,
smell like.
I don't know, but
Anybody in the chat know what
that's
ether
some.
smells like? Anyone?
I know I wouldn't know, but um,
Smells like love making is what it smells like.
yeah. God forbid they show like an older
Yeah.
couple love scene that
Oh, I
not
thought they were
a
gonna go
young
for
couple.
it. I really thought they were gonna
Yeah,
go for it.
me too. Me
With
too.
Aunt Sissy in the house.
Yeah.
Especially with Aunt Sissy in the house. She's gonna hear my sounds
Well,
of lovemaking and she's gonna hate it and I'm gonna love it.
on Harmony's
Hear my
deceased mother's
frolic.
bed. That on her deceased mother's bed. That would have been a little weird
Yeah.
Talk
though.
about real trauma.
Oh God, yeah. No
Well, they
way.
break that
No,
old
no, no.
bed.
No, they could do it in the truck though, right?
Oh yeah. Well, both places.
They could do it in the truck. Um, Ryan says I don't recommend it, meaning the ether. I've tried it once. I
Oh,
didn't know anyone. I didn't know anyone still does that. Really interesting. Susie said chemicals. Okay. Um, so the poll right now, as it stands, we've had 46 votes. What will Cobel do next? 48, so it's very close. 48% say pretend to help Mark and then betray him later. And I wanted to say at the end of that, try to take control of Lumen herself, but I couldn't fit all that in. But pretend to help Mark, betray him later, 48%. 46% said team up with Mark to take down Lumen. That's what I personally think. 7% said other, and nobody thinks that she'll just turn Mark into Lumen right away. And I don't think there's any chance of that myself. So if you think something else, let us know in the chat if you've thought of some other thing that you think she'll do. Because it's kind of hard to fit all the options of all the things she could do with limited character space for me with the poll. Anyway, so suddenly she gets an idea. It's like the kiss brings on a light bulb moment or something. It's like it sparks this idea. It shakes loose this idea in her head. He says, "I don't think it's here what you're looking for," and she says she wouldn't throw it away. And then they go out with a lantern. They go to this root cellar. Once again, another parallel to From. I'm getting From vibes here with the root
Yeah.
cellar. You know,
Yeah.
There's a root cellar that figures prominently in the MGM Plus series From. If any of you Severance fans in the chat have not watched it, please watch it. It's one of the best shows up on TV. One of the best shows I've ever seen. It's amazing. We cover it extensively on this channel. That's From on MGM Plus. Anyway, so she goes into the root cellar, and he stands guard like a good friend to watch for Lumen people, I'm sure. And she realizes that Sissy wouldn't throw away this particular item, and I understand why, because she hid her notebook in a bust of the head of Kier, and a devout follower of Kier wouldn't throw that away.
Yeah, that was a good hiding place.
I thought it was Jame's head. I thought it was like some
Oh,
Jame
is it?
award.
Oh no, it's not Kier. It's Jame. You're right. It's Jame. Either way, she wouldn't throw it away.
A good hiding
Yes,
spot.
it is. So she finds a yearbook. It says annual reminiscences, and then ME, which is Myrtle Eagan School for Girls. She takes a little look through that. See some pictures of the young girls, these poor girls.
Go fighting kids.
Whatever that means.
You're fighting the kids, or these kids are fighting?
I have no idea.
What are they playing? Lacrosse? What is that? They have like implements, sorting implements?
I don't know what the hell that is. It's, I guess some kind of sport. But, like, they have numbers here. I have no idea. It says something about something record. So it's some sport. I don't know what it is, but fighting kids, is this their nickname? Like their team name, I mean.
Kids, because they're all 8.
Yeah. Well, a kid is also the term for a baby goat too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's right.
maybe that's why. So I actually think I heard that. Was that? Did you just make your goat noise? Because I heard.
Yeah, it was the kids. You can hear the babes.
Yeah.
I like what Matt Gilbert said. He said, "I like how her ideas were inside Jame Eagan's head because he stole them. He claimed them that they were his own ideas."
Yep.
Yes. Yes.
Very appropriate. Yes.
It's genius, actually. It's very clever. 100%, Matt.
It is. Yes, Matt. I agree.
Great point. Really great point. Doc had said that people typically characterize the smell of ether as sweet, pungent, and somewhat fruity, with a sharp, slightly chemical edge. It's often compared to a mix of overripe fruit and gasoline, though that doesn't fully capture it. Ugh.
Yum.
Yuck.
When I was a kid, though, I used to, when my parents would stop to get gas, I kind of liked the smell of the gas station, like the gasoline. I don't know
Just
why.
like huffing it a little bit. You're like, yeah. Daddy, you're gonna
I
get some
wasn't
gasoline
doing
for your
that.
car? You're gonna get some gas? Are you gonna get some gas for your car?
Well, I wasn't doing that, but I did kind of like the smell. I don't know. It was weird, I guess.
It gives you a little bit of high if you just snort it. Like,
You might. I don't know. Maybe get high off the fumes.
uh-huh.
Historically, it was used as an anesthetic, so some old medical texts describe it as having a sickly sweet odor that lingers. If you've ever smelled nail polish remover or certain solvents, it's like in that ballpark, but more intense and less acetone-like. Okay. Yeah, don't do drugs, kids. Don't do drugs. Leave them for me, Matt said. Nice. Let's see. What else? Petty Gibbs said, "How would Cobel forget where she hid it? She got severed." I don't know. I don't think she is severed personally. I think people can forget things just from trauma, buried memories. She forgot where she hid it, I think, because of all the trauma of this place is, where she was emotionally abused by her aunt, and probably physically abused from the way her aunt slapped her in the face,
Oh yeah.
too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know if
I'm
like
sure she was.
I didn't know if Sissy had moved things around as well.
Oh yeah. Easily.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
she
took
probably moved it.
everything out of her room, but she hid those plans in Jame Eagan's head. So Sissy's not going to throw that out.
Yeah.
So that was
It
smart.
was brilliant and thematically appropriate, like Matt said, because those were her ideas, and Jame Eagan took credit for them. And they
Yep,
were stuffed in Jame Eagan's head. She
that's
stuffed them
right.
in his head. She put those ideas in Jame Eagan's head figuratively too. It's
Yes,
perfect.
yes, that's
I
great.
love it. This show is genius. It really is. I love how it's put together. I love how clever it is. Anyway,
It
Ryan,
really is. The writing, yeah, the writing is very clever.
oh yeah. One of the best shows I've ever seen in my life. Anyway, Ryan, speaking of one of the best shows I've ever seen, that's awesome. Ryan said I'm about to start my 5th rewatch of From tonight. Hell yeah, Ryan. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm only on my 3rd watch overall. This is my 3rd watch through I'm doing because I just discovered it a year ago. Last April is when I first watched it. So yeah, that's terrific. Anyway, let's see. So and yeah, Dieter was wondering how many times I saw it. I'm only on my 3rd watch actually, but I just pay really close attention to it, and even when I watched it the first time, I took notes. So anyway, so let's see what else. With Alice said my daughter did the same thing. She liked the smell of gas and rubber bands. Okay, I'm not the only weird person that liked that when I was a kid. It's good. So she keeps paging through here. Come on, why isn't it moving? Sorry, hold on a sec. I'm zoomed in on it, that's why. There we go. So she looks through and she finds the page with her on it. Harmony Cobel, Wintertide Fellow. She got that fellowship.
Can you go?
It
Can you
says,
go back one, Julie?
yeah,
I just want to see these.
Jame
I
Eagan.
wanted to see if they actually used pictures of a young Patricia Arquette, but I don't think they did.
Yeah, it says Jame Eagan, Wintertide Fellowship. Oh, that's her. This is Harmony Cobel right here. I didn't
Yeah,
realize
that's
that.
her. Yep.
But I don't
Yep,
think
the
that's Patricia
Jame
Arquette's
Eagan.
picture.
Nope, it's not. That's her and Jame Eagan, and
And the
he's
head.
holding the bust of his head that he gives to her. That's part of her award for the fellowship. Yeah, he totally groomed her. I believe
Yes,
that 100%.
yes,
Yeah, I think he took advantage of her. Yeah.
definitely.
Yep. Wow. Yeah, it's weird that they didn't. They could have easily edited in an image of Patricia when she was younger, but they didn't. Anyway. It says, during a special ceremony, Jame Eagan presented Harmony Cobel with the prestigious Wintertide Fellowship. Harmony Cobel's outstanding dedication to the 9 core values has earned her the distinguished honor of being something 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 Wintertide Fellow. It's a little blurry. This achievement is only I can't read most of this. And then I see exceptional academic pursuits, but also recognizes her blank blank blank. I can't see the Eagan principles that form the foundation of the culture, and ends with the Eagan School for Girls. So something to do with her exceptional academic pursuits and her adherence to the Eagan principles and stuff like that. So
I heard from somewhere that she was the president of the goat husbandry clinic,
Ooh.
and that's
oh,
in there. It's just hard to see it.
interesting. Yeah, it's you can't see it in this. Maybe if I had a 4K image or something. But
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, this is the best I could get here.
Yeah,
Goat husbandry.
if you lighten it a little bit, you could see it. I think I tried lightening it. I don't know if I can't look at it right now. I'll lose the stream, but I'll see if I can send it to you.
Let me see.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Where is it? Oh, I think wait.
Yeah, it's towards like the bottom.
Yeah, I still can't really find it. Maybe it's maybe
cut off.
yeah, I think it's cut off. The image I got anyway. Maybe if I took this in slow motion, I probably could get a shot of it that actually shows it. But
Yeah.
I'll do that. I'll do that later. Interesting stuff, though. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Interesting. Goat husbandry. What is it with the damn goats? I mean, I just assumed that they're using the goats as test subjects to make it, the show picked goats just to do something more whimsical instead of using lab rats. Well, let's have some goats. It's the only thing I can think of. So.
Goats are much cuter than rats.
Goats?
Huh?
Sorry, rat people. Goats are cuter than rats.
Goats are cuter
I know
than
people
rats.
think rats are cute and have them as pets. Sorry, rat people.
Yeah, sorry, rat people. Goats are cuter.
Yeah, they're cute.
I like this. Huh?
Well, then they have those weird pupils too. They make them look like machines or androids.
Yeah, their eyes are creepy. Their eyes are really weird. Their pupils are these weird lines. It's kind of weird looking. I don't really like their eyes. They're creepy. I like these shots of her in the root cellar. Like, it's cool. Like you've got these like rainbowy like beams of light coming from where the lantern is all around
Victor
her.
down there?
Is Victor down there lurking in a corner like the Blair Witch Project again?
Yes.
Yeah, I wonder. Where's Victor? She looks around. There's an old teddy bear. So like some of her stuff is still there. Her teddy bear. And then Jame Eagan's head. And on the bottom it says Jame Eagan Wintertide Fellowship Harmony Cobel with the old Lumen logo there.
It has a drop on it as well. Okay. There's a little drop on the middle.
Yeah. It has a little droplet right here. Yeah. Yep. And eventually they just kind of switched to the droplet logo on everything. Just the droplet, I think. So she opens the thing up and finds her her notebook full of her original plans. She comes out of there and she's like she says, wait here, watch my head, and hands him the head. I loved that. Watch my head. And then she runs in the house and she tells Sissy, don't tell anyone I was here. But of course, Sissy says, I would never bear falsity to a steward of the Eagans. Like speaking in this weird culty language. This whole house looks like it's frozen in time in the 1800s. Look at all these oil lamps. It's crazy.
That's
Who
what I was
lives
wondering.
like
If
this
she even
anymore?
had electricity.
Wooden. Right.
That's
Like,
what I was wondering.
I don't
if
see
she
a
had electricity or
couch.
not. I don't
Yeah,
see electricity.
I don't either. Good point. So, so then they have this big confrontation, and Cobel finally just explodes, and she realizes now, I think, that the truth of how evil Lumen is, and like what Lumen did to the town. She says, Lumen destroyed this town. You owe them no loyalty. Um, and then Sissy says there was no town before the factory. And what about your own employ? Everything that you have, you owe back to the Eagans as fealty. Now, now, Sissy is clearly wrong. Okay, yeah, maybe the factory might have, done something for the town at first, creating jobs and stuff, but then ultimately it destroyed the town. It
Right.
it destroyed it and turned it into this wasteland full of ether addicts and poverty. Um, and probably, polluted it too. And 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 then Cobel just explodes at that comment about fealty. She says, she says fealty, and then she just unleashes her fury. It was so satisfying. She shoves her notebook in Sissy's face and screams, "Mine, my designs, circuit blueprint, base code, overtime contingency, Glasgow block, all of it." And all of it is there. She shows it to her. So she is the genius behind all of this. She's the one who invented it all. It was not Jame Eagan. All of this was her brainchild. This entire thing. Look at all it's remarkable. Like it's got all these calculations and intricate sketches here and diagrams, and like there's the skull, and this is like a design of the chip
Vertebrae.
that would be
The vertebrae?
implanted in the skull. Huh?
I looked like some. I
What?
thought it was vertebrae for a second. I thought there was vertebrae.
Oh,
Yeah, I guess there is vertebrae on the neck and then vertebrae there.
yeah, on the neck.
I
Yeah.
was so glad. I
This
was so glad. I was so glad this didn't get burned because I thought it was going to do that, but we've already kind of had where somebody had a map and it got destroyed. So I'm glad that this survived.
I know that kind of thing drives me nuts. Mark shredded Petey's map in season 1,
Hmm.
and was it season 1? Yeah, season 1.
Yeah.
Um yeah, I would have been so pissed if this got burned in the fire. So I think this is the chip. I think this right here is the chip. I can't read any of this writing. I
Yeah.
tried.
Tried to do it
It's
too.
written in this intricate script, this cursive that I
It
cannot
says something
read.
about
But
sensories. Something about
yeah,
sensories beneath something.
beneath, yeah, something in chip,
Sensories.
sensors,
Oh, sensors.
chip centers lie beneath the something. Yeah, and I think it says pain there. Yeah, something like that. But that's definitely the chip, I would say. And yeah, so and I think there's a sketch of the brain down there. It looks like a piece of a brain. So Sissy looks at it all and says it's remarkable, and um she says extraordinary. Why have you never spoken of this? Also Sissy said Jame Eagan was the inventor, and Cobel says, so I've heard. Um, and what Sissy says, why have you never spoken of this? Cobel says, I was told Kier's knowledge was for all. Sissy says that's true, and Cobel says that if I sought credit, I would be banished. So she was told she basically had to give up ownership of her own idea, her own invention, and otherwise she would be banished. And she was told this, through a cult like mentality where, that Kier's knowledge is for all. This doesn't belong to you. Like you have to give this over to the cult of Kier. Like it's for everyone, and you can't seek credit for it. Oh, but Jame Eagan can take credit for it. Like they see the hypocrisy of it. Um, so So that's why she didn't claim those ideas for herself and stuffed them away in Kier's, in James' head all this time, literally and figuratively, puts the ideas in James' head. Brilliant. So then Sissy's about to throw the damn thing in the fire. I mean, oh my god, that would have driven me insane. Luckily, Harmony wrestles it away from her, the old bat, and she says she gets pretty savage here. She says, "I hope you die as painfully as she did." Ouch. Referring to her mother, and Sissy says it was her hand that removed the tube, not mine. Cobel doesn't believe it. And then Sissy says, your mother was a coward, more sick in the soul than in the body, filled with malice and resentment. That's what makes me believe it's true that her mother removed the tube. Because Sissy is saying, your mother was a coward, she removed the tube. She couldn't tolerate this anymore. So she removed it herself. Malice is one of the 4 tempers, incidentally. So yeah. So that's a despicable thing to say. Disparaging the memory of her deceased mother. And Cobel screams, I don't believe you. And then Sissy says another despicable thing. I thought you were different, my flower, but I tried to help you grow. But now I see you are a weed, just as she was. She says weed exactly like that. A weed. It's just so cruel. It's just
Very
so
cruel.
deeply cruel. Yeah. She sneers as she says weed. This is the sneer on her
Yep.
face. So this is the kind of emotional abuse that she grew up with. I tried to help you grow. This gaslighting. It's gaslighting. I tried to help you grow. No, I'm sure she emotionally and physically abused her from the beginning. Since she was a
then
child.
Harmony did the same thing to Mark. Like, why are you making me do this to you? And she threw the coffee mug.
Yes. She said that she was blaming him for it, saying that it hurt her to have to do it.
Yes.
You're right.
Very narcissistic.
This is the person she learned it from.
Blaming the victim.
Victim blaming. She told Mark it was painful for me to have to do that. She was blaming him. And this is what abusers tend to say.
See what you made me do? You made me do this.
100%. Yes. This whole show is gaslighting. Yeah, V Sky. It is. Yeah, it is. Yeah,
So
absolutely. True. It's got horrible, disrespectful, and sinister too. Indeed. Yeah.
So she copied her. She had no other role model. Her mother was ill, laying in bed. Sissy was her only, role model, really. So she copied herself after her. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So that's why she repeats. This is all too common with people who are victims of abuse. They become the abuser eventually.
That's right.
They turn around and do the same thing again, and they don't even realize they're doing it most of the time. It's normalized for them. So
it's ingrained.
And how many times it's ingrained? How many times do you hear abusers saying, oh yeah, this hurts me to have to do this to you?
Right.
That's what Harmony said to Mark. And I'm sure this is the kind of thing she heard from Sissy. So
yeah, good point.
Yeah. Yeah, so let me see. Matt made a great point here. Everything in the opening credits is definitely a clue to something in the season, and this is a great point. In the opening credits for season 2, the new ones, we see Cobel looking over a book in the credits, and her face is made of light. Yeah, that explains it exactly. Harmony Cobel is bright. She's a genius. That's why her face is made of light. And yep, that's right. Now we get it. Now it makes sense in context. I love how they do that. They also foreshadowed the fact that Mark would spend an entire episode unconscious with the two severed selves kind of doing battle inside himself, trying to reintegrate. In the opening credits, there's a sleeping Mark laying there while his innie and his outie are standing on top of himself, kind of duking it out, facing down each other. So they do that a lot. I love how they do that with the opening credits. They plant Easter eggs and clues in there, and Harmony Cobel's car sinking into icy water, which I think will end up happening to her car. But thanks to Hampton, he'll do that to try to buy her time, I think, after she leaves with his truck.
Mm,
So,
that makes sense.
mm-hmm. So, hey there, Steve Wicker. Nice to see you. Hurt people hurt people. Yes,
Yeah.
100%. Yep, that's so true. They definitely severed Cobel. Yeah, it's possible. Patty Gibbs, possible. Scott says blame, gaslighting, and done in seething hatred. Oh yeah. Um, hurt people do have choices. That's true. You know, hurt people can break the cycle of abuse, but they're not always successful, you know? Sometimes it's possible. People break the cycle all the time of abuse, but very often it's passed down from generation to generation. Um, so we've got 49 people. Wow, thank you so much for watching or listening. Truly appreciate it. Please hit the like button if you haven't already and consider subscribing if you're not subscribed. Tap the bell for notifications. Sometimes I have technical issues and my lives start late. So if you enable notifications, it'll let you know when we go live. It's every Monday night. It's supposed to be about 10:15 p.m. Eastern, usually a little bit later, more like 10:30 or later, but that's when we usually do the lives for Severance on Monday nights, and we also have watch parties in our Discord for each new episode when they drop. We watch them at 9 p.m. Eastern on Thursdays, and then again at 10 p.m. I stream it a second time, and we have a voice chat for that. If you haven't already, please check out my latest deep dive on this episode 8, which I released yesterday. And I'll be releasing another one on some other plot points that came from episode 6 that I hadn't really dealt with yet, which are still relevant now, regarding Milchick, Dylan, and Helena and Mark's interesting dinner together, or, conversation at a restaurant. Anyway, so, also, we're going to be having on our finale live stream, part 1 of our finale live stream, Monday the 24th, we're going to have Mark Geller, who plays Kier, on the show as an interview guest, which is awesome. And we're going to be doing a giveaway of a t-shirt from the Etsy shop, Magic with a K. You can find the link to that shop in the description of this video. And there's a 15% discount code, which is JulieBDeepDives 15, so you can get 15% off of any of her merch, and that link is in the description of the video. And hello there, I don't know how to pronounce your name, so I don't want to butcher it, but welcome. Dangerous People List, Sissy, Bert, Cobel, Ragabi. Yeah, I think absolutely, I would agree with that, but I think Cobel is turning around now and about to go into her redemption arc. I believe in her. I think that she can turn this around and change now. I think she's on her way. I really do. Matt, thank you. I appreciate the kind words. These streams are so much fun for us too. And yeah, this is a great group. Thank you so much for everybody who's here. It makes it an awesome conversation. I love to hear all of your ideas and make the chat part of our discussion. That's why I check in with you guys so much, and it's just awesome. You guys are so smart. You all have great insights, and I love to hear all the different theories. Hetty says Helena is a bigger villain than you know. Helena's pretty diabolical. She's ice cold. She's been indoctrinated from a young age too. So that is true. And thank you very much, Dieter. Appreciate it. Anyway, so moving forward. Let me get back to this. So after she says that about how you are a weed, Cobel hears Hampton calling for her, saying someone's coming, and there's a there are headlights coming down the road, so she's got to get out of there quickly. The Lumen people are after her, and he just says, get in, take the truck. She hesitates for a second, and he just says, um, he says, I'll see you around. And so she gets in the truck and leaves, and he just stands there. And I love how he stands there and says to the approaching headlights, come tame these tempers, assholes. That was great. I liked that line. He's just, oh God, he has no patience for this cult or Lumen. He despises them, and I loved that. And he's ready to just face them down. I mean, I hope they don't do anything to him. We'll probably never see him again.
Do you think it's Drummond or someone else?
I think it's probably one of Lumen's goons. Drummond probably is off doing other things, I'm guessing. Maybe they sent one of their goons, like that scary guy.
Yeah.
My guess is. But I'm sure we'll never see Hampton again.
We'll never see him again. Tis but a memory now.
Unless we see him just, maybe we'll see a glimpse of him crashing her car into the icy water, or we'll just have to assume that's what he did. We'll probably, I don't think we'll see it. I think that maybe eventually we'll hear secondhand that they thought she was dead for a brief time because her car crashed into the water. I don't think we'll actually see him do it, though. I think we're done with Hampton. She drives off, and she finally answers the damn call from Devin. After Devin's been trying to reach her the entire episode.
The whole day. The whole day.
Yeah.
All day, all night.
Yeah. Non-stop. Yeah, this is like the third call at least. Devin calls her, and she actually she refers to her as Mrs. Selvig, which is weird. She knows her real name now. She calls her Mrs. Selvig, and she says, "Thank fuck, I've been trying to reach you." And Cobel's like, "Yes, I'm aware." And Devin just blurts out, "Listen, Mark has been reintegrated." So she doesn't even feel her out first. Like, at least feel her out, say something, like have a conversation first to kind of get a sense of where Cobel's head is at and where her loyalties are. But no, she just blurts out.
At least do a little yell praise Kier and see if she responds to praise Kier back.
Yeah, that would work. Something.
Then hang up.
Just something, yeah. Not just all of a sudden Mark's been reintegrated.
Right.
The last she saw of this woman, she was masquerading as a lactation consultant, and Devin felt pretty violated by that. She called it fucking lactation fraud to Milchick. She was incensed. So yeah, it's kind of weird to me that she would just trust her so blindly like this. She doesn't know. I mean, she knows that Cobel is no longer working for Lumen, but she doesn't know where exactly her loyalties lie for sure. She can't be totally sure, but they say the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So I guess she's just putting her faith in that.
Yeah.
Because she can't call 911. Devin, in season 1, Devin said she didn't trust the police when Annie Mark told her about the abuses going on at Lumen. Devin didn't want to call the police. She clearly is aware that Lumen has people on the payroll all over town, like Ragabi said. So calling 911 is not an option. And I don't know. I guess she could have driven Mark to a hospital out of town, but how would they know exactly what to do? This isn't a normal medical situation. This is something completely different. And so I guess I can understand it. It's a huge risk calling her, and I'm surprised that she did it, but in such an abrupt way. But
and don't forget, Mark is conscious now. He woke up. So you would think he'd say, "Hey, let's call Ragabi," right? It doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
Am I done? I'm not
Exactly.
done. I'm not finished. Call her back, please. I'd like to
Exactly.
be
Like,
totally done.
And what
that
about
was
what about the last time Mark saw Cobel? She got in her car, she wouldn't talk to him.
She screamed.
She screamed at him, she almost ran him over, right?
Yeah.
she
So
very
that's
nearly
Good
ran him
okay.
times.
over.
Good
Yeah.
times with Cobel. I remember the good times.
She
When you
almost
were
ran him
Mrs.
over.
Selvig, we had good times, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't hit me with the car, so that was a good time.
Yeah. She literally almost ran him down. It was close. And
Yeah.
that's a great point. That's the last time he saw her. Now, I also had the same thought. If he were still unconscious, I could see Devin being desperate enough to call Cobel,
Right.
but
Right.
he's awake now. He's awake and he seemed relatively okay. We didn't hear him say anything at the end of the last episode, but he's awake. So, yeah, I don't understand this. And then he's lucid because you know, so Cobel says Ragabi and she hasn't killed him yet. So obviously she doesn't have much faith in Ragabi's skills.
Right.
Ragabi is kind of like a mad scientist and you know, obviously like she's kind of reckless. She didn't put Mark's welfare um she didn't really prioritize his welfare very much. She took huge risks, and I think she kind of viewed him more as a specimen and a way to a vehicle to you know um fight Lumen instead of putting his health and his safety first. She was willing to risk dire consequences in flooding his chip. That really risky thing she did to him that led to what happened.
Right.
She injected that thing into his brain, flooded his chip, and Cobel must be aware that she's kind of like a butcher, Ragabi. So she's like, she hasn't killed him yet. Devin says, "No, I mean, I think he's okay, but listen, we want to try something else." Cobel says, "Is Mark with you? Put him on." And then Mark says, "Hello," and he sounds perfectly fine. Cobel then says, "Tell me everything." So he's awake, he's lucid, he can talk, he seems okay, and yet they take the risk of calling her and blurting this out without even having a conversation first to feel her out.
Yeah.
That I don't understand
And to say he's
at all.
reintegrated, I mean, that's a very risky thing to tell somebody who used to work for Lumen.
Right. It is. It is. Um, so I think that was the writing of that was not done that well. I think it didn't make sense to me. It didn't make sense for Mark or Devin to be that trusting of her. At least have a conversation first and see where she stands, then maybe
Yes.
consider it. But
Right.
like, yeah, that was bizarre, I think. Um, I do think that the risk is going to pay off. If I didn't vote in my own poll, but if I were going to vote, I would say, oh, and it looks like it's tied now. I would say that her next move is that she's going to team up with Mark and Devin to take Lumen down. I do think she's going to do that. I don't think she's going to betray him, but they don't know that. That's my gripe with it. They're being
That's right.
reckless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still
They have
not
no idea.
100% I still think that Cobel could turn against Mark. I do think
Oh,
so.
it's
Yeah.
possible. Yeah.
I don't try. I mean, yeah, she's making headway, absolutely. But is she there yet? Is she completely there yet? I don't think so. I mean, you don't change in one day, right? But she is on her way, though.
She's on her way. Right.
Yeah.
Definitely. It seems like if you look at the way this is being written, and we've now seen her origin story and how she was shaped into the villain that she became. We see her kind of having this transformation and rebirth as she's gotten closure over her mother's death. She's, you know, realized these plans were her own, and she should have taken credit from the beginning. Like that, she's ready to, crusade against them, I think, and she's ready to start her redemption arc from the way that this is being written. That's what it looks like.
Right.
Um, Now, it's possible that she could be ready to crusade against Lumen, but just use Mark um, for her own ends and just try to, take control, like some people have suggested
Yes.
earlier. She wants to be the one running things. She could do that.
I just think that to make her all of a sudden become the opposite person would be poor writing for it to happen that quickly. That's why
Right,
I'm thinking
right.
she may turn around a little bit. Like she may not be exactly on board with helping Mark. She might use Mark more for her own benefit.
Hmm. Yeah. It's that's entirely possible, I could see that. I could see that. Um,
Because this
if
show the writing is very good on this show. It really
Oh,
is. And
yes.
I just think, well, I mean, personally, I think that the ending bothers me of this episode. I don't like the ending because I think it is lazy writing.
Mhm.
All of a sudden, Cobel changes in one night and now she's Superwoman. She's going to rescue everybody, she's going to save the day. And that to me is lazy. If
I agree.
there is, if there is a struggle within her where she says, I should really help these people, but I want something out of it for me. So I think there's going to be a back and forth with her. I don't think it's going to be that easy. I wouldn't say she's 100% on board yet.
Right. Right. Yeah, I think so too. Um, it would be kind of lazy. I agree that it would be lazy writing for her to do a complete heel turn suddenly. Um, Now, we've seen ways in which she's gone against the company and had her own agenda. In season one, she would do things on her own and go rogue, like becoming the whole lactation specialist thing to spy on Devin. That was all her. When the company
Yeah.
found out about that, they were mad.
Right.
Um, she would watch Mark and Gemma, Mark and Miss Casey, to see if they remembered each other. That was all her. Like she was fixated on that. She stole a candle from Mark's basement that was Gemma's to see if that would jog his memory and he might remember that's his wife when he's sitting there with her in the wellness session. That was her. And then, Milchick was standing there watching and saying, it's a good thing, right? They don't remember each other. And she didn't look happy about it. It seems like she's had her own agenda for a while now and not necessarily as pro Lumen as you might think. I think that she's pro Kier, that
Yeah.
she's devoted to Kier as a cult member, but I think she doesn't like the way Lumen handles things. For one thing, I mean, we saw how the board treated her, just the way they're treating Milchick now. Like she would, in season one, Natalie would come in and be all condescending, and she could never actually speak to the board or hear them. And then she would want to say something, and Natalie would just cut her off and say, "The board has terminated the call."
Right.
So I don't think she's necessarily as pro Lumen as she is pro Kier, and now I think she's ready to completely reject the cult at this point. And so it may not be a complete 100% sudden shift, um, but she definitely, I think it is too quick of a swerve. They
Yes.
should have shown more of uh, like a
Yeah.
transition over time, you know,
Exactly. That's why to me it's
transformation.
lazy. It's lazy writing. Should have dragged it out a couple of episodes, like they get in touch with her. They're still leery about her. Can we really trust her? They meet her in a public place somewhere to talk. You know, feel her out a little bit, right?
Right. And I just thought of something too. She's been very volatile and unpredictable at times. Like like Petty Gibbs has been saying, they think, I don't know if this is this a, I don't know if it's he or she, but Petty Gibbs has been saying, that Cobel maybe is severed, and Cobel, when she almost ran, Cobel's chip got activated when she tried to run Mark over. I don't, I don't, I don't personally think she's severed, but she does these abrupt swerves sometimes, like she'll go from being really cold and calm one moment to suddenly, you know, screaming so loud it's a jump scare, or throwing her mug at Mark, or that when she was staring down Mark and then she suddenly almost ran him over. And there was another sudden shift in the season 1 finale that I found very odd. She went from telling Mark, "Get away from them," when he said he was going to quit. She
Yeah.
said, "Get away from them, Mark." And then the next thing you know, she's running to Lumen to try to help, stop Helly from, exposing everyone, exposing Lumen in front of the whole gala. And she called Milkchick to warn them about the OTC. So it's like she has two different personas. So you can't
Yes.
really be sure whose side she's on. Is she going to switch again? Right now, she
Right.
might be on Mark's side, but is she gonna swerve again and
Right.
try to get back in Lumen's good graces?
And what about Miss
It's
Selvig? Where did that come from? Again, we go back to that part of her personality, which is so different from Cobel. So,
right.
I mean, yeah, you would think maybe she is severed. I mean, she's Mrs. Selvig and then she's Miss Cobel. Um, yeah, unless she has like some kind of personality disorder where I don't know, but it is strange though. It really is.
It is strange. It absolutely is. Um, so and
Maybe
like
maybe
r-
she is severed. Maybe she was severed against her will though.
it's possible. I mean, I think Gemma was definitely severed against her will. I don't think Gemma agreed to it as some kind of a radical like fertility treatment. I think Gemma was severed against her will. So it's possible. And Ryan here, I was confused about this too, but now I understand it better. Ryan said, "I'm not understanding the importance of the birthing retreat and how that's relevant at this point." Devin had said to Ragabi, like maybe if we get marked, if we call Cobel, she might know how to get into the birthing retreat, and we could talk to Mark's innie there, because Devin met a state senator's wife there who was severed and having a baby. And so like Matt here said, I just think Devin misunderstands what reintegration is. Cobel should set her straight. The birthing cabin is redundant now. I agree. Devin was just thinking like maybe if they got Mark there, they could communicate with his innie. That's not how Severance works. And Cobel will explain that. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Um, let's see. Do you think we're going to see a Cobel versus Helena storyline more so than we already have? Oh, I think we will.
Oh
You're not
yeah.
asking me directly, but I think we will. Um, Matt says, I think Cobel may still have designs on running Severance herself. Takeover. It's her tech.
That's what I was
Yeah.
thinking. She may want to
Mm-hmm.
just take over,
Mm-hmm.
just use Mark just to take over, not to help him really.
I could see that. I could see that for sure. Yeah. So I don't know, like, yeah, it's hard to predict right now. I still, if I had to pick, I would say she's going to team up with Mark to take them down. That she's going to seek not, and it's not just because this is the right thing to do. Like all of a sudden, she's going to be on the side of altruism or and justice. I think for her, it would be more about vengeance. If anything, if she does team up with him to try to take them down, her motivation would be vengeance over anything else. But we'll see. Yeah,
But getting
great
back
points.
to her being severed, I mean, we can explain her outbursts, her anger, right? Her rage, because she's raging at herself, right? So she'll take it out on Mark or somebody else. But how do you explain Miss Selvig? That's what's bothering me. How was she so different as Miss Selvig? She was sweet. She was smiling. She was holding that baby like she loved it. I mean, she was like a totally different person, right?
Yeah, she was. It was like it was really amazing to see Patricia Arquette play that role because it was really like watching two completely different people.
Yeah,
Um, I miss that actually. I miss that persona because it was comical and really entertaining and interesting to see. I think yeah, maybe that persona like was kind of emulating her mother. Maybe her mother was quirky like that, and she took on that persona. Apparently, see, this is the confusing thing about the whole Mrs. Selvig act and Mark. The question is, okay, why was she doing this? Was this all part of her going rogue, or just part of it? Because some of it was her going rogue. The part where she stole the candle and was watching them to see if they remembered each other. I think that was all her. That was her doing. We know for a fact that it was her doing to pretend to be a lactation consultant and worm her way into Mark's family, go to that party.
right.
That was all her because that's part of the reason when she got fired, she was told about that. You know, they did not want her doing that. That was all her. So I think it was also her choice to steal that candle from Mark's house and do all of that kind of reconnaissance work. Now, there's one thing though that makes me think that made me think that maybe the company had a hand in some of it at least because number one, she has a key to his condo just like Drummond had a key to Irving's apartment.
Right.
So that seems like par for the course. They have keys to get into employees' places to snoop around if they want. That part the company was responsible for, but I think the way she went about it and what she was snooping around for, I think was her agenda for some reason that's still unclear. The whole, stealing the candle and all that stuff. And she would go in there and she would go so often that she even remembered a light bulb that he hadn't replaced yet and pointed that out. And she would bring him cookies and it's like, okay, what I think she was doing way more than what the company would have
Right.
intended. I think she probably had the key for the same reason Drummond has keys to Irving's place, just so that they could get in and snoop around if they needed to. But I don't think that they told her to play this role of Mrs. Selvig. I think that part was her doing.
Yes.
Um, to get close to Mark and and the question is why. That's still a mystery as to
I
was
mean,
she so interested to see if the severance barriers were working between Mark and Ms. Casey personally. Um
not only
she
that,
ju-
but as soon as he would come home and from work, she'd run out of the house. Oh, Mark. Oh, you know, it's like he couldn't make a move without her seeing him,
Mhm.
right? I mean, over silly things like, bringing him cookies, coming in the house, uh, just talking to him about taking out the garbage. I don't know, just mundane things. It's like, why was she so obsessed with him?
Oh yeah, the garbage. She said you usually take out your garbage in the
Yeah,
afternoon.
right.
She even noticed when he takes out his garbage.
Yes. Yes. What does that have to do with Severance? He's off work, he's
Yeah.
home.
She
You
was
know?
obsessed. She was
Yeah.
obsessed, and that's still a big question mark as to why. Maybe that will start to become clearer now that she's going to be dealing with him directly on the
Yes.
outside.
Right.
I hope, because that's still so confusing as to why she did that, all of that,
But
and
it's a
that
real
Mrs.
reach
Selvig persona.
when you have a show that is promoting severing personalities, right? So they're making it very clear that the Innie and the Outie have almost a different personality. And then you have Miss Selvig and you have Miss Cobel. They're not, she's not severed. yet there are two different personalities there. So
Right.
I'm starting to think maybe she really was severed at one point. I mean, I don't know. I don't see how she could put on an act like that.
I know.
It's
It was,
strange.
yeah, it really was. She had a completely different manner of speaking.
Yep.
Her voice, her inflection, her demeanor, her body language, everything.
Even the way
Everything
she
was different.
dressed, everything was different.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah,
quirky outfits.
but I think it's
Yep.
who she was and who she wants to be. I think she wants to be Miss Selvig.
Right. Okay.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
that's a good point.
I mean, she
But
wants to be kind of like a hippie type that owns a new age shop and, you know, is free.
but
Like
she,
hippies are free. Like hippie types are free, not
yeah,
oppressed.
yeah, but
Right.
she was able to do it too easily. She was too believable.
She
She
really wanted it.
was.
I don't know. That's a mystery. Maybe we'll find out about that too. Maybe he'll
Or
say,
maybe,
so tell me about Miss Selvig.
Remember,
maybe she used that in her notebook. Maybe she was like, "Hey, I cultivated this persona, and everybody else should be doing this too. It's great."
remember, she also had her own distinctive way of saying Mark, just like Ms. Cobel. She was always like,
Tallulah Bankhead,
Mark.
like Tallulah
Yes.
Bankhead.
Mark. You know?
Yes.
That's what she
She was
wanted
very,
them to live with her dead husband in heaven and the shed out back.
yes.
There's room for you,
She
Mark.
was very Tallulah Bankhead. Yeah.
Yeah, she was. But if you look at that scene when she pretends to be the lactation nurse and she's talking to Devin and she's holding the baby and she's all smiles, it's like this can't be the same person.
I know, right? And yet, oh my God, that moment when she was holding the baby doll, and then all of a sudden she just slams it down next to her, like what the hell? Like there,
Oh, I
like
was,
once
I thought you were
what?
gonna mention the time when she like played with her tatas and was showing how like the milk spread all over the room or something.
Oh yeah, yeah, there's that too. Yeah, yeah, she was
That's the real
hilarious.
mystery.
I miss Mrs. Selvig, and it is a real mystery as to why she was like that. I mean, maybe I wonder if it's possible that she's so deeply traumatized that that's another of her personalities. But she's gone now. Once her cover was blown, we've never seen it again, and there was an episode titled "Goodbye, Mrs. Selvig." So
Yeah.
I don't think she's coming
What
back. I think that
what if she goes over to Mark's and when they open the door it's Miss Selvig?
That would be so funny.
They'd be like,
oh
what
yeah,
the what?
that would be great. Oh, I miss Mrs. Selvig.
Oh, Miss
Yeah.
Cobel? No, Mrs. Selvig.
They're like, can you find Miss Cobel and send her over? Hey, Miss Selvig, do you know
Yes.
anything about Severance?
Miss Cobel
No, I
sent
don't.
me.
Oh, well, that's a problem.
That's
Yes.
funny.
Yeah, we need Mrs. Selvig back. I would be here for
Yeah.
that. Yeah,
Yeah,
let's
me
bring
too.
Mrs. Selvig back. Yeah, I just love it, so let me see. So I'm looking back at some of these comments I starred here. Thank you so much for the kind words. I'm not even gonna try butchering your name, but thank you so much. Just watched some of your videos today. Absolutely love them. Appreciate the community you have built. Well, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. This is my first time covering a show that's not From by MGM Plus, which if you haven't watched it, I highly, highly recommend. From is amazing. If you love this show, you'll love From. Anyway, this is the second show I've ever covered, and I didn't know if anyone would watch my videos, so I really appreciate anybody that does. Thank you so much. Um, and thank you for being here. And we do these lives every Wednesday night. I mean, every Wednesday, every Monday night, for Severance.
Well, we do them
Until
every
the
Wednesday
season
night
ends.
as well.
We do them every Wednesday night for From. We're doing a From rewatch, but Monday night is Severance night. So around 10:30 p.m. Eastern is when we start. And so V Sky, the actor said it took him 2 years to prepare for the Hampton character. What? We're
Damn,
probably
that's
never even going to see
commitment.
him again.
That is
Seriously?
commitment.
He's only going to be in one episode. What?
The
That's
glory.
so weird.
Wow, 2 years.
And the
Jeez.
thespian.
My
Master
God.
thespian.
He had to practice that huffing scene.
Jeez.
I got addicted to ether for this role. It's only 2 lines. I don't care.
I better see what it tastes like.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
That's
funny.
weird. If I've got to listen to the podcast for the show, maybe that's where they said it. That's crazy. If that's
I mean, it
true.
was like 2 years because they finished the first season, then there was a year, then they hired him, and he had 2 years before they produced it.
I guess
That
so.
kind of
Yeah,
thing.
that would make more sense, right?
They took their sweet time making season 2 to make it absolutely perfect. I mean, with the attention to detail, it's really no wonder that it takes them so long to produce this show. So yeah, I guess that would make sense. That's wild. I liked him. Too bad we'll probably never see him again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. Like so many characters in the season.
Actually, though, I read an
Yeah.
article that Patricia Arquette knew him when they were like teenagers. They met on a set
Oh.
somewhere. Oh yeah,
We're
she knows him a
chums.
very long time. Yeah,
Really?
interesting. Mm-hmm.
There we
Yeah.
go. Be my question.
So Susie pointed out that so I guess Susie is saying that Devin still had some level of trust because like as a lactation specialist she helped her in some way. I don't know, but it was such a betrayal though. She was lying about who she was. I would feel so violated, like especially helping her, who knows, like, well, actually, I don't know if she helped her once the baby was actually born, so she might not have actually seen her topless or anything like that. But ugh, if she did, that would be really gross, if she's lying about who she is. Anyway, oops, I already highlighted that one. Let's see. Is there a personal gain for Cobel and Mark completing Cold Harbor and subsequent outcome of it? Well, she sure seemed personally invested in it when she was last seen in that episode in the parking lot where she told Helena that, Mark is so close to completing Cold Harbor. I need to finish what I started. I should be managing the severed floor. That's what she said. She really cares about it too. So I think there's some kind of personal stake that she has in this. She's fixated on Mark and Ms. Casey / Gemma. We've seen that. Question is why? Hopefully we'll get some answers soon now. And let's see. Petty said, I always thought Helena bluffed Cobel that night and kind of told her we don't need you anymore. Okay. Matt says, I would say, so in helping Mark rescue Gemma from whatever Cold Harbor is, she may gain access to the Severance floor and be able to take over. That's true. Yep. And Matt also says Helena seemed to be attempting to lure Cobel in, possibly to neutralize permanently. Yeah, I agree. Definitely. Like, I think they were going to disappear her. If she had gone into that building, she wouldn't have come out again with that goon that night in the parking lot. That would have been it. Dieter's got some more AI poetry here. What is this? Julie and Scarlet saw goats in a room. Scarlet cried, "This spells doom." Julie laughed, "Are they brainwashed too?" Scarlet said, "Honestly, wouldn't be new." Alrighty then. Julie and Scarlet screamed at the goats. "Are they severed?" Julie joked. Scarlet said, "This makes no sense." Julie grinned. That's Lumen suspense. Thank you, Peter.
Wow.
That's a riot. AI writes some poetry now. Yeah, AI can do all kinds of things. Hey there, Trace. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming. Matt says, Cobel offers Mark a quid pro quo. I help you save Gemma. You help me gain access to the system. Beyond that, it could go either way. I would have to agree. I would have to agree. Yep. Could go either way at that point. And about Selvig, Matt says she was undercover. Selvig was her undercover persona. Wiles, she was using wiles. Wiles, that's one of the virtues, one of the core principles, I believe. One of the 9. It's true.
It was on the card. The dog is on,
Yep.
so I put Year of the Wilds under my name now.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Number 1, Cobel is emotional. She begins to care about Mark's suffering. Number 2, Cobel is too attached to Severance as it's her tech and doesn't want it to be jeopardized. Yeah, that could be, maybe that's why. So you're saying like that could be why she became so invested and obsessed with Mark. Maybe she actually did care about his suffering on some level. That's possible. Um, and it's her tech. So this project with Cold Harbor, it because it's based on her technology. She does have some kind of investment in it. I could understand that. Um, Personal stake in it because she designed the tech. That makes sense. Ryan said it almost seems like a combination of her 2 personas of her innie and outie, which would only be possible if she was reintegrated, if she was ever severed, that is. Okay. I mean, she was known for goat husbandry. This could explain her nurturing nature of Mrs. Selvig. Okay, I could see it. Yeah, that makes sense, Ryan. That makes sense. Lying about her husband to get Mark in a throuple. Oh, maybe. Yeah, she used to talk about her deceased husband and stuff. I don't know. Matt said Mark had her invention in his head. She picked one severed subject and stayed close to him. Yeah, that's true, that totally makes sense. And not to forget that she has been probably doing it for 2 years for the time Mark has been working at Lumen. What an obsession. Oh, absolutely. Steve Wickert says, here's Scarlet. Scarlet is back. Scarlet, you looking something up? It knocked you off again?
Yeah.
Um, were you gonna say something before it knocked you off?
No, I just wanted to look I just wanted to look at another screen and look at some words, but
Yeah, your
stuck on the
device doesn't allow
screen.
that. You're not allowed.
Well, sometimes,
Um,
but not all the time.
yeah. Um, Steve here says she was watching Mark on the outside to make sure the severed barriers are holding. Also, I think Mrs. Selvig is the persona she aspires to be and would have been if not for Lumen. Hence why Selvig's hairstyles are the same hairstyles she had as a kid. I like that. That makes a lot of sense to me. Yep. She used to wear the braids a lot. I remember one time she had been that night that she destroyed her was it the night that she destroyed her altar, I think. She came to the door. No, I don't think that was the night that she did that. That was a different night. But one night I remember Grainer came to her door and he's like, "What the hell are you wearing?" Because Mrs. Selvig dresses completely differently than Harmony. And yeah, she that was maybe that is who she would have been if she wasn't brainwashed as a kid, and that's the person she would have liked to be. Um, Matt agrees with that. This covers all the bases. Those 2 points, severed barriers and her personal aspirations, explain a lot. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Steve said, I still want to know what's up with the light bulb. Mark never got replaced. And if it was a camera or bug from Lumen, why didn't they know Ragabi was there? Yeah, I just took that to mean when I took it as like she noticed that he still hadn't replaced a particular light bulb in his house. For one thing, I just took that to mean, wow, she's really obsessing over every detail and spying on him to that extent that she remembers he hasn't changed a particular light bulb. I also thought it was symbolic of the darkness of his depression. His house was so dark all the time, and he just didn't bother to do things like replacing light bulbs. It just symbolized the gloom and the despair of his mood. But it's possible it could have been, some kind of a bug from Lumen. I don't think so. Otherwise, they would have known Ragabi was there, like you're saying, Steve. Um, so if you're not subscribed already, please subscribe to our guest panelist here, Laurie of Real Therapy. Dieter dropped the link in the chat. She just launched a channel recently, and she's dropping awesome Severance content, examining it from a psychological perspective. Really insightful stuff. So definitely check that out. She's an awesome member of our community. So let's support our fellow, I don't know what you would even call it, Severance fan, a Sevi, I guess.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
this has been fun tonight, dissecting this episode.
Yeah, it has. It's always fun getting into these conversations, whether it's my favorite episode or not as, it's not up there among my favorites. It's still so much better than any other show out there right now, in my opinion. For me, at
What
least the ones that I'm aware of.
what are we gonna
And
what are we gonna focus on when this is done?
oh,
What
that's the
else is there
question.
coming up?
That's the question. I mean, I I'm looking at different shows. There's not a whole lot right now that's jumping out at me. I'm looking around. There's that show Nine Bodies in a Mexican Morgue, which already started. I'm gonna check it out and see if it's something that I'd like to cover or not. The only problem is it's already started, so we'd be
Yeah.
behind the curve. Um, it sounds interesting. It's on MGM Plus, and it sounds like kind of a combination of like Lost and Yellow Jackets and elements of From all put together. Um,
Well, that
so
might
I
be
mean,
interesting.
yeah, it's something related to a plane crash and mysterious happenings with the survivors and stuff like that. Um, so there's that. There's a show called Cassandra on Netflix that I want to check out. I've heard that it's really good. It's a German series and it's thought-provoking. It's it's something that already dropped. Netflix drops everything at once, so it wouldn't be as fun as one that you can just analyze week by week, but it's something I would consider covering anyway if it looks interesting enough. So I have to check that one out.
Okay.
Um, and aside from that, I don't know. I have to look at what else is out there. Later this year, whenever they decide to finally drop it, I'm definitely going to cover Welcome to Derry, which is, related to the Stephen King's It franchise,
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be
and
good.
Stranger Things in October. I think Stranger Things is coming in October too.
Wow,
Sorry, what was that?
how long has it been the hiatus for Stranger Things?
Oh, I think it'll be 3 years this summer, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah, I think
Long
so.
time.
Yes, it's been a long time. They This particular season that they're making is it's very ambitious. I've heard each episode is going to be like a movie length, like two
Wow.
hours.
Oh, wow.
So it'll be worth the wait, I think. I've heard they're really going to stick the landing from the sound of it. Everything I've heard, I have I'm optimistic that it's going to be worth it, and that's why it's taking so long. So anyway, so let's see, looking at a few more comments. Matt here says this is not a normal person in the sense of a well-adjusted to a society. She was raised as a child slave in a damn cult. Absolutely. So she's maladjusted and deeply maladaptive. Thank you, Dieter. Truly appreciate it. Thank you for all your help. Yes, we'll have that Young Frankenstein watch party in the Discord tonight. I'll be in there at 10, but we're gonna start streaming it at 10:15 PM Eastern time. And thank you for all your support, Dieter. The link to the Discord is in the description of this video if anyone wants to watch Young Frankenstein with us. Ryan here said Wednesday is a From Rewatch. Oh yes, every Wednesday. Every Wednesday we cover a From episode, and the next one we're covering is season 2, episode 2. So thank you. Yeah, thank you for your interest in that. Appreciate it. We deep dive into each episode. Oh, Matt, thank you so much for your support. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. 'Cause you are awesome. You have great insights. All of you guys. What else? What else did I miss here? So many great comments. So, yeah, I think Cobel wants to see this through on her terms. So she might lie to Mark and betray him. That's possible. How did Rickon manage to score a next door cabin to the severed senator wife? Yeah, I think he's got some money from these dumb books that he's written. I think he's pretty comfortable. He's either that or he was born. No, I listened to some of his audiobook and it doesn't sound like he came from wealth. His parents are performance artists. They don't tend to be
Uh-huh.
wealthy people.
Hump dumpster.
Hump
Yeah.
dumpster, they call themselves. Right?
Crazy.
Mhm.
Hump dumpster. Which we were going to get into tonight, but we've been doing this for so long that I think we might need to save that for another stream. I don't know. Let me see. What else? Matt Gilbert says Lauriella has a great voice. Yes, she does. She does have a great voice.
Thank you, Matt.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, you're gonna nail this. You're gonna nail this. You're already doing an awesome job with your videos, and we're so proud of you. Starting your own channel. I love to see members of our community, starting and making their own content, inspired to do this. It's so much fun, so
It is.
fulfilling. I love it. So I
You're
hope
a
you get.
natural, Julie. You're a natural at it.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it.
You have a way
Um,
of making everybody feel welcome and part of the. It's like a party. That's what it is. It's a party.
well, thank
It's
you.
nice.
And I
Yeah,
tr
you're welcome.
that's been the goal, I never felt like I fit in my whole life. I always struggled to make friends. I was always that kid sitting alone at the cafeteria table and getting picked on, and I just never had a good time making friends in college or at work in my early jobs either. So when I created this channel, I just wanted to create a space that I would have liked for myself to make people feel comfortable and welcome. So
And
that's the
you've
goal.
done it. You've done it. I mean, this is a great place, great space.
Oh,
You've made it
I'm
safe and easy for people to come and talk and, you know, just be with other people, share their interests. Because,
mhm,
in this world, it's really hard to do that. It's hard to meet people
mhm.
that you connect with, that you feel comfortable enough to talk about things. And it's a gift if you're able to do that and to bring people together, which you can do. And that's great.
Well, I appreciate it. I never would have seen myself even being capable of doing this. Well, I've always underestimated myself. And I never, like I said, I've never been good at making friends, and I was always shy, and I I was always chatty with only a select few people, close family members, and maybe like one friend, and that would be it, or my ex, and that was all. I with those select few people, I never shut up, but with everybody else, I would clam up and be quiet and afraid to speak. But my pain conditions have isolated me to a point where none of that matters anymore. It kind of forced me out of my shell. I'm isolated, physically where I am. I'm limited in what I can do, so I'm like, screw it. I'm just gonna be myself with everyone instead of just like my mom here, because that's all, I only have my mom now. It forced me to come out and just be the person I've always been, but with everyone that wants to actually show up and hang out in these spaces. And it's been my lifeline. So I'm just grateful people want to show up and have these conversations, because it's really been life changing for me. And uh, you know, this sense of community.
It's
It's
very important
really,
to have a sense
it
of
is.
community. It is.
It is.
And being
It is.
genuine is part of it, right? Because there are a lot of people out there that are phony. And you know it. You can tell when they speak that they don't really care. But when you're genuine, people know it. They know that you're being you. And that's the best thing, I think. So
Yeah.
keep doing what you're doing, Julie.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. And you are extremely genuine as well. That's why you're going to be a natural at this. Look, you're a natural on live streams, you're a natural with your videos, the way you communicate, so open, and you have this sense of warmth about you that makes people feel comfortable talking to you, like just opening up to you. So you're gonna do great. I just know it. You're gonna be so comfortable and, natural at this stuff. You already are. So
Thank you. I
I'm really
appreciate
glad
it.
to see you doing this. Yeah.
Thanks. I'll tell you, I have a ways to go to fill your shoes, and I mean that because I couldn't do it the way you do it.
Ah,
Because
yes, you
yeah,
could.
I couldn't. I mean, I like talking and communicating, and I like helping people. I'm a social worker, and I do help people for a living, but it's different. It's hard to explain. You have a way of just bringing people together, and it's a gift. It's a real gift, and
Oh,
I hope that you're able to see it. It's
well,
hard to see. I know it's hard to see, but I hope you can see it.
well, that means a lot. That really means a lot, it's hard for me to see, especially because of my deep-seated insecurities, but hearing kind words like that helps a lot. It's My confidence has really made huge progress from the time I started my channel in September to now. When I started, I was completely terrified and thought people would absolutely hate my videos, and I didn't like the sound of my own voice and all this stuff,
You have a
and so
great
getting
voice. You have a great voice.
well,
People fall
thanks.
asleep to your voice, they tell you. People are on your lives like 6 hours. You have a great voice.
Well, thanks. You know, it's the weird thing is, until I started my channel, no one ever complimented me on my voice my entire life. I'm in my mid-30s, so it's just weird. I do hear that and I appreciate it. It's just like, why did I hate the sound of my voice before and no one ever said anything nice about it before? I don't know. I don't think people give out compliments enough. I
They
think that
don't. They don't.
I really think the world would be a better place if we went around saying kind words to each other more often, more liberally.
Mhm.
Like it just makes people feel good. A lot of times
I
we might think
agree.
things in our heads, but we don't say it out loud.
I agree with you. Yes, and Scarlet. Let's say some nice things about Scarlet. She's a
Yes.
wonderful co-host. She's generous. She's a kind person. And you are so smart, Scarlet.
Yeah.
You know so much I am amazed you're like a walking encyclopedia. I mean, you know everything. Seriously.
Thank you. You got me right in the
Seriously.
feels.
Yep.
I was just kidding, but thank you.
No, I mean, you know everything. I mean, any topic that's brought up, you know something about it. That's amazing.
Well, thanks. I
It's
pride
true.
myself. I pride myself on that.
Good.
Hey, and I was
Yes.
happy that one time when we were in Discord, you were asking me questions about myself, and nobody ever asked me questions about me. So
Well,
thank
we
you.
want to know you, Scarlet. We want to know about you.
She's also extremely artistic. I mean, in multiple ways. You know, she's created films, you know, short films. She's incredible at drawing. She can play musical instruments. She can sing. I mean, she has an extremely
Wow.
artistic side, multiple artistic talents.
So then, Scarlet, we need to see some of this. Maybe we can have a watch party of some of your films that you worked on, you know, and
Yeah,
see some of
maybe.
your drawings. Seriously, why
Be
not?
prepared to be wowed.
Yeah,
The
why
Citizen
not?
Kane of the 8-minute film.
It's fine. Maybe we want to celebrate you. That would be great.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, like
Yeah,
Ruby
seriously.
says. Like Ruby says, Scarlet, you are a necessary ingredient to the conversations. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Scarlet is awesome. Yes.
Yeah, thank
She
you.
is. She
Yay.
is.
Yay.
Scarlet, you're awesome.
Yes.
I was also tired and kind of falling asleep when you guys were talking as well, so there was that.
And
I hear the goats.
thank you.
The goats.
I could actually do the combo, like.
So are we going to go over Rickon's book, or you think it's too late?
It's probably too late because it's almost like I'm gonna go to bed soon.
I think I didn't expect us to have this much to say about such a short episode, but so I figured that's why we thought we would cover Rickon's book in the same live, but now I'm thinking we could do a whole dedicated live just to that when we have the time, or if we have time next week.
Like after season or something?
Yeah, like I'm thinking after the season, and this would enable me to be better prepared because I didn't get a chance to finish reading the whole thing, so I could finish reading it and it would be fun because when Severance is over, we're gonna miss it.
Yeah, that's true. We could wait on it.
So I think we should do it when the season ends, do a live to discuss this awesome, hilarious book / audiobook. You can also get the audiobook. It's free. The UUR. It's not the whole thing. They didn't make, unfortunately, the whole thing. There's a little intro that suggests that this is only an excerpt. So I'm really hoping that they're planning on doing the rest of it eventually. Hopefully. So we can do a dedicated
maybe
stream
they'll
on that.
release the any version.
Yeah. Maybe.
And we can compare the any and the Outie version.
Yeah. Maybe. By the way, just to the chat, I just want to say thank you. I see all the kind words that you were saying about me when I was talking about my story, and I really appreciate it. Thank you for all the kind words, Matt and Ruby and Ryan. Thank you. I'm super glad you could make it to a live show too. Absolutely. You know, thank you, Ruby. I really appreciate the kind words. And MJ323, I haven't seen you before. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All of you guys, you're so kind and lovely. Ryan, yes, I just started in September. You thought I was fully convinced you had been doing this for years. Yeah, no, I'm not even close. But thank you. I appreciate it. Trust me, if you watch my videos, if you watch my scripted videos, it'll be pretty clear I haven't been doing it for years because I don't know all the fancy tricks. I don't have the bells and whistles yet, fancy edits and transitions and clips and graphics. I just basically, my videos are me talking over a slideshow of images that I prepare, and I put an enormous amount of work into it, and they're long. They're usually pretty long, but they're not fancy. So it's believe me, it's a learning curve and I'm learning as I go, but I appreciate the kind words. That this is the kind of thing that keeps me going, because when I put out my first video, I was terrified that people would hate it. It took me 2 weeks after I finished it to finally post it and get up the nerve to do it. Um, for the most part, it's been kindness. Everybody's gonna get a troll or a hater once in a while. It's inevitable, but eventually I've learned to focus on the positive, and almost everyone has been kind, like you lovely people. A little ether will sort out those insecurities, no problem. One off and you're good. Yeah, probably not. Probably not a good idea. Steve. Yeah, this is funny. A lot of people say this. After watching and participating in the live streams when they're live, I put them on when I go to bed too and re-listen as I
Wow.
fall asleep. Wow. I haven't heard that in particular. I've heard people say all the time that they fall asleep and wake up and we're still live just because of how long we live and I mean how long we stream and how late it is.
Yeah, but
But
Mackie's
that's
not here. I don't know if I can do the bell go combo.
yeah. Yeah. Maybe well you could probably summon Mackie. All we have to do is
Hold on,
mention
hold on,
Mackie.
hold on. Give me like 10 seconds. Like, just be quiet for 10 seconds. That's for you, Mackie, wherever you are.
I wish I could hear it. I'm on my screwed up laptop that can't play certain sounds. I couldn't hear
Oh,
that.
it's a
Whatever it
show,
was
Julie. It's a show.
I couldn't hear it. One day I'll be able to afford a decent laptop. This piece of garbage. The speakers don't work right, so it's amazing I can even hear you guys talking. Anyway, um, I appreciate the people who have sent donations here and there because every little bit helps, and
Yeah.
eventually I do need to get a better laptop to actually function because I almost didn't even have a device to use tonight. I was kind of panicking. I usually rely on my Chromebook, and my Chromebook charger just suddenly stopped working completely. For the last few days, it's barely been able to work, and tonight I couldn't get it to work at all. And then so I was going to go with my laptop that I use as a backup. That stopped working. I can't click on anything. I can move the cursor, but nothing. I can't click on anything. I don't know why. So I dug this thing out, and this one works, but I can't hear a lot of the noises through the speakers. So my devices suck. The long story short, and trying
So,
to eventually save up for a better laptop. And so Dieter set up a little PayPal thing for me. Right now I'm not monetized yet. I am looking into the process of getting monetized because I do qualify for it. So all I have right now is Cashapp and Venmo, which are linked in the description of the video if you're so inclined, and running along the bottom of the screen there in that banner. But anyway, I appreciate all the kind words and all the kind words for Scarlet. We appreciate it. Thank you. Looking through the chat here. Yes, Steve. Yeah, we could go back over the Lexington letter too. Definitely. When the season's over. Do that and the UUR. Absolutely. Maybe we could waffle party and chill sometime. Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Ruby. Appreciate it.
Best $11 ever spent.
Huh?
It's the best $11 ever spent.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I wish I could hear it.
There's goat scream on here. I love it.
Yeah.
Well, when I'll have to listen to the replay so I can hear what the hell it sounded like because I couldn't hear anything. Anyway, so what was I gonna say? Yeah, I saw a couple people interested about the Young Frankenstein watch party. Where did I see that here? Petty. Yeah, if you want to watch with us, the link to my Discord is in the description of this video. If you want to join, we're gonna watch it around we're gonna start it at 10:15 p.m. Eastern tonight, and Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow on From, which is my other obsession of a TV show. He's going to be joining us. He's the one who suggested that we do it in the first place. So it's going to be a good time. And then we'll have a little discussion. Scott, you love Young Frankenstein too? Nice. Yeah, hopefully you can join us. Absolutely. That would be great. Good night, Ryan. Starting your From Rewatch. Nice. Have a good night. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate you. Thank you for for letting I think Dieter said that you were the one who let him share links to my stuff in your Facebook group, and I appreciate it because some Facebook groups have been deleting Dieter's posts over silly unnecessary rules. So thank you. I appreciate your support very much. Anyway,
hey, man in yellow in front of the channel, Doug Hughes is here.
Wait, what?
Oh,
man.
Doug Hughes is here. Yeah, hi, Doug.
Doug, hi. Hello. We were just
Speak of the
talking about
devil.
you. We were
Literally
just talking about
speak
you.
of the devil.
Literally. We can summon people. I swear to God. We talk about people and then they appear. It's
Yes.
like magic.
Yes.
We have witchy powers like that.
It's all part of the
That's
coven.
so fun.
Well, you mentioned Young Frankenstein, and that's all you had to say.
Yep. And then there he is. We summoned the man in yellow. There we go. Hey there, Doug. We're still going, but we're gonna be wrapping up shortly. Doug just caught up with us. Doug just binged Severance, and he just finished episode 8 over the weekend, so he's now caught up. So he might join our Severance watch party on Thursday night in the Discord. So that'll be fun. Nice. Nice to see you, Doug. Doug has been loving Severance. Not as big a fan of this episode, like same kind of criticisms that I had and that all of us kind of had, but other than that, Doug has been really enjoying Severance, which I'm so glad about because I love it and I thought he would love it and it would be right up his alley. Really a deeply challenging, thought-provoking series with so many parallels to From in that it at the core of it, it's a show about how human beings cope with trauma and so there's deep complexity to the characters. The writing is just superb. Normally, it's superb, and so I just
really
knew
is.
you'd love it.
It really is. The writing is phenomenal.
Yeah.
In this episode, they kind of took the lazy way out at the end.
They did. They did.
Well,
It was disappointing.
What I don't like about it is when I feel like I'm just watching plot points.
Yes.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
I didn't do that first season.
Yeah, they could have done
Right.
it better, I think. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's still
Yeah,
better than
they-
other things I watch, so
But
Right.
on a second watch, I liked it a little more because, like I said,
Yeah.
I focused on other parts of it. And Scarlett
Mhm.
also said she liked it a little better because I focused on other parts of it. I focused on the grief aspect, the trauma, the emotional, what she went through in the episode. I was focusing on that more. So even though
Yes.
I really don't like the way they ended it, I really don't like. I don't know. I can't say it more emphatically than that. I just don't like the way they ended it. I don't. I don't like her being the one who's going to come in and save the day now and save Mark, and it's just not believable to me. It's not.
I know. I agree with you. I think it was lazy writing. I think they shoehorned this in and it was unnecessary. I already sympathized with Harmony before this episode. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to watch this show before this episode and see that she was worthy of sympathy. I already could see it. The signs were there that she was brainwashed into a cult. You could see there were clues. Those of us who watched it from the beginning, rather than, if you binge it in a hurry, then you would easily miss this. But people who watched it more slowly noticed that her mother, like there was a breathing tube with a name that said Charlotte Cobel, 1944. So we figured, okay, her mother must have died in a tragic way. And you see her driving around with the breathing tube on the car seat. So you can see that she is a broken person. She lost her mother in some kind of tragic fashion. She's been brainwashed by a cult. I already sympathized with her. I didn't need them to
Yes.
shove this down my throat this episode, like put her through the ringer just so that they could drum up sympathy for her. Like now she's gonna ride in and save the day. We've slapped her around enough, literally. Her aunt slaps her in the face.
Literally gave her a slap. Yeah.
Literally slapped her in the face. Like that was such a cheap, cliched trick to drum up
Oh,
sympathy
yeah.
for her.
Oh,
You
yes.
know,
Very
it goes into soap opera territory, which I know you don't like, Julie.
No, it does.
It
does.
It does.
All the sexy sex and the slaps and the passion.
Yes. It was
like Dynasty. Remember Dynasty when
yeah. Joan Collins
Joan Collins and what's her name? They would really go at it.
Yeah.
It was funny.
Yes.
Alexis Carrington.
It was
Alexis, yeah.
Melodramatic, that's the word I would use. This became melodramatic.
Or they
they
get in a fight and they end up falling in the pool with their beautiful dresses.
And their hair is all wet and everything. Their dresses are all wet. Yeah. It was silly. But yeah, I mean, it was a very it was a cheap tactic to create drama. It wasn't necessary.
It was completely unnecessary. Doug here said it wasn't the revelation of the facts that bothered me. It was the clumsy way in which they were revealed. Yeah, I completely agree with that.
That's what I was talking to you, Julie, about. Like Dan Erickson wrote the first season and the first episode of the second season, but he didn't write any more episodes. So now you got a whole bunch of other writers coming in. What happens? It gets clunky.
And here I was mistakenly blaming Dan Erickson. I was telling Doug that I thought maybe it was Dan Erickson's inexperience as a showrunner that caused this problem. But it's not Dan Erickson's fault. He didn't write this. So
yeah, it would have been a lot more quirky, I think, if he wrote them.
Yeah.
It's the quirkiness.
So it's actually not his fault. I was mistaken. So we thought maybe it was a freshman fluke because this is Dan Erickson's first show that he's created. But no, it's not him. It's whatever other writers they put together to do this. That's what caused the flaws, the huge flaws in the writing of episode 8, in my opinion. So it's unfortunate. Like Matt Gilbert said, this episode was the weakest. The pacing was wonky. It lurched from intense staring to dramatic revelation. Yes, Doug actually talked about that too. I was talking to Doug about this, and he had the same reaction to all these intense staring sessions too. Yeah, it was just weird and unnecessary, and it was clumsy.
Just a cheap way to create drama. That's all it was. And it wasn't believable. It was just, you're sitting there watching this and you're saying, well, they're just trying to make this more interesting than it really is.
Seriously.
It wasn't necessary. The whole episode was just, as Doug said in the comments, it was very clunky the way they did it. It could have been done so much better.
Ham-fisted. Yeah, it was clumsy as hell.
We haven't seen Cobel since the second episode of the season. And
I think
then that's
episode 3 or something. Yeah, that was it.
And then we don't see her, and all of a sudden she shows up in 8 in this crazy episode.
Yeah. And it was
why not
such a disappointment.
Why not have like a little bit filtering in each episode? Like, you see her like planning on her next move, what she's thinking about, maybe having visions of her mother laying there with the breathing tube, just getting us on board to what's going on with her, right? What she's experiencing. Maybe picking up the phone, thinking of calling Mark and then doesn't do it. That kind of thing. Something.
Yeah, give us some build up to it. Lay the groundwork ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I just yeah, I was so disappointed because I thought, look, first of all, if I had to pick a favorite character on the show, she would be it. I was so disappointed in how they underused her this season. How do you underuse this incredible actress and incredible character of Harmony Cobel? I hated that, but I thought, okay, well, maybe they're doing this to build up to an incredible reveal as to what she's been doing behind the scenes. I thought, well, maybe she was the one Irving was talking to. You had this
Yeah.
idea, and I signed off on it, Laurie. This was your idea that we
Which
thought.
one? Oh,
You
that
thought
Irving was
maybe
calling her. Yeah, on the phone.
yes, and I agreed with you. We thought that maybe Irving was speaking to a mysterious person on that payphone saying, something about his spy work that he's doing against Lumen, and we thought maybe he's talking to Cobel. That was a great idea you had, and I wish they had done
Thank
that,
you.
Laurie.
We keep making more plots. We keep making more and more plot.
I'll write an
and we need
episode.
plot. We want plot.
Because that
Yeah.
would have been a great way to bring her back into the
Well,
story.
Right.
We find out that she really is involved, behind the scenes, that she didn't really leave, that she has Irving there doing work for her. It would have been great.
It would have been an awesome reveal to, at least build up, like, it would have been so impactful. Her absence it would have been worth it if there had been an impactful reveal. Like, wow, look at what she's been doing behind the scenes, some kind of grand plan or
yeah, like
operation against Lumen,
orchestration.
working
Yeah.
with Irving, behind the scenes. So
So
I
now
was
we
so
have
disappointed.
So now we have to wonder who Irving is calling, right?
Will be told.
Who do you think he's
And
calling?
I have no idea.
I was gonna say a while back that Ben Stiller on his podcast said this episode was originally supposed to be edited and put in other episodes, like piecemeal, like hither
He
and
said
thither.
that?
Yeah,
What, this particular episode?
yeah.
The eighth?
It was supposed to
Really?
be like just a scene here and a scene there as it went through some other episodes.
That's what they should
Well,
have done.
That's what they should have
That's what
done.
they should
Yeah.
have. That's
Yeah.
exactly what they should have done.
They should
Yeah.
have done that.
And also improve the writing of it in general. But yeah, but they
Yeah.
should have. Yes. Doug said that I knew he didn't write it, but he would have signed off on it. That's true. Dan
Mhm.
Erickson, he's a showrunner and the creator of the show. So while he didn't write it, he did, have some control, and he signed off on it, and it
Yeah.
was unnecessary. Like, I agree with Doug completely. So it's unfortunate. Yeah. Because the show is amazing in general, but unfortunately, no show can be perfect, and they screwed up on this one. This show is as close to perfection as you can get most of the time, but in
Yeah.
this case, I think, yeah, they screwed up.
I wonder who
in a
wrote this
lot of.
episode. Do we know who wrote it?
Let's see.
I looked it up, and I thought it listed Dan Erickson with a couple of other names, but maybe that's inaccurate. Scarlet, did you look it up? Because I looked it up on IMDb, and I thought it said Dan, but several other, like 2 or 3 other names. Oh, she's probably looking it up, and you kicked her off.
Yeah, it kicks her off. I don't know. To save all this up for one episode is ridiculous. We should have been
I
seeing
agree.
this all along. We should have been seeing glimpses of Cobel having nightmares, waking up, holding that breathing tube, angry at Lumen for firing her. We should have seen different things. We haven't seen her the whole season. It makes no sense.
Oh, good night, Doug. Thanks for popping in. Hope your back feels better. His back has been out, so it's been interfering with his sleep. That's why he's up at
Oh,
this hour.
Well, good night,
Um,
Doug. I hope you feel better.
Feel better, Doug. We'll see you Friday night. Doug will be joining us Friday night for another awesome round of our ongoing series from The Man in Yellow, Story Time with Doug. He'll be joining us, and it's going to be a call-in, by the way. So anybody can call in and offer questions or comments to Doug, and join the conversation for a few minutes. We're also going to do a giveaway with Love Crochet by Alexis, who crochets beautiful dolls from based on the characters of From. She's gonna be giving away a jade doll, and she's gonna join us. Alexis is going to join us on the stream Friday night. So that'll be at 10 p.m. Eastern this Friday with Doug and Scarlet, and Alexis will be calling in and joining us. So that's gonna be fun. So
I have some intel.
yes.
I have intel.
Yeah.
My
What's
intel
that?
is that Dan Erickson wrote with other writers on episode 7, and he wrote the last 2 episodes of the season that are coming up.
Wait,
Oh,
so
well, this was 8, though.
7, the one with Mark and Gemma.
Oh, yeah, yeah. But I mean, but what about 8? Do you see anything for 8?
No, he did not write on 8. He wrote on
Good.
7, 9, and 10. And even if he did write on 8, would he say he did?
Right, exactly. well, 7 was brilliant. I mean, really, that to me, that's
So
the best
I mean, if
episode.
9 and 10 are really good, then there might be some redemption here.
Yeah, I think there will be. 7 to me was the best episode of the entire show, I think. In both, I mean, the first season, I did like the last episode. I thought that was great, but I think I like this the best. The episode 7.
me too.
Not me.
Episode 7, I think, was their best.
Not
No,
me.
not
I'm a
you?
first season girl. I love first season.
Ah, well,
Yeah.
which episode?
All of them.
Oh, okay.
Everyone's a winner.
No favorite?
They're all phenomenal.
And
Every single one. There's not a weak episode.
Even the first episode of season 2, like all those Dan Erickson written ones, solid gold.
There's not a single dud in the entirety of season 1. I agree with you on that. There's not one off episode. I think they slayed it every time. Yeah.
It was a little slow moving in the beginning, but yeah, no, every episode was great.
I thought it was slow moving, and then I watched season 2. It's not slow moving.
Okay.
It was a slow burn. Season 1 was a slow burn.
Yeah.
But I don't mind that. I don't mind a slow burn.
I liked it, but I mean, I know people that are turned off to it for that reason, and they don't give it a chance. But I like it. Yeah, I like the first season a lot. But as far as a favorite episode, though, if I had to pick a favorite episode, I would say episode 7 was my favorite of this season.
Okay. Yeah, I would have to agree just on the sheer quality of it as a piece of art. I just absolutely loved it. I thought it was a masterpiece.
Yes.
Now it wasn't like I love Severance for the humor and the wit. And obviously it didn't really have any humor in it. Like one of the reasons I love Severance is for how witty it manages to be despite the dark themes of grief and trauma. And episode 7 really didn't have much of that, but it was just such a masterpiece that I have to say it's the best personally for me. 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10, like if that's possible.
Yeah, I really, to me, it was a work of art. It really was. I mean, episode 4 also was a work of art, but I prefer 7 if I had to pick one. But
I would disagree.
Okay, but I think
I like the first one, the first episode, and I like the one with the goat room. Those are my favorites.
Well, you like goats, that's why. No, I like the goat room too. That actress from Games of Thrones, I forgot her name. She was great.
Gwendolyn Christie.
Yes.
One of many characters. I thought See, okay, I have talked to you before in DMs about this, probably both of you, that I thought that there'd be something where her character, Lauren, would meet up with Dylan and Irving, kind of like in first season. They go find a testing floor, or they go find the experts hall. You know, I thought Devin would go investigate Lumen. Like, all these people will be out doing stuff, and they're not out
Yeah.
doing anything.
I know. I agree. Yeah, I mean, are we
Yeah.
going to see her again? I guess we'll see her in the next season, right? But I see, that's one criticism I have of this show. And it goes back to what you said earlier. We don't see these characters again. We see them
Mhm.
once, and that's it. I
Mhm.
don't like that.
It's like
Like,
guest star of the week, like, you know, star of the
yeah,
week.
it's like that first episode when we had those 3 new coworkers there, and we
Yeah.
never saw them again.
And I'm a big fan of Isla Shawkat, because I like Arrested Development and Search Party. Search Party is one of my favorite shows. And
Yeah.
when I went on IMDb, they said her and the guy that played Mark W, Bob Balalan, were going to be there all 10 episodes.
Yeah, that's what IMDb said, yeah.
So I
'Cause
was
I
super
looked at that.
excited, because I thought, okay, there's going to be a character arc here, and it was not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Why
know.
bother?
I really think they should bring them back. I don't know. I don't like that. That bothers me because you know you
Yeah.
get to like a character, you spend an episode with them, and then you never
Mhm.
see them again.
Or you want to know how these different, because like in the last season they had optics, they had that thing about optics and refining
Right.
gate people, and well, how do the, like, you know, Netalists and Mamalists or whatever they were called, how do they work into this?
Right. I mean, they did show Felicia again, which was
Mhm.
nice that they did that,
I
right?
thought
From O&D.
Felicia and Irving would go do something together. They would go
Right.
investigate something,
Right. That would have
do
been
anything.
nice. No.
Well, all they did was have the
Yeah.
sexy sex. All these people just had sexy sex and making out and
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's one of the gripes I have of the show is that they don't follow up on characters. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I think all of the love scenes, honestly, the you know, Mark and Helly together, Mark and Helena together, Dylan and
Gretchen.
Gretchen kissing, you know, like
Cobel and
it just
what's his
Cobel
name,
and
Hampton.
Hampton. It's just for me it's a waste of screen time,
Yeah.
especially some of these people, Cobel and Hampton, Dylan and Gretchen. It's just not necessary for me. It's a waste of screen time where they could have been exploring other things. There's so much they could delve into with this show. And I mean, how do you introduce Gwendolyn Christie? Was it Gwendolyn Christie who played the goat lady with
Yeah,
the
Lauren, yeah.
bell?
Yeah.
She's
Yeah, she was
amazing.
great. She was amazing.
I wanted more of her. I guess we're never going to see her again. I'm thinking at this point.
Yeah, well, I think probably next season we'll see her again because they have to explain the goats, what they're doing with the goats. So I think we'll see some of those people again, but probably only one episode. Yeah. It's I
Right.
don't know. It's disappointing. It really is.
You know, season 1, they had just the weird goat room episode, and then now season 2, we have a goat field episode, and it's like, are they ever going to revisit this again? Is it just going to be
Mhm.
every
But
season they have a weird goat scene?
But it's in the
Yeah.
opening titles too. And it's like a goat that morphs into like wearing a business suit. So I want to know more.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, you know, there's
I
a
mean,
theory that Rebecca, you know, the one who's friends with Rickon, that
Mhm.
she's a goat because she
Are
said
we-
that a
Jeez.
bird was pecking at her head, and, and then that she had like a weird smell, and she was always chewing something, and there was nothing in her mouth. I mean, they made these remarks about her, and I'm thinking, yeah, maybe she is a goat. Who knows?
And you'll never see her again. But
Yeah.
if you listen to
We'll never see her again. That's right.
if you listen to the UUR audiobook, Rickon named his daughter Eleanor Rebuck.
Yeah. I couldn't
Yes.
believe that.
Or Scott Hale.
I'm like, why would
Yes.
he name his baby after this nutty woman?
I want to
don't
know,
know.
so they should show us.
Right? Yeah, I found that surprising myself. Yeah.
Don't see the
and the more
spoilers at all.
and the more I think about Rickon, I really think he's somehow he's an Egan. I really believe it because I was listening to the book, he used words that the Eagans use. He even said the word filthy. And they said that in this episode when Aunt Sissy said that she owes fealty to the Eagans. So she used the same word and he's using the same words. And I'm thinking he has to be an Eagan. And he looks like like Drummond. I'm sorry. They look like they could be twins. So I'm holding that he has some Eagan blood in him. I think
Right.
so. Yeah.
He certainly talks in an odd manner, and yeah, he does use similar vernacular. So it would be interesting if he's some kind of maybe he's like a black sheep Egan who's been cast out of the fold. That's a theory that I've heard. That's really
Yeah.
interesting. Matt
Yep.
Gilbert has theorized that maybe Rickon is part of an illegitimate line of Egans.
Mhm.
It would explain a lot about why he speaks in this strange manner, why he's so weird. He's just plain weird.
He's very weird, and
Um,
he uses the same words they use. He speaks like them, and he looks like Drummond. He really
he
does. I mean, they could
he
be
does.
twins. I don't know.
That's another
That's what I
complaint.
think.
Another complaint I have about this season, not enough Rickon. We had more of Rickon in season 1 than
Yeah.
season 2. I miss having more of him. I thought he'd have a bigger role than
Mhm.
he has. So, I mean, don't get me wrong. I loved how this season has gone. I really have in a lot of ways. But there are just certain things I missed. I wanted more Cobel and more Rickon too.
Yes.
He's such a unique facet of the show. I love Rickon.
Oh, I do too. Yeah. And
Yeah.
that's what I found it very interesting. I mean, I know we're not going to go over the book, but he talks about Gemma, about how much he had a lot of affection for Gemma because she was nice to him. And he spoke about how Mark was not nice to him, and that there were a couple of things he referenced where Mark was downright mean. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, I mean, Mark is not the nicest person. He's really not. And his sister was married to Rickon. Okay, he may think Rickon's a jerk, but for his sister's sake, I would think he would be nicer to Rickon, And and Rickon's very sensitive. He gets hurt by it. So
Oh
it's
yeah.
pretty interesting,
He
It
wrote
shows
that.
it shows a bad side of Mark. That's what I'm saying.
He wrote
Yeah.
that caustic poem about like when Mark said everybody's laughing at you when you
Yes.
leave the room.
Yes, that's right. So Rickon had wanted something that he gave to Gemma after she died, and Mark said, "Oh, we were laughing. We were listening to it and laughing." So Rickon said, "Well, you mean you were laughing?" He says, "No, both of us. Gemma was laughing too." In other words, Gemma was laughing at him, at Rickon. And Rickon
Huh.
said, "That really hurt me." He wrote this in his book. He said, "I would rather not have known that." So it shows that Rickon's very sensitive and that Mark could be crass and not sensitive, which we know
That's
he's not.
true.
Yeah. But it
Oh
was
yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, Rickon was sensitive, and we saw that even though he seems egotistical, he's really not. It's masking a deep insecurity. And the end of season 1 at his book reading, he showed that when he told Mark, like he basically started venting to Mark about how terrible he was doing with his book reading. He felt like he was so insecure about it, and he called himself like a hamburger waiter,
Yes.
something. So yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
an insecure guy.
Yeah, he's
So
insecure, and Mark is not a very sensitive person. And
no,
that's why, remember when Devin said early on, she said, Gemma made you, what is it she said?
Like
Gemma
better
made you nicer or something. Remember
or
she said that
better.
to Mark?
Just a better person.
Oh yeah, Gemma
yeah,
made you a better person.
It's better.
Yeah. Yeah, it was something like that. It was like, Gemma was wonderful. She made you wonderful, or something to that
Yeah,
effect.
that's
Mhm.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's because you have to wonder what Mark and Devon's background is too. We don't know much about their childhood. Um, Devon is also cynical, like Mark, so we have to wonder what happened to them. But anyway, Mark is not a sensitive guy. So
Mhm.
Gemma, I guess, made him a little more sensitive, maybe, but not enough to help her when she needed it. He
Mm.
was emotionally unavailable for her when she
Mm.
had that miscarriage. And even though I know he wanted to be there for her, he just didn't know how.
No,
So,
because his defense mechanism is to block out things that are painful so that he wasn't emotionally available to her at all. That's
right,
why.
that's right.
Like Patty, we're not hating Mark at all. Like I have great empathy for Mark and his trauma, and I can relate to that defense mechanism of blocking out things that are painful. And sometimes I haven't been emotionally available to somebody because I can't deal with whatever it is we're both going through either. I've been in that position, so I get it. Yeah.
Oh
And
yeah,
nobody's
no,
hating on Mark.
Mark's a good person, but what we're saying is Mark is just emotionally, it's very hard for him to extend himself. It's very hard for him to be supportive of somebody because it's too painful for him. It's too hard for him. I mean, you
Exactly.
know, that's why any
Exactly.
Mark is able to do that though. Any Mark is soft and, you know, he seems more capable of doing that while Outie Mark is not. So now
Right.
that they're reintegrating, we may see Outie Mark is becoming more sensitive now. So that would be interesting to see.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, to see how he changes now. I think that he's going to be like he's been reborn. We're going to find in the next episode. I think that he's kind of gone through that rebirth process into a reintegrated version of himself, or either that or he's on his way to becoming reintegrated. The wording on the phone call that Devin used was Mark Mark is reintegrating. She didn't say reintegrated, she said reintegrating. So it's still ambiguous as to whether the process is complete or not. But
Right.
it's when he woke up on the couch, all of a sudden his apartment, which is usually just bathed in darkness and shadow, which I've always thought clearly represents his depression and his despair symbolically. He woke up on the couch and this beam of light is hitting him from the window. He's bathed in sunlight. And it makes me think, okay, maybe this is symbolic of his rebirth as a reintegrated person and the light is now coming in.
Yeah, I
So,
think you're right. I agree with you. Yes. Yeah.
because this show does a lot of symbolism with lighting and color. There's so much of that and visuals.
Hmm.
There's so
Yeah.
much symbolism going on. So, um let's see. Yeah, Matt just thinks Rickon is pretentious. Yeah, I could just be quirkiness for the sake of being quirky. Yeah, Matt no longer thinks that he's an illegitimate Egan, but you never know. Samuel says he's
Because
either
the
an
hump
Egan or
dumpster.
he huh?
Because the hump
The
dumpster.
hump the hump
The
dumpster.
hump dumpster.
For, for those who haven't read the audiobook, the UUR, or listened to it, definitely check it out. It's free from Apple and it's hilarious. Um, I found an MP3 of it and also the audiobook link just by Googling it too, because I had trouble getting it from Apple. I don't have an Apple device, and so I had difficulty with it, but if you Google it, you can find it, and it's hilarious. And we're gonna do a live stream eventually, probably after the season is over. We'll do a live stream and discuss it. It's fantastic. Um, Samuel thinks Rickon's either an Egan or he was raised in a Kier cult-like community, like Cobel could be. Petty, yeah, the visuals were exquisite in this episode. The water in the opening shot, it was
Yeah, it's beautiful.
absolutely gorgeous. I loved it. The visual scenery, oh my God. Just aesthetically, this episode was gorgeous, truly.
Oh yeah,
Um,
beautiful.
oh yeah, absolutely. And Rickon is selling. Yes, we have to remember that. Right now Rickon is selling out for money. It's Rickon is basically writing a new version of his book just for the innies, and he says, oh, he's rationalizing it, saying, well, he's got to kind of go with what they tell him to do right now, but eventually maybe some of his revolutionary ideas can seep through to the innies and do some good. But I don't buy it, because then he just flat out lets it slip, saying, um, this is a fiscal opportunity, a fiscal and creative opportunity, the likes of which I've never known. And he's like, or has the appeal of me selling millions of books and the lifestyle that affords us lost its appeal to you? Something to that effect. So it sounds to me like he is selling out. Yeah. I think we'll probably see more of that. Hopefully, in the next episode, we'll get some more information about that. What's going on? Like, is he really working with them now? Yeah, to me, it sounds like he's writing a new version of the handbook that's going to be more like a New Testament. Their old handbook will be like the Old Testament. It's written in pseudo-religious language. It's harsher. They used to have more punitive things like the break room with the psychological torture. It's very like Old Testament vengeful God kind of a thing. Kier was more vengeful, Kier in that painting Taming the Tempers with the cat of nine tails. And now in season 2, we have the painting Kier pardons his betrayers, where the 4 MDR people are represented in the painting and he's sparing them. So I think Rickon's book will be equivalent to a New Testament version of their handbook, essentially. And he's selling out. I really do think, yeah, he's selling out for money. Unfortunately, it's surprising because he was very much anti-Severance in season 1. Now he's going to be complicit in this, in the evil that's going on, that they're perpetrating against these people. So it's too bad. I really liked Rickon, but if he's selling out like he seems to be, then that's a shame. It really is.
Yeah, it is.
But
Well, he wants that money.
he wants that money. He wants to, clearly there, this isn't his first book. He's written other books, and apparently he's sold enough books that it explains why they appear to live a pretty wealthy lifestyle. They have a really nice home, and they could afford to go to that fancy birthing retreat where the state senator's wife was having the kid. So
yeah,
they got money. They've got money. It must be from his books, but now he wants more. He's greedy. He's getting greedy.
but it may not all be from his books. He may have some money from family.
Could be.
Maybe he's like living off a trust fund or something.
Could be. Maybe, I don't know. His parents were those performance artists.
Dumpster fund.
Pump dumpster.
So he says.
So he says.
Yeah, maybe he's making it up.
He might be an Eagan. He may have made that up.
That's a good point. He could be making it up. That's yeah, we can't be sure that his parents really were performance artists who called themselves Hump Dumpster, according to his book.
And they had him as a theatrical piece, right? The birth was
Right.
part
The
of
birth
the
of him,
theatrical
yes.
piece, right?
Oh my God, that was hilarious.
I thought it was a little bit of a dig at Ben Stiller, or Ben Stiller having a little fun with his background.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah. Well, both his parents were performers. Yeah. Right.
Oh,
Vaudeville.
interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. And the performance piece, I forget what it was called. It was something like Afterbirth, something about fucking afterbirth or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
Something like that.
It was something weird like that. And so he was conceived and born as part of a performance piece, according to his book. So they literally conceived him on a stage while people watched, and his mother gave birth to him on a stage. Yeah.
Mhm.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
Like,
I think he made it
I'm
up
trying to find where
personally.
it is in here. He probably made it up. Oh, I found it. Wait a minute. It's called the performance art piece. It says he was born in a 9-month performance art piece originated by his parents titled "Smells Like Afterbirth Fucker." and and then he said, "I was the first child sired exclusively for theatrical purposes." And critics at the time hailed it as a baroque deconstruction of the increasingly perverse human urge to procreate. And his birth was witnessed as well on stage. It's insane. He probably made it up. I wouldn't be
I'm
surprised.
sure
That
he
that
made
sounds
it up.
ridiculous. Yeah. But he does use language like the Eagans. That term sired, he was the
Yes.
first child sired exclusively. Who else said sired? Like the Lumen people talk like that.
Yes.
That doctor in episode 7, Dr. Maurer told Gemma that Mark will benefit
Mhm.
from the world you're siring. How many people
Yes.
use that word
That's
anymore?
right. And what about fealty? Nobody uses the word fealty.
Yeah.
When did you
Nobody
last hear
used
someone use the word fealty? And he writes that in his book, Fealty. And
Yeah.
I said, wow, this is Kier. This is Eagan. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And he
Second,
said vessel. He said something about vessel, right?
Yeah.
yes.
There's
Yeah.
there's a channel called Benji Breakdowns where she actually takes video of Rickon and stuff out of the book and like shows the words that he uses that are the same as other people. Kier speak.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I think he's an Eagan. I do. The
I, I,
black sheep of the family. Yeah. But
yeah.
yeah, I think so. I think Drummond is an Eagan. Um, Let me ask you a question. Now, this is something that I've been thinking about. Why would Jame Eagan want his daughter severed?
Mm.
They look down
To
on
sell it.
guineas.
To sell it.
What?
To sell it. Because money
Well,
trumps family.
they could sell it in other ways. Why would you want to make your daughter severed?
Because if my family's doing it, everybody in the world will get one.
He could do it in a different way, though.
He could, but he's
Drummond's
not.
not severed. He's not severed. Milchick's not severed.
She's a feathered moppet. Get her under a knife.
I think there's something going on there. I have my own theory. I find it very strange. I just I don't know. It doesn't sit right with me. What do you think, Julie?
I I think that I think that just basically their greed and their desire for power trumped everything. And this, like when we've heard throughout the series all different things that they're facing in society that are obstacles against them. They've got resistance groups like the Whole Mind Collective protesting, and they've got a lawsuit by an innie who got pregnant at work. And now in this season, we find out there's prejudice against severed people in society. When Dylan tried to get a job, and the guy found out he was severed and said like that's appalling, and refused to consider him for the job. They're fighting about, you see in like in the newspaper, they're fighting about this in Congress, about severance. So they're fighting politically about the right to be able to do this. And I think I think that they took this drastic measure to change hearts and minds. Like this is at the extreme they had to go to convince people, like, to normalize it. Okay, if an Egan is willing to do this, then this is okay for everyone. That's so I think that's why they subjected her to it. And I don't think Helena had any choice in the matter. I think she was coerced into doing it. She seemed fine with it in season 1. Yeah, she seemed okay with it, but I think that was an act that she puts on. She goes along with what she's told. She's indoctrinated into the cult and to listening to her father, but I don't think she did this because she says it's freaking awesome, like
Freaking
in that
awesome.
that
Yeah.
in that PR video that she made in season 1 finale. She's like,
Yeah.
I didn't get my dad would love for me to sit here and tell you that I got severed for blah blah blah, but I just did it because I think it's freaking awesome. No, she's full of shit. She was coerced. I'm sure she was coerced into doing
Yeah,
it.
I mean, I agree that they wanted her to do it for PR purposes, you know, to market the chip, the Severance chip. I agree with that. I just because they hate. Why do they hate innies? Let's talk about that. You're a person. You have your work life and you have your home life. Why should your work personality be subordinate to your home personality? Why are you detested being an innie, but your outie is respected? Maybe they don't like anybody. Like, how do they rationalize that? I was thinking about that. You're the same person. So they hate you when you're there, but when you're home, you're okay. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, it's weird. It's like, yeah, they're creating a separate identity for these people, and they look at the innies as subhuman. They don't have any rights. They don't have bodily autonomy. It's weird. You know, it's weird. There's prejudice. They have prejudice against them.
But what about the outies? Do they respect the outies? Or do they feel the same way about the outies?
It's a good question.
Yeah.
It's a good question. I don't think they would feel as much disdain for the outies as they do for the innies. I don't. I don't think they would hold them in high esteem and respect them for signing on to do it, but I don't think they would look at them as subhuman the way they do with the innies.
Right.
Yeah, in
But
my
they
Well,
can't
opinion.
think
That's
too but they can't think too highly of them either. I would think.
well,
Right?
the
They
innies are made to be workers, so you know, basically
Yeah.
slaves.
slaves. They're basically
Slaves.
slaves.
I mean,
Yeah.
you
Yeah, they're
got
creating a
you
separate.
know when the Civil War ended and you couldn't have them anymore, you got to make them.
Right.
Yeah.
So right. I understand that they see them that way. But I would think they would see the outie that way too. Maybe not as badly, but my feeling is I think they see everybody in the world this way, that they are the supreme ones, that they want to rule the world, and they see the average person as insignificant. And when they're
Well,
severed, they're even worse.
well, I think what they're trying to do is sell that to people, like you don't have to work or or feel pain. But what they want to do is control everybody, put a chip in everybody's head, and make the Lumen
Right.
army, so
Yeah.
they can just have people doing whatever they want to do.
Yeah, I agree. I think
So it
that's
doesn't
what
really
they
matter
want.
about the innie or outie. It's a sense of control.
It's a sense of control, but yeah, but I think that they don't like anybody. That's what I think.
They don't even like themselves.
Well, I don't know about that. I think Jame Eagan likes himself.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
don't know why he again, getting back to Helena, I don't know why he'd want her chipped. I mean, you could say it's for PR reasons. Yeah, I get that, but I don't know. He has so much disdain for the innies. I I have a hard time understanding it. I have to be honest. I'm wondering
Well,
if there's something else going on here.
well, Matt here says all Lumen cares about is severance. Family ties are subservient to the goal of a severed world. It was PR. That's what I think. Yeah. The entire history of societal conflict is the history of class conflict, right? And basically, what they're creating with the innies, it's symbolic of a lower class.
Yeah.
It's like it's like a yeah, it's like slaves. Yeah, it's like they're creating, even though like they're the same individual, they're creating a separate class of people as the innies,
Right.
and these are their overlords. The slaves, the innies, are like their property. The Outie is more like a regular worker. It's a 3-tier society. So yeah, so it's like this is like a, a caste system.
Right.
Lumen is at the top, then the Outies, and then the innies at the bottom.
Right. I
Yeah,
mean,
I
that's
agree with that.
that's what they're showing us now. But I think the deeper goal here is to treat everybody as slaves. Innies, outies, everybody. That
Oh yeah,
Lumen
they
will
want the
be,
whole world
they want the
to be
whole
like
world.
this,
Yeah.
except for the Eagans, of course. But I
Right.
think they want to rule over everybody else, the
Yes.
entire world.
Right.
Yeah.
And that, eventually, that's all that would be, is they would be in control.
Yes.
But if she's going to be the future CEO of the company, why would you want her severed? I go back to that. It just doesn't make sense to me. And I do think there's something else going on there.
Well,
I saw something actually in your server, Dieter found this online, that I think it was, they were showing the Cold Harbor file on the computer.
yes.
I don't know what episode it's from. And it had
Yes.
Helly's ID number next to it. So somebody said maybe the goal is to combine Gemma and Helly together in one body. So I mean that's really freaky if that's what they want to do. I don't know. But
They'd
there's
have the
something
same
strange
number.
going on.
Yeah.
They're gonna put
What's
her.
wrong?
They're gonna put them into one body, but she's gonna be pregnant with twins.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're welcome, writers.
No, but you know what I
Yeah.
mean? There's something off there that I can't quite put my finger on it, but maybe she already is severed many times for all we know. Maybe Helena, not only is she Helly, maybe she's been severed a couple of other times as well. She may not even be his real daughter. I mean, that's what I'm suspecting. I'm suspecting that she may not be his real daughter.
She's Hampton and Cobel's love child.
Maybe. I don't know. I really wonder if that's really his daughter. I don't know. But we'll find out soon enough, right? But it is interesting with this Cold Harbor file that her ID number is on there, right? It's kind of strange.
Yeah, see, look at this. This is Helly's ID number right here. 109-827, blah blah blah. And then this is the Cold Harbor file. 109-827. Let's see, what are the last 4 digits? Wait a minute. Last 4 digits were a little hard to
2938.
read.
Yeah, it's the same number.
2938. And then the Cold Harbor file was also 2938. It's a little hard to read, but you can see it's the same number.
Right.
So that's very strange. Very strange. I don't know what that means. I
feel like their bodies are going to come together and they're going to have 2 heads. It's going to be one head's going to be Gemma. And kind of like that
somehow
book
she's
that
involved with
Cobel
this Cold
has
Harbor
in the beginning,
thing.
the credits, where there's like heads of Gemma rolling around on one side and heads of Helly rolling around on the other.
Yeah, and the elevator too, right? He sees we see her on one side and we see the other one on the other side.
There's
right.
gonna be some body horror going on.
So I think they want to combine them.
Yeah, remember in the so in the opening credits, another scene, like Mark is kind of walking on this surface where it's really reflective. It kind of looks like almost like he's walking on water or something, but in the reflection on the floor, his reflection is Helly's, the shape of Helly. You can see it looks like Helly, and then his reflection turns into Gemma. Like the Helly reflection kind of runs away, then it turns into Gemma as his reflection, and that runs away. Then it's his reflection again. Then it shows the elevator at the end of the opening title sequence, and it glitches a couple times. And in the elevator to the testing floor, you briefly see Helly, then you briefly see Gemma. So they're playing around with this, and I wonder
Yeah.
why. This is strange, and I don't know why they're doing this and why this number would be the same on the Cold Harbor file. I don't think it can be a mistake or a continuity error because this show is too meticulous to make a mistake like that.
That's right.
I don't think it's a mistake.
No, I think
Um,
they're going to combine them. I think they're
yeah,
going to combine them together. And that's why I don't really think she's his daughter. I don't. For all we know, it could have been a child labor thing. You know, I mean, and if she
possible.
was severed, maybe she doesn't remember anything.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah. Like for example, I'm gonna show. Wait, I'll show something else too before we get off of this. So this is from the opening titles. They're playing around with this whole Gemma versus Helly thing. Like at the end, if you slow it down, I had to play it in slow motion in the elevator to the testing floor. It glitches, and it's for a split second, it's Helly on the elevator to the testing floor. There, you can clearly see it's Helly, and then it glitches again, and it's Gemma.
Right.
So what the hell? What are
Exactly.
they doing? What are they doing here? It's weird. Yeah. And I know these are subliminal things that you wouldn't see this unless you slow it down. It's subliminal, but maybe it's a clue to something, or it could just be an Easter egg that doesn't mean anything, like Matt Gilbert was saying in the chat. Maybe it's just a little Easter egg.
Yeah.
My interpretation when I first saw this was like this just kind of represents Mark's dilemma between his
Mhm.
love for Helly on the inside and
His
his
love
love for Gemma
affair.
on the outside.
Uh-huh.
You know,
Yeah.
like it could amount to just that, but then this Cold Harbor file thing with the number is very peculiar, and I don't know why they would do that. That part I find it harder to explain.
Yes, it is.
So
Yeah.
It
there's
is
going to
hard to
be
explain.
Gemma, half of Gemma's face and half of Helly's face. I imagine it's a
Yeah.
body horror thing.
Right?
Well,
Yeah.
we know
Half
she's going to be
Helly's face.
pregnant, right? We know Helena is probably pregnant.
Oh yeah.
She's gonna have
Yeah.
she's
Oh,
gonna have
definitely.
one baby from the first round, and the second baby from
You
the
mean
other
like a
round, like two
cat,
twins,
like a cat, right?
like a cat.
Yeah.
A
So
litter of
it's the
Kier
same
babies comes out of her.
it's the same kind of thing here. Mark was standing here and there was a reflection. Looks like he's standing on water, and it's Helly's reflection in the water, and then that kind of runs away from him. And then it's Gemma. See Helly is wearing the blue. That's Helly's reflection in the blue. And then the reflection turns into Gemma, who wears like the black and the gray. So again, they're playing with Helly versus Gemma, and then that reflection runs away. There's the Gemma reflection that's running away. Then
Right.
it turns into Mark's reflection. So they're messing around with this, and it could just reflect the fact that this tension between his innie love for Helly versus his outie love for Gemma.
Right.
But again, I do have to question what the hell is going on with that Cold Harbor file number. And with
Mhm.
that, I have to mute myself for a minute because my mom is yelling for me, so I will be right back.
Okay.
I have to go to bed. I thought we were gonna
Yeah,
get this
it's
done.
kind of getting late. It's like 4:30.
Well, I gotta get
We
up
do
at
need to
8:30 in
wrap
the
it up.
morning. I
We
need to
do
get
need to
up at
wrap it up, but
8:30 in the
I will be
morning.
right I'll be right back and we will start to wrap it up.
Okay.
No, come back, come back. Yes, the
That's
ether
funny.
talking. It's my ether talking. This is how I feel right now inside.
Where do you
I
get
play
that?
that for Coach Ben too when you were in Yellow Jackets. I'm like, this is how Coach Ben feels.
Speaking of Yellow Jackets, I mean, I was really upset by that last scene. I really was. I thought it was so unnecessary.
Those girls are so unnecessary. But the problem is it lives up to the promise because they did some really bad shit out there and we haven't seen it yet.
I know, but that was just, they didn't have to do that. I mean, the man,
No, they didn't have to do that, but that's the point of the thing. They
the
did
man
some bad
only
shit
has
out
one
there.
leg. He has one leg. He's walking around with one crutch. I mean, where is he going? He's not going anywhere, you know.
Apparently they thought he was going to burn down the yurts. Can't trust him.
Can you imagine?
I don't know why everybody's letting Shauna do what she's doing. I mean,
know.
there's like 14 of them. Just overpower her. Why are they so scared of her?
They're really scared of her because she has this murderous way about her now.
Yeah.
It's like she can just stab you and she wouldn't think twice about it.
Yeah, put her in the bird jail.
So who do you think burned down the cabin?
I have no idea. I mean, it seems weird that Ben. I don't know what's going on with Ben because Ben, I don't know, was actually in reality most of the time because he was in that cave talking to like Javi's friend or whatever, and then.
Right.
So. But I mean, they were tending to that fire for like 12 days or whatever, like a bunch of Vestal virgins. So I think that he would have smelled it at least.
Right. I don't know.
Unless
I think
he was just in the cave babbling to himself and Paul.
I don't think he did it. I think it's Thaisa, Shauna. Yeah. Who else?
Well, see, it could. I thought it could be Van because she's associated with fire, and she could have got Dark Thaisa to help her because, like, Thaisa's the climber that could get in the windows and stuff. She climbs. She climbs the trees.
But why would Van do it?
Because she never finished her story. I have a theory. She never finished her story in storytelling when she started about where, you know, she, like, Lottie interrupted her and she was talking about it's a woods, there was a cabin and it was lonely and it wanted friends. And the end of the story, I'm sure, was, and we have to burn the cabin down. And when it has a story, the story ends, or the Cabin Daddy episode, if that doesn't she doesn't say those words, I'm going to be disappointed. But I feel she was like, this is how it ends, and I got to tell you. And then Lottie got up and she was like, hey, I got to interrupt your story.
I see. Yeah, maybe. Maybe you're right.
So that's my own theory. It's like...
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, it's probably someone we don't suspect. Right? Yeah. Maybe it's Travis. I mean, it could be. I mean, he hasn't done much at all this season, right? He's just, he's like sitting in a stupor the whole season. So maybe it's him. I mean, who knows? But you know what I found interesting, because I caught a little bit of your guys' podcast last night, with the Cyber Queen.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize it at the time, but Thaisa, her little boy was afraid of her. She didn't do anything. And they're saying that's her other part.
Yeah.
That's her. Yeah, I didn't know that at the time when I was watching it.
Yeah. I mean, she might have been around for a while.
Sleepy time. But that's pretty scary because
yes, they call her sleepy time.
I mean, did you know that when you first saw it though?
Yeah. Sammy has been this kid who's very, very intuitive. And if he says, you're not my mom, or has a reaction, then you have to take notice.
Yeah. No, but I'm just shocked by it because she didn't seem any different, really.
I think she's been around for a while because Ty loves Van, but Dark Ty is obsessed with Van. Like, totally, I will kill a bunch of people to make you alive.
Right.
And I don't think Ty's that way. I think the other is that way.
I see.
Completely possessive.
I see.
Of Van.
Interesting. I think Julie's back. Julie, you back?
I'm back.
Oh, okay.
I see we've segued into I'm guessing Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, we were just talking about something that that surprised me about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
but anyway,
belated good day to Matt. Good night or whatever time it is for you. Oh yeah, you're still there. Good. Thank you for being here, Matt. As always, we appreciate
Yeah,
you.
I'm gonna miss the Lottie Hottie too, man.
Yeah, I
Breaks
don't
my
know why
heart.
they did that. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that show. I have to be honest with you. It's I'm not really enjoying it that much this season.
Yeah.
You know.
Well,
I know you love it, but
well, I'm
you
just
know,
saying, it made a promise to itself very early on in the pilot that bad shit was going to happen. So if now people are getting upset that bad shit's happening, well, that was the promise that was made in the beginning. That was the
no,
contract.
no, Scarlett, I don't mean that. I mean the writing is off. You know, the writing is kind of weak this season, I think.
Yeah, I think it's actually better than second season.
You do? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's better. Or else I've just gotten used to it. Like I've gotten used to its little quirks.
Maybe.
You know?
Yeah.
I got used to Walter just being a mastermind, master criminal villain, you know, ties up everything in a nice little bow.
I guess. Yeah. I don't know. To me, it seems a little weaker. I think the first two seasons, the writing was much better. Personally, I think that. But, you know, we'll see what happens, right?
Yeah.
Got
Well,
a
I
few
mean,
episodes left.
I'll say one thing about Yellow Jackets: it never fails to surprise me in every single episode. There's something
Yeah.
that I'm not expecting. Like I didn't expect the whole Gulliver's Travels Coach Ben thing.
That's true.
I
There's
didn't
always a
expect the talking
shocker.
llama.
Anyway, let's get back to Severance here, because
I'm gonna go to bed, girls, ladies.
huh?
Yeah.
I got to bed.
Yeah. Yeah, so before we wrap this up, let's look at the final result of the
Okay.
poll that we did. Let's end the poll that I've had it running this whole time, so I'm gonna end the poll and see what the final result is. And I also wanna show the t-shirt that we're gonna have a giveaway with from the Etsy shop. And but first let's take a look at the poll. So, I'm going to end the poll here, and the final result on what Cobel is going to do next. Let's see if I can find it now. It disappeared. Where'd it go? Where the heck did it go? It just vanished. Where did it go? It was just I just had it and I hit end poll and it vanished. Well, the winner was just by a hair. That she's going to pretend to help Mark but then betray him. It was like 44%, something like that. And then 43%. Oh, here it is. Never mind. I got it. So, oh no, actually, yep, no, I was right. So the winner just by a hair was pretend to help Mark and then betray him later, 44%. 43% said team up with Mark to take down Lumen. So that was a difference of only 1 percentage point. Pretty razor thin edge there. And 9% said other, so who knows what that could be. And 3% said turn Mark into Lumen right away, and that was based on 65 votes. It's pretty good. We got a lot of participation, so thank you for everybody who participated in that. I didn't vote, but I would have voted for team up with Mark to take down Lumen myself. But I'm open to either of the top two options. It could be either if I had to pick, but that's so cool. I love
I would
doing
have
these.
voted straight up other.
You would have voted other.
Yep.
So what would you put in the comments as other?
I think she's gonna team up with a rebel with the doctor or somebody or some group outside of Lumen eventually.
Yeah, that's possible. Definitely. Maybe the
Yeah,
doctor. Yeah.
I could see that. I could see that. The problem
I
is with these polls, I only have 4 spaces that I can fill. I can't do any more than 4 options, and there's a very short character limit. That's the thing that's frustrating about it.
Plus, I think both of those characters would do really well to banter back and forth with each other.
I agree.
I was in the first category, pretend to help and betray him later. I kind of think
Yeah.
that's what's happening here. Yeah. Unfortunately. So, we'll see.
Yeah. We'll see. It could go either way. I could see it
Yeah.
going either way.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. So that was cool. Got a lot of participation in that. That's awesome. And a great conversation tonight. And I wanna just show the shirt that we're gonna be giving away in this Etsy shop. So it's called Magic with a K, and they have all kinds of Severance merch. You can get a discount with the discount code, all lowercase, no spaces, JulieBDeepDives 15, which you can also see in the description of this video. There's the coupon code, and you can get any of these items with that discount. There's scary numbers t-shirts. There's Defiant Jazz. The work is mysterious and important. We've got mugs with the scary numbers, and let's see, all kinds of other things. Yeah. We got bags, we got tote bags, and so that's the Magic with the K shop. And I'm not sure what this is. What is this? A notebook. It's a journal. And it says the work is mysterious and important. So that's Magic with the K shop. She was kind enough to do a discount code for us. So if you use that discount code that's in the description of this video, you can get 15% off any of these items. And then for the finale live stream, we're going to be doing a giveaway. I will show you what that's going to look like. This is super cool. This is super cool that she designed a special one just for my channel, which is awesome. It's a scary numbers shirt, and it says, you can see the file name at the top is JulieBDeepDives right there.
Oh,
Which is
that's
so cool.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
0% complete, it says.
0% complete. Damn. Wow. Yeah.
I know
Starting from the
It
beginning.
should say 100% complete.
Right?
Zero.
Wow.
0%. I didn't even think of that. That's funny. Yeah. I'm incomplete. I'm completely like just starting from scratch here.
You're just
Wow.
starting.
Yeah. Yeah. Look at that.
That's
Wow,
nice.
that's awesome. I love it. I love it. That was such a cool idea that she had. And so we're going to be giving one of these away during our finale live stream. And all you have to do to participate is to get one is just to show up and and be there. You don't have to answer any kind of trivia question or anything. It's going to be completely random. And anyone who wants to enter I'll give you like a code word to put in the chat, and then the StreamYard will just select at random somebody. So, and I forget what I think she's gonna do, so it could be anybody in the US. She'll cover the shipping. I think a lot of European countries she can cover the shipping. There are certain countries that have import fees though. That's the only thing that she can't handle. So you just have to, if you're in a country that has import fees, you just have to be mindful of that if you want to participate and find out. Some countries have them and some don't have the import fees. So just FYI. But other than that, anybody can participate. She does have some kind of distributor in Europe, so she's able to do free ship. She's able to cover the shipping for certain countries in Europe. Just keep in mind she can't do the import fees if you have those in your country. And so that's that. So that's fun. We'll do that on the finale stream in a couple of weeks. And yeah, she's got a lot of cool merch. And Dieter put the link in the chat. That's if you use that link, it takes you right to Etsy where you can use the coupon code that's listed there. And Dieter, I'll tell you what. Dieter gifted me an awesome key card, just like the Lumen ones. It's blue. And I do wear it. I do actually wear it when I'm doing these streams, but you can't see me because I'm not on camera. At least for the finale one, I'll go on camera and wear it. How about that? I'll do that. I'm just going on camera is a lot of effort and difficult for me, and it's just a pain in the ass trying to get everything looking right, putting on makeup and stuff. So I usually only do it. I've only ever done it when we have a special guest. Well, we're gonna have Mark Geller who plays Kier, so I'll definitely be on camera for that one, and I will be wearing the key card. Yes, I will, for 100%. Yes. Yeah. So, yeah, Susie, you could use the notebook for your job, right? Yeah. So if you want to get one, you can use that discount code and get 15% off. So that's cool. Anyway, we need to wrap this thing up. We've been going a long time. I really appreciate everybody that showed up and participated in this great conversation in the chat. And Scarlet and Laurie, you've been terrific. And Grant earlier, appreciate Grant for joining. Laurie, you've been terrific. I'm so happy for you that you launched your channel. Clearly, you're a natural at this, analyzing complex series like this, with your psychological insight that you can apply to this kind of thing. It's just it's a fresh perspective that not everyone is using when looking at series. So I think there's a real gap in the market for your perspective, your insight.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think too many people are doing that. So, yeah, I like it. I like looking at things from that perspective. But the deep dives are fun too. I mean, I love what you're doing. I love the way
Oh,
you
thank you.
dissect and you're looking for the deeper meaning and the story where it's going. But yeah,
Thank you.
I mean, it's good. Both approaches are good.
Yeah, I mean, like everyone has their own style, or you find your own groove, and your what you can bring to the table individually, like whatever you're most passionate about, and that's that's what you follow. That's how you can, do well with a channel. As long as you're following your passion and you're bringing your own unique approach to the table, then you're gonna do great. And yeah, so I would encourage everybody to subscribe to Laurie's channel. I'll put the link in the chat again. And it's also, if you're listening on the replay, her link is in the description of this video. Because, hey, we appreciate you to the replay gang. I do notice you guys. I notice because I see the views going up even days after we finish a live. Sometimes the views double from the time that we finish the live. So we do have an awesome rewatch crew, and I truly appreciate all of you guys who listen on the rewatch. I see you, I appreciate you, and thank you for doing that. And however you consume this, whether you like to lurk and listen and not chat, or you're only able to catch the replay because we're on all night like vampires here. Um, I appreciate all of you guys so much. Thank you so much for watching. Covering a new show has been scary. You're starting from scratch with, you know, trying to build an audience. Even for an established channel, it's difficult. So I didn't know how this was going to go. I just really appreciate everybody's support. Thank you so, so much for all the support, for showing up to these lives and watching my videos and participating in the discussion, or just listening. If you just listen and you don't feel like chatting or commenting, you're all awesome. Thank you for all of your support. I'm just looking for an emoji here so I can drop your link, Laurie. Make it fancy looking. Here's we gotta make it fancy looking.
Gotta make it
Can't just drop a
fancy.
link. So subscribe to Real Therapy. There we go. So there's the link right there for you to subscribe. Check out her content. She's gonna have more videos coming out about Severance, and so you're working on one right now, right?
Yeah, I'm working on one now, actually about this episode, and it should be out tomorrow.
Awesome. Awesome. So yeah,
Yeah.
so subscribe, hit the bell for notifications for her, and check out her content. I know I will be. So
Thank you,
yeah.
Julie. Thank you for having me tonight. Thank you, Scarlett. Thank you to the chat. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it.
Well, it was a lot of fun for us too. We're happy to have you. Just a pleasure. You're awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Those goats are going
So
crazy.
They love your
What?
channel. They love your channel. They can't get enough of it.
yes. All right. So all right, that's gonna do it for us. I'm gonna have a video coming out in the next couple of days. Again, covering some aspects of episode 6 that I haven't that I didn't dive into yet that are still relevant. What's going on with Melchick, the aftermath of the performance review. Where is this gonna take him next? What's going on with Helena approaching Mark? Why did she do this? What's her motivation? Could she suspect he's reintegrating? And what's going on with, Innie Dylan and Gretchen, Outie Dylan? All of that stuff has still yet to be resolved. So I actually am making a video to come out in the next couple days on that while we're waiting on the next episode. It'll either be today or tomorrow. I'll have that out. And I might even sneak in one more short video on this because I've had some light bulb moments during this live that make me want to do another little short video. I kind of wish I hadn't already done one on this episode because this is what happens. We have these great conversations and ideas come to me organically. You bounce ideas off each other and then it sparks new ideas. That's what I
Yeah.
love so much about this
Yeah, it
collaborative
does.
theory crafting, right? It's
Oh, yeah.
awesome.
I agree.
So cool. So anyway, so that's gonna do it for us. The next live will be Wednesday night for our From rewatch. That'll be 10:30 p.m. Eastern, and we're gonna be diving into season 2, episode 2 of From. And Tuesday night, since we already did our rewatch party for that episode of From last week, we don't need to do that. Tuesday night, we're doing a watch party for Young Frankenstein at 10:15 p.m. Eastern in my Discord. So if you feel like joining us, the link to the Discord is in the description. If you're not in there already, you can find the link to the Discord in the description of this video. And of course, Thursday night, we'll have our watch party as usual for episode 9 of Severance, the penultimate episode. Only 2 left. So join us if you'd like. That'll be 9 p.m. Eastern, and I'll show it again a second time at 10, and then we'll have a voice chat in my Discord too. So that's pretty much it. So thank you again to Laurie and Scarlet, Grant joining us earlier, and awesome chat. And we'll see you guys next time.
Okay. Have a
Praise
great night,
Kier.
everybody.
Praise
Take care.
Kier.
Praise Kier.
Yeah, praise Kier.
Praise Kier.
Have a good night. Take
Bye.
care.
Have a good night. Good night.